weirdos, fans, or dreamers who dedicate themselves to the creation of these unusual vehicles. We all have the same ultimate goal, to set the world's speed record strictly using muscle power.
They say they won't stop until the world record is theirs. Any step forward is an achievement, giving them a speeding ticket for going at 63 miles per hour. Igor Pskov, RT, Moscow.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us here on RT International. I'm Will with Susha live in Moscow. We're up next, bringing the fast to the air in aid, but if you're in the UK, action rotancy coming your way.
So shits and giggles, let's just say his name is Bob, okay? Well, tell him, say, just right, can I have the findings of facts and conclusions of law for your decision, Bob? Thank you, Godspeed, and your name underneath there, and you're done.
Okay, so now remember you told me you said send it to the attorney, the prosecutor. So now you want to send it to the judge or to the prosecutor?
No, because the judge is the one who's giving you the order, not the prosecutor.
Right, exactly.
The prosecutor proposes the order to the judge. The prosecutor doesn't order anything. Not the state prosecutor. When you're the prosecutor, you order. But a state or county prosecutor, a man cloaked as a prosecutor, he in a governmental capacity, he only proposes order. He can't create the order. The judge creates the order. The guy in a black robe.
Right. So with that order, that's practicing law from the bench. If he's doing that.
No, because the prosecutor is proposing the order to him. So he's just
so you're saying
the judge is granting the order. See, when you're a man, you don't. Nobody grants you shit.
Right.
So there you go.
You're saying the DA proposed to the judge that I take a psych evaluation.
Damn right.
But the judge gave the order.
That's right.
Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. So they did that on the fly or whatever. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because it's extra money they make, man.
Right.
And when you take a psych eval, everybody who takes a psych eval, it's under Obamacare. They want everybody to take a psych eval because as soon as you take a psych eval, you're not allowed to have a handgun. But I always start with Bob, greetings. That way he knows I'm talking to him as a man. One man can't cause harm to another man. He knows the golden rule. It can't be broken by any code. It can't be overwritten by any statute. It can't be ignored by any rule. The golden rule is one man can't cause harm to another man. So you say, Bob, greetings. I hear that you're going to be the civil hearing officer presiding over this matter that's going to come before you on May the 19th, whatever. See what I'm saying? That's how you stylize your letter to a judge, a guy in a black robe. Okay, because when you move it over to the correct side of the court, to the common law side of the court, your only judge is going to be your jury. That is only your judge, not the man in a black robe or woman in a black robe. So that's how you stylize a letter to the person in a black robe. And you're going to explain to him the rules of the court. It's going to be your court. Remember how bananas they went? We made it like Jesse, the Arsenal court.
Oh, they didn't like that at all, did they? Yeah, we just need the judge there as a witness. I don't know what he thinks he's doing, Yeah.
And look at when you guys wrote the Arsenal court at, the Queen's Bench. The court clerk scratched out your name, so it's not the Arsenal court. They scratched out at the Queen's Bench to say in the Queen's Bench. That's an absolute. When you use somebody else's form, you're applying. And what applying means is, like, say, you're applying for a position at a company, at a corporation. So what you're doing is you're begging to be in a certain status or a certain standing or a certain position. You're begging. You're applying. So what you're doing is you're reducing your status to say you want to work on a Coca-Cola or the Shots beer bottling cap company, and you want to be just a stupid person that inspects the bottle caps. You're applying for a position to have a certain standing on an assembly line. So when you use a form, their form, you just lost your jurisdiction or control over any aspect of you.
Wow, okay. It's so hard to get a promotion in.
Well, there you go, Greg. Keep going. That's the only absolutism that I kind of see, man, and I'll agree on. That's an absolute. They're very rare, man, but that's one. Is that Greg said? Well, sometimes. No, you know what, Greg? I think I'm going to spin it on you, man. I would say, oops. Greg's the one who says all the time, and I'm the one who says, oh, bullshit, Greg. I come up with a way to spin it. That one I can't spin. You use that form. You're applying. You're making an application. You're begging, you're submitting, you're asking to be placed somewhere in there, you know, somewhere within their corporation. You're begging for the position you're applying.
When you're filling out forms, IRS forms, Treasury forms, I don't know, whoever the hell's got jurisdiction over that, you know, and you know, well, we can argue for 3 days about whether the IRS is real or whether the Treasury Department is real, or if there isn't even the Treasury anymore and it's all the IMF, or maybe Martians came down and brainwashed everybody. I really don't give a crap. But the fact of the matter is when you fill out those forms, you are agreeing to follow all the rules, all 16 inches paperwork that goes behind that piece of paper. Just like when you sign a W-4 form, when you apply for a job, imagine that little tiny half of a sheet of paper is the signature page of 600 pages of contract that you don't see in front of you. And they just give you the signature page. You're agreeing to the other 600 pages, and by signing that thing, you agree, you're basically saying, I read all of it and understand it. Okay? So when you fill out a 1099 OID, original issue discount, you're saying that I understand everything that went into what this is. It's again, all you ever see in paperwork are the tip of the iceberg. You never see the iceberg. Okay? And so a lot of people go, oh, look, this is stupid simple. I can do this. Right. Well, that would be like saying, oh, look, there's an ice cube floating on the ocean. I guess I can sail past it. Oh, it's a tiny ice cube, but oh, there's 10,000 tons of ice underneath the ocean, and you just wrecked your ship. Because you go, oh, it was just an ice cube. I don't know how an ice cube wrecked my ship. You know?
Yeah.
But, you know, and so I just got to tell everybody, be cautious. Is there anywhere in their statutes and their rules that says that they have to bring a bond with a warrant? In other words, he was asking where you got that information from.
Where I got it from is it's not a complete warrant. I mean, it's just to have a warrant. It has to. Well, it doesn't have to have a bond. Like I said, you can go out there and go get a warrant. I'm sure in statute they could do it without a bond because it's considered just protocol for these people that they're all honorable sirs. They're all honorable to each other. But like I said, when Jessie went to go make a claim and then she was going to sue them for $1 billion, I said, do you realize in common law, the other side might ask you to put up a $1 billion bond to have your claim heard? See, because when you file a complaint, you're all acting as pro se, you're all acting as attorneys, attorneys don't have to put up bonds to sue each other. So they all say, well, business will be concluded at 5 o'clock. And whether your client can pay for the money or not, we're going to take it out of the attorney's fund or the attorney's, you know, whatever account that he's got with the court. And then he gets squared up with his client. But all business with the court is going to be done at 5 o'clock. Everybody's going to be paid off by 5 o'clock. It's either going to come out like the attorney's bond or the attorney's going to have to settle it up with the court. Sometimes some sort of a rolling account with the court. But when it comes to common law, you say, oh, you got a warrant there? Oh, great. You know what? You're going to evoke the common law. You're going to say, oh, good, you got a warrant? Good, I'd like to see the bond that goes with that warrant. Because I'm not an honorable sir, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not part of your court system. I'm outside of your jurisdiction. So if you want to come into my kingdom, if you want to come over the Canadian border, if you want to come into Mexico, if you want to come into my country, you're going to have to do it with a bond. That's great that your warrants work in the United States without a bond attached, but they don't work in my land, they don't work in my country, they don't work out of my jurisdiction. If you'd like to come on to my land, if you'd like to come into my nation, to my state, into my country, well then you're going to need a bond. I'm not going to let you just walk in here like you own the place. If you think this is within your court's jurisdiction, you're sadly mistaken. It's not. This is in my court's jurisdiction. This is my land. This is my border. This is my venue. So if you want to enter here, you're going to need a bond attached. So you just demanded the bonds attached. That's common law. That has nothing to do with statute. Statute, you ain't going to find it in there because it's all, like I said, attorney, you don't see anything. The attorney says, well, you're going to sue R.J. Reynolds for $10 trillion. Well, you're going to need a $10 trillion bond. They don't do that with each other. But in common law, oh yeah, you better believe if somebody sues you in common law, you can demand a bond. If I want to sue Greg in common law, and I'm suing Greg for $1 million, Greg can say, hey, you know what, Carl, I'll answer you once you put up $1 million bond. Because when I prove that you filed a false claim against me, Carl, I'm going to take that bond. What you wanted from me, I'm going to demand from you. Eye for an eye, tooth for tooth. Whatever you wanted from me, you bad false witness on me as your neighbor, I'm going to demand equal, fair, just compensation. So you're going to put up a bond. And the magistrate, the man in the black robe, the court clerk will make you post a bond before they will move a claim against you, before you move your claim against another man. They will absolutely, if the other side requires it, requests it. Well, requires it. They're going to say, that's what you got to do before we'll process your claim against the other man, before we have the other man summons the subpoena to appeal. So hopefully that helped with the, I'm trying to find out, there it is. There's Dallas. Hi, Dallas. Was on hi. There you go. Sorry about that. I couldn't figure out which one you were.
That's all right. That was pretty much my question. And yeah, it was. I was speaking with a retired constable today, and when I mentioned to him the issue of having the bond attached to the warrant, he was like, "Well, we've never been told that." And I was like, "Well, kind of my common sense tells me that if you were going to serve a warrant on someone, and say, for instance, you had to kick in their door or you shot their $5,000 pit bull or whatever, you killed one of their prized game chickens, where's the recourse for the person you served the warrant on? I mean, how do you not have some kind of, protection, or maybe even arresting the wrong person, or individual or whatever you are.
Does that make kind of sense? Like I said, if like, say, China was shipping goods into this country, like baby formula, that maybe they have to put up $1 billion bond just in case the baby formula kills a whole bunch of kids, that China, could say, well, what are you going to do, drop a nuclear bomb on us to get the money back?
No, that makes sense.
So does it understand when you cross into somebody else's jurisdiction, under somebody else's, land, why you could demand a bond?
Well, and this could very well be the same reason why some lawyers who claim to be debt collectors are not required to file a bond with the state as debt collectors.
There you go. Because they probably figured that you're subject to the state, you're subject to the state, you're a citizen of the state, then
you're a taxpayer.
Yeah, well, not so much a taxpayer, but if you're subject to the state, if you're their child, and they get a license from the parent, and they're a child because they're a fictional entity that was created by the state, and then you're a fictional entity that was created by the state, you guys could, work with each other. They don't have to be bonded because they're not hurting the man, they're hurting the person.
Right, the fictional entity.
Right.
I require the law to be produced for the following: the finding of facts and conclusions of law if you believe the answer is yes to any of the following. Number one, is there a law that states there is nowhere in Canada for a man or woman not fluent in legalese term of your legal society to move a claim or invoke their right by trial by jury? Number two, is there a law that states a man and woman have to belong or hire a member of a legal society to move a claim? Is there a law that states if a man or woman provides justification and or excuses for the robbery of another man or woman's property, that said robber is not required to verify in living voice in open court what moves them to rob said property and or have a lawyer testify on their behalf? And number four, is there a law that states that they do not have to provide their oath of office? The court clerk does not have to provide their oath of office, the holder of their hazard bond, security bond, or policy number, and that they have the right to practice law and read any man or woman's claim to judge whether said woman or man has the right to press their claim in a public venue designed for the use of any man or woman requiring justice and the immediate release of their property. Yeah.
No, what's funny is I see some of my words, and man, they rang out so good. She understood the word press meant. She used a lot of those words, and I hope she really understood what they meant. If not, boy, she sure got lucky. Okay, an easy way you could do is you could say, if you want to do it, if these folks want to compare it with something, you could use like Federal Rule 26B. And all it does is basically says that you're saying that you want, when you write to somebody, you say, identify all persons having firsthand knowledge of any material fact alleged in the pleadings of this case. And with regard to each such person, state what they know about each such fact and how they came to know of it. You see what I'm saying? What you're basically doing is saying, how do you know that that's what I did? Were you there? Do you have a third-party impartial witness? Do you have anything you want to offer the court? Do you want to take a stand and testify under oath of affirmation? What would you like to do?
That's what the thing's got to do.
That's what they have to do. See, because Federal Rule 26, it basically says that the parties may to move their party's claim or as a defense, that they have the right to know of any existence or any description or nature or condition or location of any document or anything that they could touch, like tangible, and to identify the location of any person who has any knowledge of the wrong. So, right, that they witnessed it. Did anybody see you throw that rock through the freaking bank, I'm saying? Nope. There you go. Wait a second, Greg. Did you say you throw a rock through the bank? Nope. There you go.
That's it. That's why the bank didn't show up.
There you go. We're going to walk on. Look,
everybody,
Green.
Quickly, for everybody's sake, Carl, tell them that they don't need to know the freaking number and citation of the statute.
Oh, yeah. You just compare that with, right. I'm just telling you guys how you should stylize it. So what I just said, if you, so there's some really nice lady, I think her name is Lynn, and she sends me money and she transcribes, which is insane. But God bless her, she wants to do both. That's lovely. But if she transcribes this thing, I'll be able to put it on my website, and then you folks could hear what I just said, and then don't use it verbatim exactly what I said. Right. Make it in your own words. Put it in your own heart, your own mind, because when you get tested on it, when the state prosecutor wants to make a phone call and ask you something, she'll be able to talk back. Have I read enough 15th, 16th century books to talk like these guys? Oh, you better believe it. When you actually read the books, you pick up a style of their pattern, and you're like, I got it. I got the way these crazy guys wrote back then. And they were really beautiful the way they wrote. So I'm going to write it the same way. If it works, it's going to work for me. So I'll just read this as one long sentence. It says, the Lentz court requires a magistrate. It has come to the attention of said court that the services of Wallace Capel Jr., magistrate, are available to serve said court. If Wallace Capel Jr. believes he is qualified to minister the affairs of a court, I reckon, his honorable services will please said court. And there you go. There's my order. Signed, dated, thumbprinted, done. And a really cute thing that I said to Dan yesterday, did I explain to you, Dan, why I don't like these silly gold seals that, you know, like people tell you, oh, go get a seal.
Because it's stupid, because the only seal is us, our thumbprint, our finger. That's the seal. That's the true seal. Any other seal is beneath us. There has no significance to anything.
Because what I say to people, what I believe one of these people say, oh, you got to go get some gold leaf paper and there's an embossing machine. And it looks really good when you photocopy, and it really looks raised, and it really looks like you know what you're doing. The only problem with that is I tell people, it's like, watch this. I'm going to take my thumbprint, I'm going to take my fingerprint, and I'm going to stick it on top of your gold seal. Why? Right. Because man created that gold seal. No gold seal ever created a man. No gold seal ever created a thumbprint. To create that sealing machine, it's covered with man's fingerprints. I'm the creator of those seals. Man creates the seals. Man creates the sealing machine. I trump the seal. There you go.
You are the seal. Pretty much.
I trump any man-made seal.
Right.
I don't care how damn fancy. I don't care what kind of gold you got. Did gold ever make man? Did the gold leaf seal ever create a man? No. Man created that gold leaf. Man's fingerprints are all over that damn sealing machine. All over that damn seal. So there you go. That's the way I explain thumbprints and why I don't use silly gold seals. It means that this is not a contract. My signature does not appear. It might look like it appears, not appear. You're linking it to signature, but it's not a signature. I assume no liability and no responsibility for the signature. Non-assumption. And it's with the letter P. Make sure it's a thump. Sit when you Google it. Non-assumption. That means this signature does not appear. It's under the security title under the UCC. You can read it under Chapter 9 if you want to waste your time. Or just go into like Webster's 1828 and look under non-assumption. It means, yes, it might be a signature. Yes, it appears in the document, but it doesn't appear. You bear no liability. Just like N.A., that's what I did. I wrote N.A., and my signature. There you go. The trooper never even realized what I did. Didn't care.
I did put a box around it.
Don't do anything fancy, snazzy stuff. Unless you want to unless you want to take the taser right down to the ground, just do N.A. in your name as fast as you can.
Well, at the time, all I did, I put a box around the signature. I was hoping to raise it off the page.
You could do that too. But like I said, man, you want to be as fast. It's like, oh, you want my signature? Not a problem, sir. N.A. You sign your name. N.A. There you go, sir. Anything else I can do for you? Lovely day, lovely day. Mark Hammond is a lawyer. He is a lawyer. He tells you to go pro se. He tells you to be a plaintiff. He tells you to file complaints. He tells you to get ready for appeal. He tells you to get the evidence and the facts that they're going to use against you. He tells you where's the court applicable. I tell you the code is applicable. I tell you, who cares about that facts or evidence? I tell you, don't ever answer to being a pro se or plaintiff. Don't ever worry about an effing appeal. There is no appeal in the court of record. So don't see. He's an attorney wannabe, and he wants you to follow the rules of their procedures. I don't want to follow their rules of their procedure. He follows their rules to the letter of the textbook. He tells you file this and file this and file this and file that to claim this. It's all silly. He files complaints. Please don't compare me with an attorney. He's just an attorney. Right. He's a nice man. He got a great family, great kids. He's a wonderful man. Be a great neighbor to have a barbecue with. And as long as he's not smoking dope and burning my house down, that's okay. I don't care what he's doing. But I'm not an attorney. I don't want to be an attorney. I want to be a man, and I'm trying to show you people how to move a court like our great-grandparents did. They didn't know how to read and write. My dad was German. He never read or write a book in his life. He taught me everything about the law that I ever needed to know, that any man needs to know, the same way his dad taught him, who never read or write Blackstones or any codes. He never read any books. They were butchers, from Germany. They didn't know shit from TrustInAllLaw when it came to a book. But did they teach me everything I need to know about the law? Yes. And that's all I'm trying to tell you guys. And these other people tell you how to follow their procedures. Or like this guy from Jurisdictionary down in Florida, he tries to tell you guys, well, file this, and then federal rule of civil procedure this, and federal rule this, and then ask them for discovery and ask them for this. I don't ask them crap. Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking to get out of that, everybody. I
got nothing. The government's got absolutely nothing I want. There is nothing I can possibly discover from these people. There is absolutely nothing I'm going to care about. Any of their facts, any of their evidence, I'm going to care about anything they got. Because not a single effing one of them is going to take the stand. Why do I care what they got? Oh, this is what we got against you. Who? The government. Is the government going to take the stand? No. Well, then I don't give a damn what you think you got against me. You personally? Yeah, well, then take the effing stand. Do you have any first-hand knowledge of this? No. Like Marsha Clark. Why didn't O.J. Simpson say, hey, Marsha, you want to prosecute me? Yeah. Take the stand. You say I did it? Take the stand, honey. Because I'm the prosecutor in my case. You see my federal lawsuit, I'm going to take the effing stand. Marsha Clark, you going to take the stand? Take the stand. Or shut the fuck up. You got nothing to say here.
But you have nothing to say to them? I thought you want to say to them, may I take your order? What order would you like me to do?
That's the judge. That's the judge.
Yeah. The judge? Oh, yeah?
That's the judge. Right. Only attorneys can propose orders. You guys got to Google proposed orders or proposal orders. Man orders. Prosecuting attorneys present proposals, like in marriage, proposals for orders to court. They're courting the court. It's a proposal that the attorneys make. I don't propose to the court. It's my effing court. I'm telling the court what the hell it's going to do. I'm not making a proposal.
Can I say something in my defense? You accuse me of something that's wrong.
No. Nothing's wrong, man. Just don't put my name and his name in the same breath, man. He's a great man in his own right, but if you want to look, attorneys are great for like international business transactions, or if you want to work with eBay in China, that's great. But don't get involved in my life, with my kids, with my family. Just you know what, lawyers, you got so much other effing shit to do. Go take care of it. You don't need to involve yourselves with man or woman. Go find someone else to play with. You got billions of corporations all over the world. Go play with some corporations. Stay out of my own life.
I was reviewing all these new stupid statutes that the Illinois legislature did to take effect in 2013. Here's the position exactly on this. It is now illegal for anybody to operate a recording device anywhere near where an emergency vehicle has their flashing lights turned on. Isn't that so?
Near to me means 1 millimeter. You know, 1 fraction of an inch. That's near. See, this is how you blow apart their statutes. This is how I got out of every freaking traffic ticket my whole life. I live for one word. As what does near mean? Let me give you 17 definitions of the word near, according to Webster's 1828. And then I said, now which one of those did you mean? And if the law is ambiguous, it can't hold up. It's like if there's more than one meaning to it, it can't stand. If it's vague, you see what I'm saying? Vague. Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's just, in other words, it gets more insane every day.
Right. Right, but you look for those magic words. I don't care. I love it. Because when I can show that magic word falls apart, then I'm going to file a claim that they moved a false claim against me. Because that's not what I did. I wasn't near it. Actually, in the world of microbiology, I was a couple of light years away.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Flip it, man. The beauty of their words is you can turn and use it against them. That's what they do. Everything is yes, everything is no in their world.
Yeah, and if they destroyed your rights, then the sovereign immunity is gone. You have the right to record them, even though they said you can't. No.
I don't even discuss sovereign immunity. I don't even go down that crazy thing.
Wrong word. I don't know these words, but
yeah, so then don't use them. I'm a man. I'm a man, and I got rights. That's all the sovereign immunity I need. That's all the sovereign immunity words I need. I'm a man, and I got rights. And then I explained the diminished the capacity of the status of the man by capitalization, and to capitalize means to take advantage over something. When you capitalize, you're taking advantage over somebody else. Yeah. That's when you're capitalizing on a situation. Capitalist. You're taking over on somebody, making a profit.
I noticed something the other day. When I did a longhand I, capital I, it looks like a little tip.
Yeah, well, like I said, the uppercase I, man, looks like a dead corpse, man, like the arms spread out with no head.
Right, exactly.
And then the lowercase I, lowercase I, if you do it fancy, it looks like a guy running. Right. Like a guy moving, a guy running, a guy free to move. All these gurus want you to go back and rescind your names off all these documents. Why? Because if you ever needed a birth certificate to prove that you have the claim to the natural resources of this land, your document, that birth certificate is prima facie evidence that you could claim the land and the resources upon this land, upon all others on this fucking universe, in this nation. You got proof. They want you to get rid of your proof. They want you to return your birth certificates. So you can't make claim to land through the two-dimensional world. I want to use the two-dimensional world at times. Sometimes the two-dimensional world is a benefit. I'm not one of these crazy guys who want to be an Indian and go live in a freaking teepee somewhere. The two-dimensional world is a great benefit to man. We did not. The reason why we were able to advance over other cultures and society around the whole planet is because we have a two-dimensional world that is fucking magnificent. We can charge things through the two-dimensional world. We can create things on time. You say, look, we got the brains, we got the skills, we got the capacity. All we need is money. That we don't have. You know what? Let's use the two-dimensional world for our benefit at this time. Let's get along. We'll create the product, we'll put it to market, and we'll make a shitload of money. See, the Indians didn't have that ability to do that. Eskimos didn't have that ability to do it. People in Africa, whatever, didn't have that concept of how to manipulate markets. They have that. Capitalization is a wonderful thing. Capitalization means to take advantage over somebody else. You capitalize. You take advantage over somebody else. We live in a capitalist nation. So if we're stronger, we're faster, we're smarter, we think quicker, we're better on our feet, we win. The other guy loses. Now, we could all be cool, and we could all be communists, and we could all be like a commune and live like Jesus Christ, and we could all give everything that we own to everybody else, and we're going to just live like a bunch of Indians in a teepee somewhere, hoping that a buffalo won't fly so we can get dinner tonight. Yeah, we can live like that. That's a wonderful, enchanting way to live. People have lived like that millions of freaking years. They do just fine. I don't want to live like that. I like modern plumbing. I like driving in my car. I got to live in a capitalist society. But then there's benefits and then there's disadvantages with every society. I've got stresses that the Aborigines don't have. I got stresses Eskimos don't have. I got stresses that but then, hey, they got to wait for a water buffalo to walk by before they get dinner. I go to McDonald's, swipe my card, and I get a Happy Meal on the road I go. Like I said to people, I said, do you understand how many millions of people it took to get me a Happy Meal? Millions. Somebody to produce the wheat, somebody to grind the wheat, somebody to produce the factory, somebody to do the manufacturing of it, somebody to make the packaging, the labeling, the transporting of it. The Aborigine have to do. Oh, he had to wait for a water buffalo to get a little sick. He walked over to the water buffalo, hit him in the head with a stick, and they had dinner. Took one guy. My society takes millions for me to get a Happy Meal. See, there's advantages and disadvantages to every freaking thing. And there you go. So when you want to play in the two-dimensional world and try to rescind all these things, why? I like my birth certificate. I like my Social Security card. I love the IRS. I like my driver's license. Why? Because nobody can move me through court with it. They can't bind me to it. I don't care how much paper I got. Who cares? Who's going to move me through the court with it? Nobody. There you go. They say, oh, is that your birth certificate? No. Well, no. Why? Because I didn't produce it. Is that your driver's license? Well, technically, no. Why? Because I didn't create it. I'm just holding in possession. If the rightful owner wants to come and claim it, well, hell, I'll give it back. I don't care. But am I going to make a concerted effort to find the guy? No. Why should I? It's to my advantage. Does it let me get a Happy Meal quicker? Yeah. Does it let me get credit quicker? Yeah. Does it let me swipe a card and get food? Oh, absolutely. What do I want to get rid of? All the credit cards I got? Debit cards? Do I want to get rid of everything? So it seemed dear petitioners, I stopped you. I said, what did you just say? And you started kept reading. I said, stop. I said, I don't give a F. I don't care anything that came past after dear petitioner. I'm done. Who the hell you calling me petitioner? I'm no freaking petitioner. You know, I don't petition. I just like I said, you read the Bible. It says you petition the Lord with prayer. You petition the Lord to do something for you because He's your God. And certainly, I'm going to say God did something wrong. you know, you're certainly not going to challenge God on why he did what he did. You're going to say, well, he did it because he's got the right to do it because he's God and I'm under him. Or, that's my daddy, and I got to do what he tells me to do, and I'm under him. Yeah, maybe I got to bitch and moan a little bit about it. Maybe I can say, gee, Willikers, this ain't fair, God. And God's like, hey, you know what? You don't worry what's best for you. I'll take care of that. You're the petitioner. You know what? You're dismissed, or like you said, that they denied you. And did they deny you, or did they dismiss you?
Did they what? You said deny?
Yeah, did they deny you or dismiss you?
No, they denied me. They denied.
Okay. If you, Malik, do you know what the word deny means? Did I tell you or did I tell Dan?
I think you might have told Dan. We discussed what petitioner means.
Right. We didn't even get to deny. Holy cow, that's another letter right down its own. Dan, what's deny? Maybe I didn't tell Dan either. Okay, deny is another. It exactly means not true. So when you say, Mommy denied me cookies, no, see, that's how they perverted it in our language. Deny means not true. So now if you say, Mommy said cookies not true, that doesn't make any sense. Deny means not true. Deny doesn't mean somebody won't give you something. Deny means not true. So what the Secretary of State said to you, it's not true. All that stuff you wrote to us, Malik, it's not true. What do you mean it's not effing true? Did you just say all my shit I wrote to you is not true? You know what, bitch? You know what, honey? Jesse, you need to get your ass in court and tell me that I'm a liar to my face. You need to tell me all that stuff I just said is not true. You get your ass down here, and you're going to prove it. You're going to prove everything I said was not true. They didn't say we're not going to grant it. I didn't know that. I thought they said, I didn't know they used the word deny.
Yeah.
Deny, that's a huge word. They just called you an effing liar.
Well, now it makes sense because all this stuff behind, for the reasons that I got denied, it makes sense. They're saying that it's not true that I reported that I had 2 or 3 beers and my alcohol reading was a .099. So what they're basically saying is it's not true. You had to have more liquor because it's not possible.
They're calling you effing liar. Right. Man, I was so pissed off looking at that word petitioner, man. I told you, shut the hell up, man. I don't even want to go on. Let's just get clear with this petitioner word first, and then we'll worry about the rest of this stuff, because I'm sure there's tons of word in there, but usually when I focus on one thing, man, you ain't going to shake me off until I get done with you. You know, it's like, no, we're going to get this cleared up right now. Who the hell's the petitioner? You believe I'm the defendant, or you the defendant? You're saying I'm petitioning you, so you're saying this is Malik's case? Well, if this is Malik's case, well, Malik's on the wrong side of the court, and we're going to come in this way. But we didn't do all that crazy shit with her. We just wrote her like, 5, 6, 7 questions or something like that?
Yeah, to Jesse?
Yeah, nothing too amazing, man.
It wasn't that.
Yeah,
it was like 7 questions.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. And I'm glad you had a good time, too, man. Because at first you felt like, man, this guy's crazy. But then I sent you the letter P, man, a petition for a dictionary, and you read it for yourself. And what do you think petitioner means? Do you remember what I sent you? Do you remember what petitioner meant?
It means to actually. It's like petitioning somebody that's a higher power, almost like begging. And then they have like examples of the definition, like petitioning the legislature and petitioning this and petitioning that. It's like that.
Right, like petitioning a deity. I said, is Jesse your God? And you were like, what? I said, well, do you answer to Jesse? Do you even know who this Jesse is? Because this Jesse's telling you that here's a hook bitch. You're her baby, man, and you're going to do what mommy tells you to do, or you're going to get an ass whooping. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
it's like, man, it's like when you actually
it's like begging is something that you think is superior to you.
Right. She's thinking that she thinks somehow she's superior to you. Somehow she believes that you answer to her. And I'm like, what? And I was like I said, as soon as somebody calls me a petitioner, man, I go off. And anytime I hear somebody do another kind of, that's what I think I really started on these talk shows all the time too. This was when people started saying things And they'd say, oh, well, go to the court and petition what? Who the hell just said petition? Why did you tell this man to go to court and file a petition? What? Are you out of your mind? You're begging this guy? You're begging somebody in a black robe? Are you out of your effing mind? You're a man. You give him an order. And if he tries to give you an order, you hand him a bill. So you see, I just look at things completely opposite just because I know the words. It's like, no, who's petitioning? I don't know, man. I'm not the petitioner here. And the IRS is going to have to come up and say, I'm not petitioning you. She's the petitioner. I'm not petitioning you. You called us in here. No, I didn't, man. I tell you, hell no. It's like, what the hell are you thinking of, man? You guys got this all backwards. I ain't the effing petitioner. So I said, let's just send a nice little simple thing to, here you go. A petition. It says, in general sense, request, a supplication or a prayer, but chiefly and appropriately, a solemn or formal supplication. Yeah, you have a supper, right? A prayer, that's snake sucking. A prayer addressed by a supreme being for something needed or desired, or a branch or a particular article of prayer. You know, soliciting some favor, grant, or right, or begging for mercy. It's like, you know what? I get a petition. I'm like, I'm a man. I got the right to. If you don't start working with me, you know what? I ain't paying you $50 a fee, and I'm just going to send another letter to your Secretary of State, lady. Look, lady, I got a bond that covers 10, 20, 10, the bare minimum coverage that's required in the state of Illinois for insurance. I don't need your effing license. I don't need your effing registration. I don't need anything effing from you. And here's your notice, man. And when a cop stops me, I'm going to give him your number, and we're going to get this thing worked out in 2 seconds. You're going to send me a letter saying, yeah, I'm free and clear of any obligations. Because you think you're going to burden me with this nonsense and tell me all my stuff's not true? Honey, I'll see you in court. But that's another letter. We're slowly getting to it. It takes a little bit. But first thing, we just didn't work on the word petitioner. See, that's what I do. That's my style. You see 45 like freaking notices, man, I put in. I put like 14 more notices after the judge dismissed what he called my case. Hey, my effing case. Some clerk of the court office created some fictional entity called Karl Lentz plaintiff. I didn't ever use that combination of words to string my name together. I'm not. It's like saying Pepsi Coca-Cola Corporation. What the hell's a Pepsi Coca-Cola Corporation? I didn't add the word to my name. Coca-Cola didn't add the word Pepsi to their name. Or are we suing Pepsi or are we suing Coca-Cola? I don't know. Are we suing Karl Lentz suing or is somebody named plaintiff suing? I don't effing know. Nothing on my paperwork says plaintiff. So it's like, it's funny, man. I'm writing him a letter saying, any paperwork or any orders, styled, lies, Karl Lentz petitioner, a plaintiff, please address that to clerk of the court, because she's the underling. She's not court clerk. She's clerk of the court, Debbie Yates. She's the one who created that legal fiction that you are trying to communicate with. I have no idea, because I never gave her the right to submit any paperwork on my behalf. So all these orders that you're creating, Judge, a guy with the rubber stamp, judge with the rubber stamp, please deliver the you can probably find her 3 doors down on the left from your office. That's probably where she works. So, you know, don't bother wasting 26 cents on a stamp, or whatever stamp, of course. Don't bother wasting the money on a stamp. Just go over and hand out all the orders that you're creating for Karl Lentz plaintiff, because I didn't create that fictional law. She did. I'm not liable.
Hey, I just wanted to ask about the traffic tickets and whatnot. You know, doesn't it always come down to basically they're trying to say that I broke their commercial codes or their codes, and you know, basically it's
a breach of contract. You're in breach of a contract. That's all it is. They're enforcing a policy on you. It's policeman. It's a policy. They're just enforcing their policy, their code. You're just in breach of a contract, that's all. They're just saying that you signed a contract to do a certain thing a certain way, and that you're in breach of that contract, and there's certain stipulations and penalties you have to go through now for being in breach, that's all. It's just like if we were laying bricks for a living, and we had 10 bricks a day. We only did 8, and we got in a contract to do 10, and obviously we're going to be penalized. They're going to say, well, we're going to deduct this much from you, you know, whatever, you know, this is how much you're going to give us. and it was breached a contract. It was just a breach of a contract. You don't have to have the contract. You don't have to be, like I said, you guys, on Thursday, and I'm sure Dan probably drilled it to you guys still too, the word shall means eventually you shall have it, but the government can't order a man to do anything. The creation can't order us, and there is no code that says we must. It says we shall have a driver's license. Shall mean sometime in the future. Sometime in the future, the government will rise, and sometime in the future, the man will be the slave of the government. But right now, at this point, it's not that way. So guess what? You shall have a driver's license. But right now, we can't force it on you. But someday in the future, maybe we will, and then we'll take that word shall out, and then it'll be you must.
Well, I don't want to collect on these tickets.
What?
You and everybody else.
Well, I'm asking them, okay, you saying I broke your code. You bring forward somebody who's claiming that I'm
Why are you speaking to anybody?
An agent.
Why are you speaking to... Who said you broke the code? You didn't break the code. You did not break the code. Nobody's saying you broke the code. The code says that someday in the future you shall have a driver's license. You believe that you broke the code.
That's why they gave me the ticket, right?
No, because they did. I would give you a ticket. I'll give you a ticket for breaching a contract. You're not in breach of a contract. But if you're stupid enough to say, hey, you know what? Hell, man, it's easy to get money from these people. Why? Because these people believe they have to have a driver's license. Why? Because they believe the code says so. I said, oh, go ahead, Mr. Officer, read the code in open court.
Wow.
All person shall have a driver's license. There you go. You stand up, say, leave, Judge. Say, bye-bye, Judge. What? Yeah. You just heard what he said.
Everybody here, that's how you beat a traffic case right there.
Everybody heard the cop say, you shall. Okay, bye-bye, Judge. You know the word shall. You know what it means. I shall get on it. I shall do it soon. I shall leave this building, and I shall pursue obtaining a driver's license. I shall do it. Bye-bye.
So the best
I shall return.
The best I can hope for is just that the ticket be discharged.
Tell them to read their code. Tell them to read their code in open court. And when they say all persons shall have a ticket, say, bye-bye, Judge, I'm going to shall go get it. I shall return. I shall. Judge, I did not break a code. I did not break a law. I shall return. Bye-bye. What more do you have to say? The cop already presented. The cop brought the law into the court. The law has not been broken.
Simple.
How tough is this to understand?
Yeah, that's real.
Oh, it's not tough to understand. What I'm trying to find out, Karl, is how do I get my check?
Stop worrying about the check, because you can't even handle the word shall. You can't even say bye-bye to the judge without getting into an argument with the lady and not being held in contempt of court and going to jail. I don't know how many days you spent in jail because you just couldn't keep your mouth shut or tell them, look, present the law to the court. I tell you, I'm not working on it. This is simple. What do you mean working on it? This is all I tell you guys. I don't care about the facts. I don't care about the evidence. The only thing I want to see in court is the law. Now, if the cop says, this is the law, good, cop, read it. You shall have insurance. Okay, bye-bye, Judge. Is there anything else you want to say? Well, you shall have a driver's license. Okay, bye-bye, Judge. We're done? We're done. I shall go get it. I shall start working on it. I shall start pursuing it. I shall return. The judge knows what they're doing. The judge isn't stupid, because the judge knows, like I know, there is no way in the world the government can ever order a man to do something. Can't be done. Now stop this. You can't even handle that simple little, what did it take me, 1 minute and 17 seconds to say that? You can't handle that? And then you would say, well, I want to know how I start collecting on my check. What are you talking about? You can't even handle this 1 minute, 17 second little titty that I just did without getting butt thrown in jail for contempt of court. The cop brought the law into the court. You said there is no breach of the law. There is no breaking of the law. There's no violation of the law. There's no intrusion on the law. There's nothing there. I didn't do anything. I'm in total full compliance with what just came out of his mouth. It's done. Just tell him to read the court in an open court. That's what I did. Go back to when I answered his very first calls. And I still have, I got to scan it, but I'll put it on the website. What's the very first thing I told you guys that I did in one of those cases? I said, Judge, when are you going to allow me to present the law into open court? Whose law? My law? No, your law. Your law? What law? Law 46.2, driving in reverse on the Commonwealth of Virginia. When are you going to let the law be before the court? I could have been done with this case in 2 minutes, Judge. We've been doing this for 40 minutes now, presenting the facts, presenting the evidence, The judge testified. The cop testified. Everybody giving testimony. This is baloney. Read the law. Can I present the law to the court, sir? I printed it out at 9:05 a.m. before I got here this morning. I still smell the fresh ink. The paper's still nice and warm. I got 4 copies, one for everybody here. Can I present the law to the court? And he was like, well, that's okay. I've got a laptop computer here. I'll pull it right off the Virginia website. So that way, there's no misinterpretation. Oh, like I altered the document. Like, oh, you're just insulting some more, sir. Go ahead. I forged the document, and I'm crazy enough to bring it into court. Yeah, but go ahead. Pull it off the internet. And then when he read the law, he said it's lawful to drive in the Commonwealth of Virginia if you blah, 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 blah. That's what he did. He went, You didn't break the law, did you? No. Case dismissed. I said, no, it's discharge. So I'm not going to explain to you the difference between legal and lawful and explain to you the difference between dismissed and discharge. I said, I better not ever be brought back into this case, into this courthouse ever again for that claim. I said, I ain't got time to sit around here and sue you people for what you just did to me. I got a state to go fry. But don't ever interfere with my right to travel ever again in this Commonwealth. And the cop ran out the hallway. The cop ran out the hallway. He said, oh, my God, what did you just do? What did he read? You read it. It's right in your book. You're a code enforcement officer. You've been doing this for 30 years. You teach all the recruits in the county. You don't read it. Well, what did I said, you wouldn't accept it. I tried to hand you your law when I walked in the courtroom. You just curled your nose up at me like I was trying to hand you a pile of shit. It's your shit. It's your code. It says right there. I did not break any law. Have a nice day. Goodbye. And I said, oh, let me tell you what. If you ever see me in your county ever again doing 90 miles an hour, I said, no, 900 miles an hour. And I'm doing it in reverse. And I'm going through stop signs. And I'm doing it recklessly like I was doing it a month ago. If you ever interfere with my right to do that, I am going to lean you up. I'm going to take your pension. I'm going to garnish your paycheck. I'm going to own this county. So if you ever interfere with my right to travel, he says, how are you going to do that? That's the same way I beat you in court this time. He said, I never lost in court. Well, you lost now. How do you like it? I swear to God, people, it's that simple. Bring their law into the court.
Did you put it in writing, Carl?
Let them read it on for a person upon the record. Let them press their law onto the record, and it'll clearly indicate, clearly show there's no breach. There's no breach of the contract. There's no breaking of any law. There's no violation of any code. I'm done. I'm out of here. Why did you waste my time?
Did you put it in writing before you went into court, Carl?
Absolutely.
Or did you just
absolutely not. It was going to take me 2 seconds. I was going to just hand them the law. Their law. Whose law? What law? My law. No, your law. Law? What law? Your law. Read it. I printed it out. The only thing that moves a case is the law. I don't give a freaking fuck about your facts. I don't care. Yes, he said, did you drive in reverse? Yes. Did you do it recklessly? Yes. Did you go through stop sign in reverse? Yes. Did you fail stop? Yes. When the cop put his lights on, did you stop for him? No. Did you keep proceeding and refuse to stop? Yes. You did all those things wrong. Absolutely. Did I break the law? No. And they're like, you're crazy. Yes, you did. Okay, I'm going to beat you. I'm going to beat you in court. I don't care. I'm going to send your law into the court. I'm going to walk home. I'm telling you, I'm going to be done in less than 2 minutes. I do it all the time.
Right, and that's why people got to realize, Carl, it's law, is legal and law, and that's the difference.
Right.
It's fine.
Even
illegal.
But even in their legalese code, it's always future tense. You can never violate their code because it's never happened yet. I would have to jump in a time machine, do it, come back, prove I did it, like hold up a newspaper in the New York Times of 2020, of October 5th, 2020, hold the newspaper, commit the crime, come back, then show the guy, look, I did it in the future. That was like that, what is a Tom Cruise movie? Where they guessed what you were doing in the future, conjecture, and then they found you guilty, and they put you in prison before you even committed the crime, whatever the thing was called. But that's basically what it is. Right, whatever it is. Right, there you go. Minority Report. There you go.
Yeah, that was it.
There you go. That's basically the thing. You shall do a crime in the future. There you go. Now you're going to jail. Because there's that word shall. Or will. Will is also a future tense.
Yeah.
You will commit this crime, so you're going to jail now. Ha! Because, see, they can't get you. They can't get you because their law always says will. Their law always says shall. Or their code always says will and shall. It never happens. So, they're going to look to the future. See, you did it, you're guilty, you go to jail. Ha-ha. We finally got you people. Ha-ha. We finally got you under control. Because the government has no power over a man. That's why all their orders and courts and all these things say shall and will.
Just Google shall and will. Just Google it. Just say future tense. Is it a future tense voice? So, you will have a driver's license. Okay, I will. Bye, Judge. You will come into my court next. You will come into my court next time with a driver's license. Okie dokie. You will appear next week. You betcha. Just like I said, you be a little smart ass to your mom and say, "I'll go shovel the snow tomorrow, Mom." And then tomorrow comes, 12:01 comes. Mom says, "Okay, it's tomorrow." No, Mom, it's today. Tomorrow is like that 12:01 and 24 more hours, 23 hours and 59 seconds. Tomorrow never comes, Mama.
Right.
I will appear next time in your court with a driver's license. Yeah, I sure will. I sure shall.
And you shall again.
Yeah, I keep showering.
You showering, and then, you know, it's going to keep going on, and they're going to take the car to you, and then that's it.
You're totally in compliance with what he wished, what he ordered. There you go. So stop worrying about, well, how do I cash my check now? How do I make a claim for a check? How did you just try winning a couple of cases? Because that one guy actually had somebody do an NCI background check on me. I think his name was True Freeman. And he says, "Carl's telling you the truth, man. He's got like a rap sheet like 10 feet long, man. Like every damn traffic thing, man, he's always beaten since he's been a little kid." What Dan was saying, man, is the claimants stay before the court. And now when the claimants stay before the court, you tell the judge, make the other side answer to this claim. They got one more chance or forever hold their peace. Because now the claim is in open court. They got one more chance to argue this claim or to contest this claim. They better have a damn good excuse why this claim is not true. If they don't open their mouths and claim that try to deny my claim, I have a damn good excuse why my claim should not be granted, or my claim is not true, then I demand, I require this court to recognize that my claim is a true claim. And that's it. And once the court recognizes it's a true claim, that's when you go over to the sheriffs, or that's when you go over to the marshals, or that's when you go over to a company to buy the judgment. All you need is a judgment from the court. That's all you're looking for is a judgment, whether or not your claim is true. That's all you're looking for. That's their whole job, is just to give you a judgment, whether your claim was true or not. Other than that, their job is over. Their job isn't to go out there and execute it for you or drag the guy off or force the other guy to give them money. All they do is they say, this is the judgment. And that's it. They have no ability to execute the order. The person who won the judgment, he's got to go get somebody to execute it from. Like the prosecutor, he's going to have to tell the sheriff's department to go get you, not the judge. Tell the prosecutor to go do it. He's the one who got the judgment. The judge didn't get the judgment. The prosecutor got the judgment. Let the prosecutor go tell the guy to go do it. The same thing I would have to do. The judge would just say to the other side, the order of the court is that you to pay Carl $20 in 30 days. Next case. My job isn't to tell the judge, well, now make him pull it out of his pocket. No, all the judge did was give him the judgment. Gave me the judgment. Now I got to figure out still how to figure it out, how to pull it out of the guy's pocket. Not that judge's job.
Yeah, that's giving us the go ahead actually get compensation for the judgment.
That's what I really don't understand. Is how the judge could say. That's why I don't understand how the judge could say, take that guy away. What do you mean the judge tell me take that guy away? The prosecutor should be the one to say, I won, now take that guy away.
Right. Be the one that's moving that.
Because if I won against the state of Alabama $1 million, you think the judge would say to the prosecutor, okay, or the defendant or the state of Alabama, okay, now pull out a check out of your wallet and write this man a check for $1 million. No, the judge would just give me a judgment. He'd say, okay, you proved your case is true. The judgment of the court is that we witnessed that your case was true. It had merits. And the other side refused to, challenge your claim. There you go. The judgment is for you. Have a nice day. I said, well, wait a second. Make the state pull out their checkbook and sign me something. We have no power authority to order anybody to pull out a checkbook and start signing things. You want to execute this judgment? You go find somebody to execute it. We're not going to do it for you. That's why I always laugh when I see these guys getting dragged off because the judge said take him into custody. Since when? Who won the judgment? Did you win the judgment, Judge? No.
The state did. Tell us, make the state say, drag them off into custody. Who's got the judgment? You got the judgment, judge? Or does the prosecutor have the judgment? Or does the defendant have the judgment? Who's got the judgment? For some reason, the judge is saying, hey, take the guy away. Wait a second. Did you create the order and the judgment, judge, for your benefit? Is that your judgment? Is that your order? And you got the judgment? Who's got the judgment? Make him tell me, take me away. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Something stinks.
And that's how they're doing with the cycle valve, because one is saying the judge gave the order, and then they're saying the court gave the order. Now,
yeah.
Okay,
and then who proposed the order?
The state. The state did. The DA did.
Then whose order is it now? Is it the judge's order? Well, if it's the judge's order, well, if it's your order, judge, and now you took the proposed order, you converted it into an order, and then you rendered judgment, and then you're the one who's going to execute the judgment? Wow. How did that fucking happen? If I got a judgment against the state of Alabama for $1 million, and I said, now, make Alabama give me $1 million. They'll be like, no. All I do is give you the judgment. You figure out how you're going to get it from Alabama. That's not my job. That's your job.
Right.
You figure out. If you say, no, we're not going to give him $1 million. Judge, then take them away. The judge said, I'm not taking them away. That's not my job. You figure out how they're going to get the money. All I can do is order him to give it to you, but I can't execute the order. You're going to have to get the marshals or the deputies or somebody to go do it for you, because I can't do it. All I can do is order it. I can't make them do it. I can't execute. I can only order. That's why I always think it's funny. Why doesn't anybody ever challenge anybody when they're going to jail? It's like, wait a second, judge. Who are you to tell anybody to touch my body? All you can do is say the judgment is for the prosecutor. Next case. And then another prosecutor won. Yay, I won. I got the judgment. Now tell him to go get the sheriff's department. Now tell him to go get the U.S. Marshals to drag me someplace, to drag up my property. Why's the guy in a black robe doing it? And that's what I did too in all those videos. You'll just see I write MIB, Men in Black, Men in Black, Men in Black. I just call them Men in Black.
So how do you feel about the stand your ground?
Oh, I couldn't care less about that kind of nonsense, about the stand your ground thing. Whatever you think is necessary and proper for your survival, nobody can judge you. So I played on the video too. I did necessary and proper for probably about an hour. So that's basically the stand your ground thing. It's necessary and proper rule. You could call it stand your ground, but it's the necessary and proper doctrine. And that's what I said, that's why half the Constitutional Convention walked out in 1789. Patrick Henry, give me liberty, give me death. I said, I didn't sign that piece of crap. I said to them on a video I did, I said, read Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18. Anything that the government or any officer of the government or any agent of the government feels that is necessary and proper to carry out the execution of this Constitution, they may do. And then Patrick Henry said, this creates a dictatorship. This is just what the king says. The king says that we do whatever he thinks is necessary and proper for the survival of the land. That he could execute anything that he feels is necessary and proper for our survival. You people are just pretending to be little kings. And half the delegation got up out of the Constitutional Convention and walked out. See, now that they never show you on a movie. There should be twice as many people who signed that damn thing, but they got up and left. How come they never show you that in the movies? Because the government doesn't say, well, like Nancy Pelosi will say, well, we do it because the Commerce Clause allows us, or the Interstate Commerce Clause allows us, or the whatever clause allows us. No, they're relying upon the necessary and proper clause. But then they're going to tell you that they're relying upon the necessary and proper clause. They'll say, well, the treaty clause. No, it's not the treaty clause. It's not the Interstate Commerce Clause. It's none of those silly clauses. It's a necessary and proper clause. But they're never going to say the necessary and proper clause because you guys are going to Google it. And you guys are going to learn in history like I did that half the delegation left the Constitutional Convention way back then. As soon as they said, you pull that damn Clause 18 out or we're out of here. So obviously that's the last clause because they realized, well, you know, I put a Clause 18 in there that says basically anything we wish to do at any time we wish to do it, for any reason we wish to do it, we're just going to do it. They didn't need to write anything more for themselves. They already had it right there. So like I said, people don't realize that. I wish they made a movie about that, and they said, hey, everybody left. Why? Because the government's going to turn themselves into a dictatorship. At will, anytime it wishes to. Anytime it believes that it's got enough guns and enough personnel and enough might and enough control over its citizenship, it's going to fucking citizenry. It's going to, because they feel it's necessary and proper. And that's when they walked out of the convention. They said, you know what? Eventually the government's going to get so big, based upon this clause, that you people will be slaves. You people will be just a whole bunch of little kings running around. It's going to turn right back to merry old England. And they said, we don't want no part of this. We're not signing that piece of filth. And they left. Why do you think they left? Go study it. But like I said, stuff is hard to find. Maybe if you Google Patrick Henry walks out of the Constitutional Convention, maybe that might start steering you in the right direction. I don't know. I never Googled that. Maybe. Or maybe why did Patrick Henry refuse to sign? Maybe that'll help teach you guys what I'm trying to say. Instead of just saying, well, call some crazy guy who just says all this silly shit. I said, oh wow, man. When we actually did go back and Google it, right? Wow, he did refuse to sign. Yeah. Why? Because it creates a dictatorship. It's insane. That clause is insane. But that's the George Zimmerman excuse. He thought it was necessary and proper for his survival to do what he did. Necessary and proper for his survival. Just like the tale of the Minuet. I say about the sea captain who had a boat, had a ship. It was at one time a British commercial vessel, but then it went into private hands, his hands, and then he had 3 people working, and they had to eat the cabin boy when that ship crashed and they were in a rowboat. When he went back to England, everybody in England wanted to string up the captain because that's a gruesome. Back then, that was like beyond gruesome. What do you mean you ate the cabin boy? It's like, well, I apologized to his mom, and his mom was like leading the hang the captain fucking parade. But they said, no, he had to do what he thought was necessary and proper for the survival of. It was under his domestic authority. It was his rule. He got to choose what he wanted to do on his ship. And once you boarded his vessel, you were totally under his authority 100%. There's not a damn thing you can complain about it when you get back to somebody else's domestic authority. You can't say, hey, my husband just beat the crap out of me. Well, hey, what domestic authority were you under? His. Well, hey, there's nothing we can do about it. Well, hey, my husband just ate all my children. Oh, well. What do you want me to tell you? You on his boat. Oh, well, what do you want me to tell you? Nothing we can do about it. He said that's what was necessary and proper for everybody's survival. What do you want us to do about it? We weren't there. Dead men tell no tales. O.J. walked, and Zimmer walked. Dead men tell no tales. Pretty simple. You always see that in every fucking gangster movie. Hey, kill everybody. Kill everybody? Yeah, even the little children, even everybody. Just dead men tell no jails. They make movies about stuff like that, chasing little kids in an Amish community. Hey, that little boy witnessed it. Eyewitness, whatever it was, with Harrison Ford. Hey, get the little boy. Why? Because he's a witness. Dead men tell no tales. They have no third-party impartial witness. They have no case. Everybody knows that. It's an ancient, simple rule. So when a state's moving a case against you, obviously you become the petitioner because you're the witness to yourself. Everybody's worried about these MSOs and stuff like that. And I say to them, why do you care if the car dealer gives it to the state? Because nobody from the state is ever going to be able to come into any court and ever make a claim that that car has something to do with them.
Okay.
See, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I've seen it. Believe me, I've seen that argument a million times. And it's like, I just saw these folks in Indiana the other day, and it was like 3 sentences I gave the man to ask the prosecutor, like, are you making a claim to my property?
Right.
And it was just that simple. Are you making a claim I owe a debt? And then the judge, and then I said, are you making? Do you believe I owe a debt to you?
Mm-hmm.
Because the plaintiff's got to appear in court. So if the state is the plaintiff still has to appear. It's an ancient rule. You can just Google it. You just Google plaintiff must appear. And you'll see like 1 million hits from all over the world. And as soon as you look at any one of those that say plaintiff must appear, it'll say the rules of court. And then underneath it, it'll just make a nice little simple statement. It'll say plaintiff must appear. And then underneath it'll be the rules for the defendant. It'll say the rules for the defendant. The defendant may appear or he may be represented in court. But the plaintiff must always appear. The plaintiff can't be only appeared by counsel or by attorney. The plaintiff must appear. He must physically be in that building. So if you're being accused of doing something wrong by the plaintiff, you have the right to cross-examine the plaintiff. Every defendant has the right to face his accuser and cross-examine his accuser. How are you going to cross-examine his attorney?
So that would be the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles?
I'd like to see Mr. or Mrs. Is it male or female? You're the Department of Motor Vehicles. I don't know. I've never met a Mr. or Mrs. Department DMV.
Yeah.
So, like I said, you know, that's what I said. It's funny that the folks from Indiana, if you listen to last week's show, they'll say, "Oh boy, the judge said he hasn't seen something like this come across his court." He says for about 20 years, and then he like named the guy. He's like, "Oh, do you remember that old crazy guy Bob? Man, yeah, he did something like this like 20 years ago." He's, "I ain't seen something like this in like 20 years." And then he was reading what I gave the guy could barely read and write English. The man's name is Brian. And he said he got a second, third grade education. He said they would just make fun of him whenever he went to court. Because he's a little Irish guy, freckles, red hair, the whole bit. He's about 5'3", about 90 pounds. So he used to make fun of him. Even the prosecutor said the last time he was in court 2 times ago, he said the prosecutor was standing behind him, making all kinds of funny gestures behind the guy. And the judge and the prosecutor were laughing. And every time he turned around to see what the prosecutor and judge were doing, the prosecutor was doing behind his back, was doing the judge. The judge said, "Don't you worry what the prosecutor is doing behind you. You just pay attention to me." So they're really mocking this poor little guy. And this time, man, they didn't mock him at all. And because he was going to cross-examine the prosecutor. Because he was basically saying, "Where's the plaintiff? You must be the plaintiff. If you're the plaintiff, I'm going to have to require you to answer these questions. Are you claiming I owe you a debt? Who is claiming I owe the debt?" And it was sort of some child support stuff. And so the way I set it up for the man is he only has to pay $30 a month until whatever, 13,000, whatever, 8,000, whatever he owes his house. He hasn't paid in 5 years. Whatever came out to 5 years worth of debt. And then I did another one with a lady up there in Indiana. She had bills for her child in the hospital, and they were hateful of her and her child every time they went to court. But not last time. They said the judge was really nice to her, and the attorney was really nice to her for the hospital, and set it up so she's only paying $5 a month. That's it. But they wanted to garnish a paycheck. They wanted to issue a warning debt, take all the stuff out of her home. And they were really ugly to her like 2 times ago, but this time she said they were really nice. She said the judge said, "Okay, fine, $5, that's it." And the lawyers for the hospital said, "Okay, fine, that's it." Because the hospital didn't have to appear. Mr. General Hospital has to appear, or Mrs. General Hospital has to appear. The attorney can't appear for the hospital. Not that the plaintiff must appear. So that's what I say to you guys. Why are you all worried about this MSO stuff? Well, the DMV is going to say this, and the state of Indiana is going to say that. Good. I hope they got through a set of vocal cords since the last time I met them. Because as far as I know,
right. We take them in just to a local county court here.
Yeah, they were just. I'm trying to remember the name of the county. I think it was Knox County.
Right.
Knox County was south of Evansville. I'm trying to remember the one north of
Stark County. STARKE.
Yeah, that's all it was. They were just in they were in circuit court because it was considered a felony and it was over $10,000 they were being sued for.
Yeah.
So in Indiana, you guys got like a district court and a circuit court. So these people going.
Knox County is just south of them.
Yeah, Knox County, south down by Evansville, by Vincennes.
Yeah.
And then these folks in Fort Wayne. I was in their county. Man, I was in their county 2 weeks. I was talking to the lieutenant. I still don't remember the damn name of that county off the top of my head. But
all right, if I don't register the vehicle and don't put plates on it,
no, you show the Secretary of State
responsibility, financial responsibility layout. They show you, insurance companies actually have on their webpage, they'll show you how to do proof of financial responsibility. I could have sworn I put it on my webpage.
Once we get a on it, yes.
Yeah, my webpage is boardmine.org, right? You know that, www.boardmine.org.
Yeah, the insurance part is not on there. And on your documents, you've only got 15 documents on there. You don't have the full 40 documents on your case.
I thought I did. Okay, maybe I don't. But like I said, just Google financial response, proof of financial responsibility. And actually, like Geico will show you how to do it. Allstate will show you how to do it. And all you have to do is there's like 3 or 4 ways to state exception, proof of responsibility. All you have to do is either buy a state bond, or you have to, like a state savings bond. Like a United States.
I was going to buy full coverage on the vehicle.
Well, what I'm saying, if the insurance company says no, we want it insured, and because we want it registered, and we have to see proof of title, we want all that stuff. I'm just saying, if an insurance company won't let you do it.
Yeah, he just asked for the VIN number, and that's all. He would have done it.
Right. So if that's all they want, but sometimes they say, look, we want the VIN number, but we'll give you 30 days to register it and title it. You see what I'm saying? I've seen that. So like I said, if you just Google quote-unquote is the proof of financial responsibility, you'll actually see the insurance company. Like I'm in Maryland right now. They don't need insurance on these cars. They don't need it. But what they want to see is proof of financial responsibility. So you could either get a state bond, you could either put a money up in escrow, or I'm trying to remember the third one that you could do. They just flat out tell like the state to hold a cash deposit. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, the actual insurance companies show you how to do it. So it's not my crazy belief. It's the actual way the insurance companies tell you how to do it, how to show proof of financial responsibility. And all you do is send it to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State actually, the governor, that's the Secretary's governor, the Secretary of State. And the governor's supposed to represent the people. So all you're doing is letting all the people know that you're covered. And if they get into an accident with you, you're fine. So that's all you're trying to get set up through the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
And the Secretary of State, if you read Malik and I have been right back and forth to the Secretary of State, and Illinois is doing just exactly what you're trying to do here. And the Secretary of State said, I just got your letter today. So today means like 12 o'clock noon. He said, I'm running back to you now. I'm telling you, the Secretary of State will, as soon as he gets you a letter, and like Malik sends him certified, as soon as he gets you a letter, he will respond that day. He will answer you that day. And if you look at the Malik's letters, I don't think I've put any on my webpage yet, but the Secretary of State says, very truly yours. So what that means is, like I say to people, it means that he's saying truly he is yours. He's your servant. That he's your public servant. So he recognizes that you recognize that he works for you. Because when I think the Secretary of State, I think we've been calling him Andrew or Andy. It's like, dear Andy, greetings. So because Malik wanted to say, your Honorable Secretary of State, or Secretary of State of Illinois. No, you don't address the title, you address the man. And like if he was your butler, he wouldn't say, your Honorable Butler. You would just say, hey, Bob, or hey, Joe, my butler. Hey, Joe, come here, Joe, I need you to do something for me. Right. So you have to talk to him on a first-name basis. And they'll, that's all you have to do. I mean, I don't really, like I said, worry about all this MSO stuff. I mean, what if they make something called a TRW? And then you're going to chase a TRW form down. It's like, I don't care what you people are doing with your magic papers and your magic bonds. I'm not part of your world. I'm in a three-dimensional world. I physically am holding this car. Somebody's going to have to physically come to the court and claim that that car that I'm physically holding, they should lawfully be physically holding, not me. Let them come and do that. Until then, you have no case.
Yeah.
That's pretty simple. Simple logic, man.
The vehicle door, could I put in there private property, not for hire, and I'm a man?
You mean for like a tag? You mean your license plate, like a tag?
I put it on the front, the driver's side door, and also the rear door,
and possibly put a tag on there, a number that I make up.
Well, I really want to put it, like I said, how I always seen it in New York, when I was a kid, it would just say private. It would either just say private or it'd say not for hire. It was just that simple. I mean, I'm almost sure you could probably go on the internet right now and go buy a set of tags for $5 each, just say either private or not for hire.
Right.
You don't even got to make anything up. They already sell them. You know, and just say private or not for hire. I mean, believe me, if you had a Mercedes or a Rolls Royce or something like that, or a Cadillac something, you think anybody would stop anybody on an Escalade that said private on it? You think a cop would actually be crazy enough to stop a black, limousine that said private on it, not for hire, and ask them why does he have a private, not for hire thing on it?
Now, if a cop does stop me, and I ask him if he's giving me orders, and I'm going to bill him for his orders?
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. It's like, like I said, that's a fun way. Then me and Malik are going to try to work it, because Malik doesn't have a commercial driver's license, and it looks like I said, when you folks get DUIs out there, they're making you guys do crazy and crazier stuff. So what was funny with Malik, he did every single class, he paid every single fine, he did every single evaluation, drug test, piss test, he did everything they told him to do. And Secretary of State said, well, we don't believe you were sincere or honest enough in your drinking assessment. We really believe you have a bigger drink problem than you really admitting that you have.
Yeah,
so at this time, we're not going to give you back your license.
It's disgusting.
It's ridiculous. And like I said, well, it's because you live in the city of Chicago, and they got mass transit, and they want you guys to stop using your cars. They want you to go green, use the subway, use the buses, use mass transit. That's what they want you guys to do.
That's why I moved to Indiana.
Yeah, well, I mean, I like Indiana, man. I've been all over it, man. It's really nice. It's a lot nicer than I thought it was. I thought it was just plain. First I thought it was full of hills, like kind of like mountainy, and then just full.
South where there was no glacier, there's a lot of hills and valleys there.
Yeah, a little bit, but it's a lot flatter than I thought it was. I didn't think it started getting flat till I got to Iowa, Springfield. I didn't think it got flat till way out there, but it gets pretty flat in Indiana, right? But yeah, like I said, the judges are loving this stuff, man. That they're handing in there, and they're laughing. They're in Indiana anyway. So 2 judges got this stuff so far, and they just said, boy, they had a good time, and the judges enjoyed it. So, like I said, when people start realizing how simple this is, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Hey, Karl, when you get a chance.
The prosecutors don't like it, but the judges
don't.
What's that?
They're left out. That's why they don't want to legalize drugs. Because
right. They're just sitting there, and then they got nothing to do. Oh, it's so funny. Like the little guy said, the judge said to the little guy, "You want to proceed?" And the little guy said, "Nah, let the prosecutor have another month like he wants." And nah. And I said, "No." I said, "What you're supposed to say? You never say no in court." The judge ever said that he would do that conditional acceptance stuff, that Gordon Hall conditional, not that big 37-word bullshit thing that he does. But you know what I'm saying? He's supposed to say, well, yeah, you know what? I would like to proceed. I'd like to proceed right to a dismissal. And if you don't want to dismiss it, then I'd like to move to getting me some sort of a scheduling fee for me reappearing here and have to come and take some time off from work and reappear. So, yeah, that I'd like to proceed to. So can we proceed to a dismissal without prejudice? Because I'd be glad to come back here when he has a bona fide legitimate case against me. But if you don't, I'm going to require a scheduling fee for the judge, because you're getting paid to be here, and he's getting paid to be here, and she's getting paid to be here. I'd like to get paid to be here. We should all be fair, square. It should all be fair and just. We all should be getting a little bit of something for being here today. I got to get that lady on there. Her daughter had her and her daughter had some serious hospital bills, and the lawyer for the hospital treated them like crap the last time they were in court, and the judge was threatening to take garnish their paycheck and get a warrant dead on them and all that other stuff, and they were real hostile. And we made something really simple for the lady, and the lady went in there and said the best I could do was $5 a month, and then nice, and And the attorney for the hospital was really nice, and she was really happy. You know, that's like, wow, they were a lot nicer to me this time. It all depends on what you write. They didn't say anything in court, man. It's all what you put in writing. You know, you present your case, you got to write to them. Like you were saying, it's like a two-dimensional world. They know what's going on, man.
Right.
They know it's a two-dimensional world they're trying to move against you. They know there's no man going against you. It's a bill. It's a piece of paper going against you. So you just answer to the bill. You don't answer to the man. There's no man's going to be there in court. It's just going to be the bill. It's going to be a piece of paper. Nobody's going to verify that bill. Nobody's going to be able to stand behind that piece of paper and say it's true. So you answer to the bill. You don't answer to the man. Oh, one guy we had, man, it was pretty funny, man. He has a animal welfare control. He has chickens in the city limits, Fort Wayne. I don't know if that man's on tonight or not. But it was so funny, man. The game warden or whatever, they kept putting house notes on his door, you know, bringing cops on his property, all this stuff. And I said to him, I said, well, the game warden man is writing some really nice letters to you. I said, nothing hateful yet, nothing threatening, no extortion. I said, they're really nice letters. So if you started to write stuff all like in legalese, I said, no, man, calm down, back it down. I said, talk like a moron, man. I said, and I said, here, let me do it for you. So, like, every time you use the word like concern, I said, I wrote the word worry. And when he said, he's like, worry about, like concerns about, I wrote worry about. And I took off the letter A off about, and I said, worry about. And then I said, oh, here, let me write the words with the letter S in it. Let me make the S's backwards so it looks like a Z. I said, let's just make it seem you just got to dumb it down. And the game warden guy wouldn't give the guy in Fort Wayne, Indiana, wouldn't give him the man's name. He just kept saying, I'm agent number 10. So I just said, I wrote in the letter, I said, agent 10, is 10 your first name? That's a strange name. I said, can you please give me a name? See, because I want the guy to please give him his name. You see, because I can't write a bill unless I got the guy's name. So it's got to be the given name. He's got to give me his name. So we're going to write him a bill. So it's so funny. It's like, I'm not sure what you want me to do, but I'll be glad to take your order. But we talked like such morons. The guy was laughing his ass off. I was staying at a motel up there. Him and his buddy came by. He says, hey, can you go proofread this for me? And I proofread it, and I just like rolled it up and said, this is garbage, man. I said, you said, you're trying to trap a fox. It's a human being, man. They can see if you're setting them up. That you want them to create orders. So you don't want them to realize that you're setting them up. So you play stupid. It's like, well, man, I used to take orders at Taco Bell. I took orders at McDonald's, but they fired me because I was taking a bath in a sink. And on Taco Bell, they didn't mind, but McDonald's, they didn't go for that. So, but I'm good at taking orders, sir. So if you'd like to order me to get these chickens out of here, I'd be more glad to take these chickens out of here. I'll take them out yonder or whatever. I got a nice home for them. Just order me to take them out of here, and I'll be more than glad to take your order. So I said, play as stupid as you can be. I said, just be stupid. And I said, and then when he gives you an order, I said, carry the order out. Take the chickens out to the county and give him a nice bill. Say, give him like $1,000 bill for each chicken. Say the veterinarian bill for the next 3 years, and the babysitting bill, and the chicken coop bill, and everything else. You see what I'm saying? Just give him a bill. They're carrying out the order. See how simple that is?
Yeah, that's all we're talking about, Carl.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah. They want you to take a cycle vow, I hit them with the bill. That's going to cost you 10, 20 grand. That's
right. Say it's $1,000 a chicken. Say, well, we got housing feeds out there in the county that's more than the city, but here in the city I was willing to house them and feed them. But it's going to cost me money to actually pay people. So you ordered me to do it. So since you ordered me, you see, he can't bill office at 10. He wants to, bill office of Bob Friendly or Bob Jones, Bob Smith. So he's going to have to get the man's name. So you could say one man ordered another man to do something with another man's property. Like, that was my property. I never said those chickens were on my property. That's my property. You know, once he goes and hands the bill, he says, "Oh, I'm not going to pay you for this. Why are you not going to pay me for this? You ordered me to go do it. I did what you ordered me to do. You're a man. I'm a man. You ordered me to do it? Yeah. Well, what do you think? I'm just going to do anything any man orders me to do. When I worked at Taco Bell, they paid me. You won't pay me here. I take your order here. You won't pay me. It's going to be fun." So he was laughing his ass off. He says, "Okay, Carl, I see you going with this. All right. You know, but you don't talk all legalese to them, man, because then they're going to shut up. Or they're going to get their supervisor, or going to get their legal department and say, oh, what should I do with this? You know, this man is telling me, blah, blah, blah. He's using all fancy stuff on me. They'll bring it right to the legal department, and they'll say, do this, this, and this instead. But whatever you do, don't order him to do a damn thing. Because this guy's going to flip a bill on you. Because it's like I said, why do you think they're starting to say to all their officers, call yourselves Agent 10, call yourselves Agent 9. Don't even give your first name. Don't even say Bob anymore. Don't even say Jones or Smith or John Doe. Don't say nothing no more. Just say Agent 10.
Dude, how you going
to hold an agent liable?
Right. Right.
The man flat out told you he's just an agent. He's just agent. I'm just Agent 10, man. This isn't I'm not liable for any of this, man. I'm just Agent 10. Well, that guy had to do when the judge said, would you like to proceed? He said, nah, I'll wait till the prosecutor's ready. The only thing he had to do was say, yes, of course I want to proceed. You got my notice in front of you now. Let's proceed immediately. I've proceeded immediately to a dismissal. I've proceeded immediately to put the prosecutor on a witness stand. You know what I'm saying? And then I want to cross-examine him. That's all he had to do. The judge read all the paperwork. You see what I'm saying? The judge read the paperwork. He knew what I was asking to do. I was asking to put the prosecutor on the witness stand. So then that man had the opportunity to put the prosecutor on the witness stand, and the prosecutor had to answer. And the guy just dropped the ball. Because the assistant prosecutor asked the other prosecutor, the older prosecutor, he said, do you have to answer these 3 questions, like on the witness stand? He said, well, we'll find out soon. You see what I'm saying? The man just dropped the ball. He didn't know. It's like, oh, I could put the prosecutor on a witness stand. I said, absolutely. You claim the court, man. Your court, man. Do it. He said, oh, I didn't know I could do it. I said, you just claimed the court. Do it. Drop the fucking hammer, man. The judge just asked you, do you want to proceed? Do you want me to swear in the prosecutor? He's like, nah, that's okay. He wants to wait another month to answer this. I guess I'll give him another month. I said, dude, you had the court. It was like a cognizance, man. This is your court now. Move it. Move the damn thing. I gave you the basketball. There's the line. Cross the fucking line and take your shot. Nah, I think I'll stay on my side of the line. Nah, I think I'm kind of scared, you know. I want my court, but I don't want my court because when I finally do get caught, hell, I might, you know, double dribble or, you know, and I might just fuck it up. No, dude, do it. You know, if you're just afraid.
Just do it without making sure that
I show everybody how to get their court. When they get their court, they don't know what to do. They just stand there and they freeze. It's like, look, I gave you the ringside seat. Now you're actually in the court. Now you're there. Now you're in. Let's do this. And they don't know what to do. They just freeze. Just ask the man. He's a man. You're a man. Ask the damn guy. Do I owe you any damn thing? No. Who the hell told you to come in here and take my money from me? Well, where is he? I want to cross-examine that plaintiff. Who is that guy? Well, I work for the state. Where is that state? Don't I have the right to cross-examine that state? Where's that state? They're simple questions, man. The judge was laughing his ass off because the judge was like, man, I've been waiting for this like my whole fucking life. Finally, somebody knows how to fucking play this stupid game. Finally, this guy's a player. Finally. The judges love it, man. The prosecutors hate it. You guys just know how to curl up in the bowl and take an ass whooping like a good defendant. Defendants can't fight back. You're in contempt of court. You try to fight back as a defendant. You're in contempt. Hey, that's not your role. That's not your role. Your role is to lay there and take it. You're a defendant. You just do counter blows, man. You just bounce it. You just block.
take jabs at this guy. You're not prosecuting. He's prosecuting. You want to prosecute? Well, then you better make a claim that you're going to prosecute. You want to switch the roles, man. You better fucking do it in writing. Don't think you're going to open up your mouth in court and start fighting back. Oh, no, no, no. You're trying to prosecute him. Oh, no, 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 no. That's in contempt of court. You can't do that. You just got to know, man, what part of the play you're on, man. What part of the game.
Now
are you the defense? Right. Are you defense? You can't pass the ball on defense, man. You're on defense. The only thing you can do is try to block it. You can't pass. What do you think you're doing? What game do you think you're playing? You're the defendant. So you got to stand up in court and say, oh, blah, blah, this guy this, oh, this guy this, oh, who does he think that? Well, what do you mean, who does he think he is? Well, you know what you need to do? Well, why don't you become a prosecutor and ask him? Do it. Nobody's stopping you. Go ahead and do it. But you better do it in writing. You better tell him what you're going to do. You better don't think you're just going to stand up in the middle of the play and say, oh, well, I don't want to play this no more. I want to play this. No, I don't want to be the prosecutor now. Hey, whoa. You want to play custody? You claim your own court. Pretty simple.
Right. I didn't do it all the way right, but that's how it happened with me. So, you know, I got to that point. But but just to show you, I wasn't in contempt of court. So I did it somewhat, but now Karl showed me how to do it, and you know, he's letting me know how to go about it. That's what people are getting at. And I understand what he's saying on the call. You know, saying about how you know, you actually hold your own court. You know, but like Karl said, it's a simple question. You got to turn into the prosecutor. You're not the defendant no more. You turn into the prosecutor. Now you're prosecuting your case against him. You know, you're just turning the table, and that's just how it is. But like I said, we go in there as a defendant. We can't do nothing.
Okay, so let's, if we could just jump into the situation with the guy with the chickens. Let's say you put the prosecutor in the box. Okay, the prosecutor's disqualified, and then it's decision time. Is this dismissed? Is this discharged? Or there's this honorable.
What do you mean? What do you mean the prosecutor's disqualified? What are you talking about?
Well. Let's say, okay, you just cross-examined the prosecutor of the complaint, and he's been disqualified. The prosecutor that says, oh, the chickens in the backyard. The prosecutor.
Who's prosecuting?
Okay, the guy with the complaint, the prosecutor, the one that's prosecuting the complaint that your claim is discharged. You are the prosecutor, right?
No, he's just an agent.
He's an agent.
He's just an agent. He's just an agent of the principal. Well, how is he? What? Disqualified? No, he's an agent. He's doing his job. He's saying the principal says you did something. You ran afoul of the law. Come on, it's a joke. Come on, you ran afoul of the law. You did it. Okay, you're supposed to laugh. Okay. He just said, look, I'm just an agent.
Oh, I just got it. Okay. Right.
You ran afoul of the law.
Guinea fowl in the backyard. I get it. Yeah.
You ran afoul of the law. Okay. Okay. So how is he disqualified? Why should he be disqualified? He's an agent acting on behalf of the principal, and you love it. Say, oh, good. You're an agent acting on behalf of the principal. That's lovely. Now, can you bring the principal? Please produce the principal. So I can compensate the principal if I've done him any wrong. You say I'm indebted. You say I'm indebted to the principal. Okay, I'm indebted. They got a principal over here, and I'm indebted to him. Okay. So how do I compensate the principal? How do I pay? What does he claim I owe? What does he claim is due? Sold money, man. What does he claim? What does he claim the damages? What did I do?
Well, I think
what harm is incurred?
Obviously, the principal's not going to show up. Obviously, you're not going to get to cross-examine whoever he's representing at your court.
You never know, man. Miracle on third court.
Okay, so you never know. So let's say the thing gets dismissed and you leave things open for the next 30 days for someone to come in and make a claim, make a counterclaim.
Dismissed? Why? Why would you want it dismissed?
Well, you've mentioned that as an option, an honor. Like, if somebody's really got a complaint, let's leave it open for 30 days. You've mentioned that in the past.
Why would you want it dismissed, man? And why do you want it discharged?
So how do you move for a discharge, or how do you ask? Do you move? Do you?
Well, if you want, okay, what would be the benefit of asking for a dismissal? Do you have any idea? Because you said you listen to my stuff, and sometimes I mention dismissal. What's the benefit of a dismissal?
Then you have a chance for a suit.
No, just let this man answer. Let this man answer. He said he knows my stuff. He says sometimes I say dismissal. What's the benefit? Why? Tell people why you want to go for dismissal.
It's an option reserved to keep the claimant honorable. If I've really done somebody wrong, let's give them some time to come and make a counterclaim so that I can compensate them.
And what else is the benefit to that? That's just part of it, man. Let's finish it up, man. Finish it up. You're doing fine. Finish up the what the rest of I say. You're doing fine. Just finish it up.
I just don't remember.
Okay. It's because if you dismiss it, then fine. I'll be more than glad to come back to hear any claim or complaint against what I've done and if any wrong or any harm. And when I do come back, if they move a claim and it's a false claim, or they just wasted my time, I'm going to need an appearance fee. Here's my scheduling fee for me to reappear. So this time I'll give you a freebie, but the next time I have to appear, and this case has no merit, which it has none today, it stands it has no merit. There's no stand here. You have nothing to go on. You got nothing. You got nothing. You see what I'm saying?
In court. Yeah. See, this is talking in court. This is what I want more of you. I want more stuff like this out of your mouth. This is that talking in court stuff.
It's not talking. Yeah. It's not talking. All I'm saying, when you want to dismiss, I say, I'll be more than glad. If you want to move for a dismissal, you say, okay, I wish to have this case dismissed.
I wish. Good. Thank you. Good. I wish to have this.
All right, I have to wish this case without prejudice, so that way if any man wants to come forward at any time in the future for the next 10,000 years and move a claim against me from doing wrong, I'll be more than glad to compensate that man for anything I've ever done wrong to him. That's fine. I'm here to compensate all. But if any man makes a false claim, I'm going to seek compensation from him for making me waste my time to answering a false claim.
So the agent goes and tells the principal, and the principal says, yay, wonderful. And canvasses the neighborhood and finds some old man that says that those guinea fowl in the backyard are hurting his nose and making his eyes water and disturbing his household.
Good. Yeah. Hand me the bill. Hand me the bill. Hand me the bill. I'll compensate him. Hand me the bill.
Yeah.
Hand me the bill. I'm sure you got a doctor's bill for your runny eyes and a scratchy nose. I'm sure you're not bullshitting. I'm sure you're not just lying. I'm sure you have verifiable proof that your complaint is a merit. I'm sure you have all kinds of recording. I'm sure you have all kinds of proof and evidence that have caused you harm and financial loss. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you wouldn't just make a complaint that's not backed up by some sort of truth or proof. There you go.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, that's all. That's all you do, everybody. Where's the harm? Where's the loss? Where's the damage? Well, notice is just like screaming out to the world. You're just giving the world notice. When it's just like he's sticking it on the bulletin board for the whole world to take notice. It's not just for the folks in the courtroom, it's for the whole world to take notice. So, and require means by right and authority. It's by right and authority. The state has authority. A cop has authority. The state has authority. The president has authority, but they have no rights. So all they can do is request of you. They can't require of you because they have no. Now, if you're a citizen of theirs, then they can require of you because then you're underneath them. Then they have rights over you, over their citizens, over their property.
So,
but if you're a man, they can't require anything of the man, but they can require of you, but they can't require of the man.
That's right.
They require you because there's two of yous.
Right.
There's illegally, there's the man out here. There's two of you. Because you is plural. You is plural. It's not a singular word. It's you is plural. Go Google it. You don't have to believe me. Go to Wikipedia. If I discovered gold, what more do I have to say other than I claim I discovered gold?
Well, I was just asking the question about the theories or the behind the original common law that we the people had, not the government.
That is the common law. It is the common law. The common law is, as I said, that baby's mine.
Right.
Okay,
And
that gold is mine. No, that gold is mine. That baby's mine. Okay, what all evidence and facts do you think I got to put in to prove that to anybody? I don't. I did. That's mine. There you go. There you go. There's the facts. There's the evidence. There's all the proof. I said that's mine. I'm done. What do you mean? I mean, I need logistics and charts, and I need scales and proof and weights and
it doesn't work until you have to file your claim.
Yeah, I just make a claim.
Yeah. How much information do you need to put in the claim?
Yeah, that's it. I make a claim. I file a claim.
You don't put everything in. You just put the bare basics. You don't have to put everything in there.
As I claim, that's mine. That's mine. And there you go. Now somebody's going to have to come forward and say it's not mine. And now I got a counter. Now I got a counterclaim. Other than that, that's it. And then I'll bring one piece of proof in. And then he'll bring in one piece of proof. And then I'll bring in another piece of proof. Then he'll bring another piece of proof. And then I'll eventually win or he'll eventually win. Who said you got to make a claim for the common law?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. As soon as
I'm going to make a claim for common law.
Why would you do that? Why didn't you just say, I claim, and then go on with your sentence, and they already know you're on common law?
You're lying. Exactly.
Only I can claim.
That's right. Okay, so
I claim. When you say I claim, I'm in common law. When you say Bob files a complaint, you know, you're in legalese. Yeah, I did habeas corpus, man. It was so simple, it's scary. And it's been around since caveman. It just means bring the body. You can't hold. The only people that can really evoke habeas corpus right now are those guys in Guantanamo Bay. Because those are the folks that are saying, hey, you know, we have the right to know what we're being charged with, and we don't have to, we're being held here indefinitely. You think somebody's going to let me know what I did someday so I get the hell out of here? It's the same thing that I dealt with for 7 years with taking my kid. I was like, hey, do you think somebody's going to hand me a piece of paper to tell me why you got my kid? And every time I went to court 28 times for hearings and 2 trials, and I never had a piece of paper handed to either me or my wife or any of our attorneys why the child was being held. That's habeas corpus in a nutshell. You have the right to know what you're being accused of. And almost everybody in this country knows what they're being accused of. They have something in writing that's handed to them. But the thing that everybody's missing with habeas corpus is the person that is accusing you, they have to bring the body forward. I'm accusing you, so why is the marshal bringing you forward? The prosecutor's not accusing you, so why is he bringing you forward? Who said that I did wrong? United States of America, let them bring me forward. I have the right to cross-examine my accuser. Marshall isn't accusing me of anything. He's just like, I don't know, sir, I'm just doing my job, just carrying out orders. All I know is I got this piece of paper and it's told to bring it in. That's all I'm doing. I'm carrying out my orders. That's all the prosecutor is going to say to you. He's going to say, sir, I don't know what the hell you really did or didn't do. All I know is I'm carrying out an order, and all I know is I'm supposed to be here today and say that you did this wrong. It's like, well, did you see me do it? Well, no. Well, then why are you saying it? Well, this piece of paper says you did it. I was like, oh, so the paper got vocal court, and now it talks to you? What is this, a magical piece of paper? This is ridiculous.
And it's the same thing. I just watched a movie last night, some movie called Traffic, and they killed the drugs. They killed the guy who ratted out the drug kingpin. So the United States government had to drop the case against the kingpin because the rat was killed. So the United States government couldn't keep pursuing their case because they had no third-party eyewitness to the case in the United States. So what? They could accuse you, but somebody's got to have to testify against you. If they ain't got nobody to testify against you, it's kind of like the IRS. They wait for you to testify against yourself. We went down to the feds, and the federal attorney lady had to tell them straight up the truth right in front of me. So it was a lot of fun for me to hear somebody on the other side have to tell somebody I've been trying to help every damn thing I've been saying to him is true. But it's not like, wow, Carl, she actually said that they're waiting for me to confess. Yeah, that's conviction is. You have to confess. When the jury comes back with an attainment, when they render the verdict against you, it's an attainment. They strip you of everything. Like they take the paint off you. It's an attainment. I said, so no, you got to confess. So that's what the lady said. So yeah, confess. If you're ready to confess, we'll go across the street right now to the prosecutor's office, and we'll work out a plea deal. See, because he can't be given a plea deal until he confesses. And at this point, he hasn't confessed. You're on, right, Greg?
Yeah, I'm on.
Tell the people what that lady read you about the plea thing, if you can remember a little bit of it.
It's just real simple. She just said it was a paper case, and that they were just waiting on me. That's exactly what she said.
Remember, she opened up this piece of paper and she opened up this book and she started reading it word for word, that they can't offer you a plea yet until you confess. So what I'm trying to say is when you folks are in court and when you folks are arrested and they're offering you plea deals, you already confessed, you already convicted. So when you hear somebody say to you, oh, well, we'll cut you a deal. It's like, is this a plea deal? Yeah, this is a plea. We're making a deal with you now. When they say that they're making a plea deal with you, a plea bargain with you right now, you have already confessed. Somewhere along the line, you might not realize you confessed. You might not realize that what you said or did not say led to your self-confession, but she read it straight out of like the federal book. She read it straight to this man, Greg, and I don't know if he was really paying attention to what she was saying. But do you kind of remember what you're trying to say?
Being inexperienced, you heard loud and clear things that I didn't hear, of course. But I heard what words came out of her mouth, but you understood more better than I what she was really trying to say. But bottom line is, that is what she said.
Yeah, so they couldn't offer him a plea deal. They were like, he kept asking, well, what's it going to take to get this ankle bracelet off me? What's it going to take? What's it going to take? It's like, look, they can't even offer you a plea deal yet until you enter a plea. You haven't entered a plea yet. So until you enter a plea, there's nothing we can do.
She entered a plea of not guilty, though, without...
But you didn't. But you have to. She can't do it. You have to do it.
Right.
She can't do it. You have to do it. They're waiting for you. That's what she kept saying. We're all waiting on you, Greg. If you just plea, you'll get that ankle bracelet off you a lot quicker. You just go to jail. You'll get it off you real quick. You'll go straight to jail. You want that off your ankle? We got a way to do it.
Well, remember when they came after me about 1.5 years ago for willful failure to file? They posed a plea agreement before they even spoke to me, ever.
Yeah, but that's to the defendant, not to the man. They can offer the defendant because they have jurisdiction over defendant. They don't have jurisdiction over a man. So yes, they can enter a plea on behalf of the defendant. They can't enter a plea on behalf of the man. There's two different characters going there. There's two different things. The nature of you is a man. One of your characteristics is that of a defendant, but you're also a son. You're also a grandson. You're also a dad. You're also a drunk. You're also the smartest man on the planet. But you are always a man. Can they enter a plea in behalf of? Can your mom enter a plea on your behalf because you're a son? Yes. But are you liable for it? No, not until you say that you're liable because now you're a man. You don't have to carry out what your mom orders anymore.
But don't we have the right to be the characteristic of the defendant, which I'm going to avoid using words that you don't want me to use, such as legal person. But we have the right to be the man or to be that in our character as well. Doesn't say we have to. Nothing says we have to.
Let me make it even simpler. In their case, you're the defendant. Big deal. It's like, say, in their story of Charlotte's Web, or their story of the Lord of the Rings, or their story of Harry Potter, you're the magic wizard. So what? That's their story. Who cares? Well, they say everybody in the Harry Potter movie, everybody in America is an evil tyrant. Okay, evil tyrant, and they're all selfish. Okay, great. Now, am I going to go around and sue that lady for saying that every American, everybody who lives on the American continent is an evil person? No, I'm not going to waste my time. Whatever she wants to put on in her story, in her case, I don't care. Has nothing to do with me. So she could call me anything she wants. I don't care.
We can say the same thing. Yeah,
right.
You've got a defendant there. What has that got to do with me?
It has absolutely nothing to do with me as a man. That's their case. So all you're doing is saying, look, you either stop interfering with my life, with your silly case going on, because now it's causing me harm or financial loss. I'm going to file a case against you. First you said, I got the letter. The next thing you said is, then if they're gonna ignore this. And then I don't put anything in writing, and that's not the way I work. So what I said to you is that what you should supposed to have said to that attorney immediately is saying, good. I need you to put it in writing that you don't put anything in writing, and I need you to sign it and send it to me that you don't do anything in writing. Do you remember?
Right.
That's the only thing I wanted to see. That's the only letter I wanted to see come back from her, is that I don't do anything in writing. That's not the way I work. I don't put anything in writing. Now tell her to put that in writing and sign it and send it to you. Because it's your word against her word that she doesn't put things in writing. You see what I'm saying? That's why I try to say to people, make things short and sweet. Make a simple letter. Say, are you going to send it? Well, I was basically saying when I sent that letter, when we wrote that letter, saying whoever's who's keeping this property on my property, I'm going to require you to remove your property now. I no longer want it. I don't want to maintain it. I don't want to be the steward of it. I just want it gone, and I want it gone now. If you don't get it off my property, I'm going to hold whoever has the ability to remove this from my property liable for damages.
You want me to read this 12-point letter that really got her vote?
What you okay, read whatever the one that, is this the one I sent to you?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and read the one that really pissed her off.
All right. Thank you for your phone call regarding the situation between the United States of America and I. Phone calls are at times a useful form of communication. You do understand, as I do, that phone calls are not proper decorum courtroom setting.
Yeah, talk closer to the microphone, man.
I communicate.
There you go. That sounds good. Now start from the beginning, man, because the first 3 sentences sound terrible.
Okay. It says, thank you for your phone call regarding the situation between the United States of America and I.
Phone calls are at times a useful form of communication. You do understand, as I do, that phone calls are not proper decorum within a courtroom setting. I communicated with you in the written form to secure and protect my rights. I now require of you to preserve and create a record by pressing our phone call conversation upon paper. I now...
Yeah, sorry about that, man. That was Little Bill. Go ahead, Greg. That was Little Bill.
I now require of you to make delivery of said paper to my person, post haste. I now require of you to answer these following questions. Question: is it true I made a presentment of a letter to you? Question: is it true that you said they are not going to pay attention to it? 3. Question: is it true that you said they are not going to pay any attention to it? I don't understand this.
Okay, I'll do question number 3, because you're not emphasizing what I emphasized in the written word. That's why it's easier for people to read what I write than hear the inflection if you're doing it wrong. So it says 3. Question: is it true that you said they are not going to pay any attention to it? Is it in reference to A, my letter, or B, my wish to have they to remove their property from my person? See, the whole thing is that Greg's forgetting to tell you folks is that question number 2 was very important. Question number 2, is it true that you said they are not going to pay any attention to it? Now, I don't know if you people know what the word they means. They can never, ever be used as an adjective. They is a pronoun defining a person or a thing, a noun. So what is this they? The lawyer said to him, they are not going to remove it. Okay, let me see. The plaintiff is the United States of America, okay? And the defendant is Greg, okay? So who is this magical they? Is this they, the plaintiff, the United States of America? Are you telling me they? Who is this they who's accusing me of doing wrong? Is it the United States of America? I have the right, under habeas corpus, to have the right to cross-examine my accuser. So is this they the United States of America? I need to know. Can you please just define for me this they that is making a claim that I and my person are doing something wrong to they? Who is this they? Is it a the they? Or is it a this they? Because it's the United States? Or is it this United States? Or is it this guy over here? Or that guy over there? Who is this? Who is this they? I already explained to you folks months ago what the word you means and what the word I means. Now there's a nice new fun word. What is this they? His attorney said they will not remove it. They who? They, the U.S. Marshal Service? They, the magistrate, the guys in a black robe? They, the court reporter? They, the federal prosecutor? They who? Who is this magical they? The IRS? Who is they who will not do what I order them to do or require them to do or wish them to do? Who is this they? Can you please tell me who this they is? That's the big thing. So like I said, if you just read the letter word for word, it kind of doesn't make any sense. Unless everybody understands what the word they means and the way I'll emphasize the word it.
And it's in quotations and it's in bold. So
yeah, and it's not italicized. Right. What is this they and what is this it? They said they're not going to remove it. What is this it? Is this it the ankle bracelet? Or they're not going to pay attention to it in reference to my letter that I just sent to them? Are they going to dishonor my presentment of a letter? Are you going to say they're going to ignore it and not respond within 72 hours? Are they going to ignore it, my present? Or are they going to ignore it, my wish to have this ankle bracelet removed from my property? What is the it that you're referring to, lawyer lady? Be precise, because I'm going to break your balls.
and I'm going to make you say exactly what you mean, and you are going to put it in writing. And if you don't like to play by the rules, which is normal rules all over the planet, that when we communicate, I want to do it in writing, and when you tell me something, I need it to be precise because you're telling me I'm going to go to jail, or I'm going to go to prison. You better believe we are going to do this by the letter of the law. We are going to do this by the book, by the numbers 1, 2, 3. You will put it in writing. You will sign it. You will explain to me if you're supposed to be the federal attorney lady, who's supposed to help me. I need you to define who this they is who's coming after me. Who's this they? Am I coming after them? Am I the accuser? Am I the prosecutor? Or are they? Can you just tell me what is the nature of the parties in this case? Their case, because it's not my case, it's their case. You're going to have to define for me where I stand in this case. Is it they who? So you could be like, well, stop being such an asshole, and you know who they are. You know who they are. No, I don't know who this fucking they are. You tell me who's this they. Because I'm telling Greg, he's the they. He's the one who wishes everything in when you deal with the IRS. He's the they who wanted the ankle bracelet. He's the they who's going to prosecute himself. He's the they who's going to open his mouth and give up his Fourth and Fifth Amendment rights. He's the they. The only way they can get you is you have to confess. Just like you could watch all those old movies, man, Spanish Inquisition. Oh, the priests can't kill you because they're good, godly priests. But what they do is they torture you so much, so then you finally say, oh, I confess, please kill me, because I know I've done wrong. And the priest says, okay, we'll let you out of this earthly bond and torture, that you put yourself through. He's like, well, no, dude, you put me through this. Oh, no, we didn't put you through it. You put yourself through this. You wanted us to do this to you. Remember? You wanted us to do this to you. I don't remember. And then the torture keeps going on. They're just fucking with you. They're playing word games with you. You got to know who the it, the they, the you, the I is. It's ridiculous what they're doing to you. Well, it's ridiculous what they're doing to I. As a man, or I as a woman, the other person I'm speaking to on the other end of his phone, not the you. So that's why you always laugh when you folks see me for years writing back and forth to some people. I always write the word use with the SE on it because I want to let you people know you is plural. So I say, you know what? Let's write use to these folks. Y-O-U-S-E. You people say, there's no such word. It's like, okay, but do you know you is plural? No, I don't. I said, okay, when I write SE, does it look plural? Well, it looks plural now. And there you go. Because they're effing with you. It looks singular, but it's plural. So I'm going to write it so it's plural. I'm not messing with you people. I'm not part of their team. I'm not going in Y-O-U. I'm writing Y-O-U-S-E because you know what? It's plural. I don't hear anybody calling up on this thing say, Carl, I just Wikipedia'd the word you. It's not plural. No, you don't hear anybody. And I've been telling people this since like November, December. And then some guy did a great call on Angela's show. He spent like an hour just explaining the word you even better than I did because I could do it in about 10 seconds. That guy spent a whole hour. God bless him. Because I don't feel like spending an hour explaining what this day is. I always feel like spending an hour explaining what the word I means. This is simple. So thank God other people are picking up the ball and running with it. And it's like, hey, you know what? I listened to a call on Angela's show last week, and he brought up the word you, and he said, hey, you bad guys better learn what this word means. What are going to eat you for lunch every time you walk in the court and said, hey, is this you, Bob? Hey, is this you, Sam? Hey, is this you, Joe? Yeah, he's got joined up. He's got now, he controls the defendant because Joe is listed as the defendant. So now the judge has jurisdiction. And that's all I'm trying to say to you folks. So when I say this, like, look, I, a man. There you go. I'm done. What? I, a man. I claim. Boom, I'm done. I claim what? Whatever the hell I want. Whatever the hell I wish. Whatever the hell I require. It's simple. And they know it. And it's deadly. And that's what Larry got on earlier, and he said, he's the one who told me, he says, man, the feds are looking for all this big fancy paperwork. And I'm not giving it to them. When I read saw my stuff, they said, "What's this? This is what they're afraid of? It's 4 sentences. This is ridiculous." It's like Fred Flintstone. It's like third grade. And third grader can understand. It's like, yes, but you understand what that word really means. So I sat in the U.S. Marshal's office for an hour or two and explained it to them 4 sentences, and they're like, "Holy crap, this is like genius." I said, "Yes, it's your words. It's so simple and scary, isn't it?" They're like, "Wow, now we see why they're so scared." I said, "Yes, thank you. It sounds retarded. It's so simple. It's so scary." I said, "I'm not bombarding the court with 10,000 documents. It's 1 page, man. I put it like in 20-some font to make it fill up the page because it looks so ridiculous how tiny it is." You know, so I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, it's kind of different." It's like, yeah, that's all I claim. I make a claim. I claim I found gold. I found it over here. Anybody else wants to make the claim that my claim is a false claim, let me know and I'll share the claim. Or I'll give it up and I'll give it to you. Maybe you are the rightful possessor of this gold. Maybe I am in the wrong. Maybe we could share. Whatever. Simple claims. I believe you did me wrong. And that's why I say to people, you finish it on the administrative side. You see, like that's what I'm doing with this man in Indiana, with the IRS. And it's driving them effing nuts. And this man's afraid in Indiana that they're not going to let us finish the administrative process, that they're going to just run his ass straight into the courthouse. And say, "Look, before this guy can finish up anything else on the administrative side, man, we're going to have to slam this guy down because he's asking us questions. And we have to answer his questions. We're the one who's the plaintiff. We have to say, tell him what is the nature of his wrong." Okay, that's the nation. Now, define what the wrong is. Can you please explain it in detail what I did wrong? And right now, I guarantee you, they cannot say wrong. Because this is what I said to this man. He keeps saying to me all the time, crime. I said, "What word is crime?" It's some sort of legalese gobbledygook word. There's no such thing. It's like you either did wrong or you didn't do wrong. Wrong is the worst thing you could say to somebody in a court. You say to the judge, "Judge, I believe you're committing a crime." He'll be like, "Eh." You say to the judge, "Hey, you know what? You're doing wrong." That judge is going to explode. That's the worst thing you can say because there's no excuse for doing something wrong. Because you know what the right thing is to do. And to do a wrong means you know what is right. And you're disregarding the fact that you know the difference between right and wrong. And you choose to do wrong. So all I keep saying to them is like, and I say, you know, who's claiming I committed a crime? No. Who say I do wrong? There you go. It sounds like retarded. Who say I do wrong? It's like, well, that doesn't even sound like no, well, it's present tense. Who's making a claim right now, today, this moment, at this time? Not in the past, right now. You say I do wrong? Yes or no? So see, that's what I'm trying to say, man. I make things really simple for the people. And then if they say, yes, we claim that you do wrong, okay, which of the you? I, the man, am doing wrong, or I, the taxpayer, or I, the person who filed that 1040 form? Who are you claiming did the wrong? The tax filer or the man? And there you go. I'm trying to show him we're going to separate the two. We're going to separate him as the tax filer or him as the man. Which one does the IRS, the United States of America, want to go after? Because he is a man, he's like the bondsman. He is holding the bond for the defendant. Or like you are like the child. You're holding the liability of your child. Your child throws the rock through the windows, obviously they're going to come to you. Just like back in, you watch the I Love Lucy shows, Lucy Ricardo did something wrong, they always went after Ricky, because Ricky was the one liable. And Ricky would go freaking nuts. He's like, not again. I got to bail you out again. Lucy, when are you going to stop your nonsense? This is costing me big bucks. Wasting my time? Can you just cut your crap? And that's the same thing when you say the word you. You got to say, if you don't want to be joined, separate yourselves, man, because you've got a common law country where you can say, woof, you know, you want anything from me, the man, you let me know. But as the defendant, you know what? I'm sorry what my defendant did to you. I'm sorry what my I Love Lucy lady did to you. But you know what? Honestly, I'm not liable. You want her, you go after her. But I, as the man, you better leave me alone. Or make a claim that I, the man, actually did a wrong to another man. Well, then I'll compensate. I'll be more than glad to settle the matter. I'll be more than glad to write out a paycheck, write out a check right now to anybody who's claiming I did wrong. Please state your claim. And the government can't make a claim, especially against a man. That's ridiculous. That's why my stuff is so simple, because I can only deal with like credit cards, mortgage companies, governments. I can't deal with another man on man. None of my nonsense works when it's a man on another man. You do another man wrong, figure out a way to pay him back. Some husband and wife called me up and they said, my son's in jail. I said, did you do somebody wrong? He's like, what? Did he hurt somebody? Yeah. I said, well, then I hope he sits in jail and rots. I said, because if you folks as parents don't know the law of this land, I'm not going to explain it to you. All he basically had to do was beg for forgiveness and say that you're sorry. But if his parents didn't even know that, he certainly doesn't know, and he belongs in jail. Because he'll come out thinking that he could just run around, hurt people, say, oh, I'm sorry, raped you, oh, I'm sorry, no, forget that, man. People like that need to sit in jail and get the hell away from the rest of society. But all I do has to do with any kind of anything other than a self-governing entity, like I'm a self-governing entity, or like a corporation other than flesh and, like a man. Man, I'm a corporation. I'm embodied, because my mom and dad joined together in intercourse and commerce, and commerce and intercourse is basically the same word. And I'm the product of my mother and father. Am I a corporation? Yes, I'm whole and complete. So, like I said, if you want to play cute with the words, sure, we can go all day and play cute with the words, but that's why I make my stuff short and sweet. Did I do wrong? Yes or no? Well, no, I didn't do wrong, but you did wrong. Oh, so you're trying to join me with that fictional entity. Is that what you're trying to do? The tax file, is that what you're trying to get joined over me, Judge? Because I, a man, did I do wrong? Yes or no? The judge will say, well, absolutely not. You're damn right I didn't. I'm telling you, when you guys wake up and you see this stuff, you'll say, no, I see why Carl's laughing all the time, while the judges laugh at us all the time, too. They say, you've got to go get an attorney, Sonny, before you go get yourself hurt. And you guys got beautiful paperwork, you know all this shit inside and out, and the judge just gets you on a simple word like you. And you're like, that bastard, that psychopath, he's evil. No, he's not. He's like you're dealing with your mom or your dad when you were a little kid, when you're 3, 4 years old. He's already got jurisdiction and control over you. Either he wants to hear your bullshit or he doesn't want to hear your bullshit today. It's like, you know what, well, how come he let that lady go and that's when he did it? Well, he's like your mom and dad. Mom had kids that she liked and she knew that you were going to be a pain in the ass, so she came down harder on you than she came down on the other kids. How do you get jurisdiction over me? He just asked you, is this you? Are you Bob? Are you Susie? He said, yeah. I said, well, there you go. I got jurisdiction over you. Now I'm going to either want to hear your nonsense or not hear your nonsense. What did I explain to you what income tax was? Do you remember?
I'm thinking that you said it was an ancient act of pledging.
You know, it's whatever you wish, whatever you believe it is.
Well, right.
Remember what that attorney lady said?
Yeah, she says, they can't say what is income and what is not income. Only I can say.
That's right. So there you go, sir. So guess number 28. You see, this is when I talk. I talk so simple, so quick, so straightforward. This is exactly the way the federal people will talk to you as well. Just like Harry Reid said. Harry Reid said the income taxes are voluntary. And then one guy said, but if you don't pay your income taxes, you're going to jail. That's right. Harry Reid said, yes, that's true. You will go to jail if you don't pay your income taxes. But then the guy said to Harry Reid 100 times, I thought you said the IRS income taxes are voluntary. He said, yes. And then he said, but didn't you just say if you don't pay your income taxes, you go to jail? He said, yes, you're right. So now, if you people understand how simple Harry Reid is talking, like simple like I'm talking, it all makes perfectly logical sense. But that poor bastard on that YouTube video who was doing a mass email to everybody, Harry Reid's out, the IRS income tax is voluntary. And then the poor guy kept saying to Harry, but Harry, I thought you just told me that if I don't pay my income taxes, I go to jail. Yes, you do. But income taxes are voluntary. Yes, they are. But if I don't pay them, I go to jail. Yes, you do. Harry is dead on, and Harry's not lying to you. You just don't understand the words that are coming out of his mouth. You think you know what the words are because you went to public school. So I had this man from Indiana here, Greg, he sat right there. And the lady picked up a huge spreadsheet and said, look at all these numbers that were going in and out of this account a couple of years ago. I thought this was all, you explained all this income. And thank God, man, he said, my boots, my boot kicking him when my boot helped a lot. Telling him basically, don't say a damn thing, buddy, because this is all on confessions. They can't tell you what any of those numbers on any of that spreadsheet paperwork means. They don't have an effing clue. There's 6 different other forms of funds that can be placed into an account. They don't all exclusively have to be income. And once you all explain the other 6 forms, but not right now.
It's up to you. It's up to you if you want to say that what you have in your account was derived from being an agent, officer, or employee of the government.
And she didn't say, she didn't even waste that many words. You wasted many words. All she said to you is, we have no clue what your income is. We have no idea. You have to tell us what your income is. Now, you use this nice big fancy thing that you just said. I can't even remember what the hell you just said. What did you just say again? An agent of what?
Well, first of all, you have to, we don't know, and we're not supposed to know, the definition of income.
Because there is no. You believe you define it for them. They can't define it for you.
That's right.
So what funny
if you let them define it,
you let Rod Class define it for you under like U.S. Code 26 or U.S. Code 16 or U.S. Code 18. If you want to let these big books define your words for you, well, God bless you. As far as I'm concerned, those books are written in German or Chinese. Or
not to mention, if you use them, it must apply to you.
If you want to use them, then you bind yourself to them voluntarily. It's all voluntary. You don't have to bind yourself to their beliefs. It's all voluntary. Like I say to you folks, thank God, it's easy for me, it's so much easier for me to understand this stuff than it is for you guys, because my dad did not read or write English. He was German. So everything to him, unless you spoke it or read it to him in German, he had no effing clue what you're talking about. So it was easy for me to say, what do you mean, Dad? You don't understand that? No, I can't read that. What? It's just a simple, like, driver's license. It's just a simple contract. It's a simple, I don't know what it says. So it was so easy for me, every time a government agent would throw something at me, say, I don't know what that says. Because I saw my dad doing it my whole life. So it was easy for him to say, then I put 2 and 2 together. It's like, hey, you know what? He's really pissing these people off. What do you mean you don't understand? I don't. It's in the language I don't understand. They can't bind them to it. It's that simple. Everything that gets thrown across the desk, forget that you got a straight A. Forget that everybody called you a dummy in school if you didn't understand it. Call me a dummy. I don't give a damn. No, the real word is an idiot. I am an idiot. That means I'm just not willing to contract with you because I don't understand the terms and conditions of the contract. Not one iota, not I'm an idiot. Iota, idiot. Not one little micron do I understand. Is there any law that says I must learn what you wrote? No, that's ridiculous. Do I have to learn your language? No. Is there a law that says I must understand your beliefs? No. Come on, people, stop being silly. You're just wasting my time, but you know what? Hey, you know, like I said, man, it's just a lot of fun, man, because like I said, I'm helping a lot of folks, like deprogram. You know, and people, I mean, I could tell, man, people are like donating to me, man. So, I mean, people are telling me keep up the good work and stuff like that. I mean, hell, this man, I'm talking to Greg, man. He got me out there in Indiana. You know, so that worked out fine for me too, and hopefully it's helping him, man. I know his fucking lawyer's probably not thrilled, but his lawyer said, man, this guy's done a 180-degree shift from the first time she met him. So, see what I'm saying?
The first time she met me, it was all anger. It was all, you know, your basic, been done wrong, and I hate this, and they're all evil crooks and criminals. They're all fraud. They're all violating our rights. They're all doing this, and they're all doing that. Now I understand everything. I don't have to think that way, and I don't have to waste all that energy feeling that way. Because all that'll do is drain you.
Yeah, it's just wasting your time, man, away from your wife, your kids, your job, your family, your business. What a waste. Reading all that crap, trying to learn all that shit. It's unbelievable.
Why do we have to play ball, or why do we have to play cards with them when we know that the damn deck is stacked? And we all know the deck is stacked. I mean, you know, they have all the cards picked out. You know, they're the dealer. They kind of set you up or set us up to believe everything is going to be fair and just and honest when it's not. So.
Well, that's because for the first 100 years of this country, it was reversed. They knew they had no chance in court. They knew that they would get a guy like me who would say, "Wait a second, you're our creation. I don't answer to my creation. I'm the creator." It's just like what I say to people when you say about God. Now, you could pray to God all you want. But if God doesn't do what you want him to do, what are you going to do, sue him?
Right.
They're flipping it around. They're flipping around. It's just the same thing like I say to people. If you know history, like you know the Chinese emperors always had to have their feet bound in these little tiny cloths so they couldn't really walk out of the palace. And they had these really huge fingernails because all the people who raised them up since they were little kids said, well, gods have little tiny feet and gods have really long fingernails. So what they were doing is they were basically crippling the king. So the king couldn't sign anything. The king couldn't, and they told him you couldn't leave the palace because this is like heaven and, you know, you can't leave the palace. So they basically were, they were running the show. They had no power. And all those clowns, if you actually read them, they were all eunuchs. So basically they had nothing worth living for, I guess, in their minds. They said, what the hell, let's screw with the king then. You know, since we can't screw women, let's screw with the king. So technically they're in power. So that's basically what's going on here. We have civil servants who are believing they have the power.
Right.
And they're basically saying, look, they know they don't have the power. They know that the people have the power. And the same thing with the legal society. They know that they can't testify in open court under oath of affirmation. They know they can't even notice the court. They know they can't even present any evidence or facts before the court. They know they have no standing in court. They know it. So how are they going to flip it around and start getting a little bit of power? They were going to bring you in. Not only the man, but they were going to bring you, Bob, the legal fiction in.
Right.
That's how I'm going to get you. Because you didn't know how to just do like a jet clampet or like a simple you just didn't know how to talk simple. It's like, well, I don't know about this old birth certificate, but I do know I'm a man, and I know I didn't cause no man no harm, so I don't understand why I'm here then. And it's like, well, because the statutory code 13, is that saying that I caused some man a harm? No. Then I still don't know why I'm here.
Right.
Oh, let me explain. They'll say, let me explain it again to you. When you were walking across the street, you did an X31, X3724. That's direct violation of the California Code. Well, I'm very sorry that I hurt Mr. Code. But if he's here, and I'll shake his hand and I'll ask him if he's okay. If I violated him, I don't remember taking anything out of my pants and violating anybody.
Right.
You know, it's like I don't remember. You know, but if
how do you respond if someone says, well, Carl, the court does not recognize the living man, does not recognize man, and you know the court only recognized corporations or the corporations that they have created through man. So I can't hear you, or the judge might pretend I can't hear you when you come in and say, "Look, I'm a man. I'm a man." So is the enforcement the part where when like you gotta be patient because I'm really going back in the archives and digging because I really find it fascinating. Like a caller, I don't know whether it was an older call or a newer call because I'm like listening to the beginning and then going back to the recent one, but I know that he can't hear you, but it's the enforcement that you go after that man who may, that capacity of that man, he may be a judge, he may be a public official, that may be one of the activities that he performs, but I, as one man, will go after that other man who is parading around as this public official. Is that the action to go after him? To go after that man or that woman who has violated me as a man?
No, because the judge is not the one who's going after you. It's the person standing right. It's the prosecutor. The judge isn't doing anything. The guy in the black robe, he's just a referee. It's like you're playing basketball and you're bitching that the guy just scored 2 points on you. You're bitching at the referee. What are you bitching about? I'm not the one. Defend yourself against that guy standing to the right.
But but are we? Because I know that in the real world they're supposed to be objective and they're supposed to be a referee.
They are. You just got to make them aware that you don't grant them any authority over you. So you just got to. You have to do it in writing. You never say it in court because if you say it in court, obviously you're speaking the same language he understands. You got to put it in writing and say, where do you believe you derive the authority over I, a man? And the judge will say, the guy in the black robe will say, I have no authority over you as a man. That's right. So where does the prosecutor derive his authority over I, the man? And the prosecutor say, I have no jurisdiction or authority over you as a man either. I said, okay, then is there anything else I could help you with today? Because I just stand here as a man. Is there anything else I could help you with today before I go home? And that's it.
I'm here. Well, you're here today. We want to know who Joe Blow was, who John Joe was that ran that red light on such and such a Miller Street, and he's been charged with violating this code.
What you could just say to them if you wanted to say something funny. You say, do you believe I, a man, is a requirement of I, a man, to go from point A to point B to have a license for a man? You believe a man is required to have a license to go from point A to point B?
Well, they're not going to even. They're going to try to walk right out of that one. They're not. They're going to
say, well, they're going to say yes or no. Do you believe it's required of I, a man, to go from point A to point B, that I have to be licensed, permitted, and insured to go from point A to point B? See, but I did this all in writing way before I went in.
Oh, yeah. Because, they will try to squirm and weasel out of any issues that I, the man, presents because they don't want to hear from I, the man. They want to hear from that person that they have created through I, the man,
Even when you are in court as a man, if you're answering to the person that's done wrong, you're basically acting like the daddy for your son who did wrong driving a car. You're acting in the capacity of the person, which you have liability for. All I'm trying to say is you do like I said, this man in Indiana with these folks and with the IRS or these people with the EPA in Indiana, I'm doing everything pre-hearings, pre-trials, pre-everything. Everything is in writing. Everything. We're going to get this down to when we walk into the courtroom, there's only going to be one question only. Boom. And that's it. Question. I got nothing else to say but answer that. One question. Everything else we already settled. Where do you get the authority? away from that two-dimensional world, man. You live in a 3D world, man. Like I say to all these animals, these dogs, these cats, whatever, I said, go outside and enjoy the world, man. God gave you don't need to be in the house. Get outside and go enjoy the world. Go see what God gave you. You know, and that's what I'm trying to tell the guys. I said, get the hell your nose out of these books and out of this paper, man. Get your hell away from these silly codes. Go out there and enjoy your wife and kids and go see what God gave you. You don't need to be wrangled up with this silly two-dimensional world that's basically not going to do anything but stress you out, piss you off, and lead you to an early grave. You don't need this nonsense in your life. Why are you doing it to yourself? This is all you, dude. Nobody in the two-dimension is forcing you in. You're going in because you wish to be part of this. They can't force you to put a piece of paper and pen in your hand. They can't force you to do anything. It's all what you want to do. It's all voluntary. Like I say to people, go watch it. That's what I got to do. I got to post that Harry Reid video on my webpage, which says all taxes are voluntary. And they are. They can't force you to do anything. It's a two-dimensional world. It's a piece of paper. A piece of paper can't put a gun to your head. And people will say, well, they'll take the two-dimensional paper or a three-dimensional person will put a gun in their hand and force that two-dimensional fucking... No, they won't. And go after that man who put a gun in his hand and pointed at you. Go after the 3D man. Say, that might be nice that the 2D gave you power, but you're still effing with the 3D man. You're a 3D, I'm a 3D. That's nice that 2D says that you can do what you want to do to me. The only problem is that 2D ain't going to be able to stand up in court under oath affirmation and swear that it told you to do anything. Like, Mr. Officer, you're crazy if you believe that that piece of paper talks to you. I don't see no vocal cords hanging off that piece of paper. If you really believe that that piece of paper told you to do what you're doing to me, oh well, I would say you're crazy. I didn't write that paper. You didn't write that paper. Can you swear to anything on that paper? No. Why? You didn't create that paper, did you? No, neither did I. So don't think you're not going to be held liable. It's so simple, it's scary. This stuff ain't rocket science what I do, man. It's just got to look at the different dimensions that are going on here.
I don't like that video because the interviewer does not question directly what the guy was talking about with what Harry Reid said, that he disagreed with the man's phraseology, but the man was so emotional and so disoriented that he did not say, okay, what exactly do you disagree with about my phraseology? And so it's left to the interpretation or the paradigm of the listener, the viewer of the video to deduce what Harry Reid disagreed with. And it was never set in stone. Okay, what exactly, how should I phrase this for you, Harry? Look, I just watched that video 4 times this week trying to riddle your riddle, and I'm at a loss. I would really like it if you did post that on your website and break it down a little more, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's not so cut and dried on the video as it is in your
like they said, a little kid at a kiosk makes me look like a monkey. He makes me look like a moron. The little kid can point every single one of those damn pictures out, and I can't pick out a damn one. So believe me, certain people are good at certain things, and certain people just need a little more help to get there. You know,
just like Malcolm said, it takes a special person to do law. It takes a special intellect to do law, man. It's the public, man.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like Malcolm. I thought Malcolm was on a call right now. That's not you, Malcolm? Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying, like that. Like I said.
Yeah. I get it. But without you talking, without you explaining it, I wouldn't get it. It would have gone right. I mean, it went right over my head, and I know what you say. I already know your take on it. I've listened to it over and over again, and it just doesn't comport with exactly because.
But if you had a guy like Mark Stevens, watching that thing, he'd say, look, see, again, another psychopath, just telling us, he's just crazy. The man's just crazy. He's clearly deceiving us and lying. He's clearly committing fraud. No, he's not, dude. He answered the question perfect. He does like I do. He does like I do. 1 sentence, 2 sentence, done. Simple words. Boom, boom, boom. Harry Reid is done. Boom. Next question. Let's keep going. Boom, 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 boom. He does it. Boom, boom, boom. Done.
Horrible interview. was a horrible interview. The interviewer was too emotional to be doing what he was doing.
But to me, it was perfect. It was so simple, so sweet, right to the point. Both, thank you, Harry. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody. And all I'm doing is, instead of what Harry did what he did, and it took him 30 seconds. What I'm doing is taking me, 73 episodes. And I'm still trying to get you guys to speed, what he did in 30 seconds. Which I understood instantly. Like, I get it. I know exactly every single word that he used there, and exactly the way he used it. It was perfect. It was perfect. He didn't waste any single words. Now he went, you know what he did? Now he's out there in the third dimension, hanging out with his kids playing golf or something, while everybody else is reading the Title 26 IRS Tax Code Law book. Harry Reid's out there fishing somewhere. While you guys are all busy reading Title 26 or 16 or Title 18.
But Harry Reid conceded the point. You remember, he conceded the point. He said, "Oh well, if we don't necessarily force you to. If you don't, I mean, you don't necessarily get a gun to your head. You don't necessarily go to jail. We fine you, and we have penalties that accrue interest. We don't necessarily force you to." I mean, he conceded the point. And then he went on to say, "Oh, it's voluntary because in involuntary countries like Italy or France, I forget the example." He said, "You can't write anything off. Your employer automatically takes everything out. In our country, it's voluntary because you have write-offs. You know,
well,
you have
it'd
incentives to
succeed. It'd be nice if you knew what the word necessary meant."
Oh.
Yeah, see, you know what it means. Yeah. Yeah, bummer. Yeah, see.
You got your dictionary in front of you?
Just look at Article 1, Section 18 of the U.S. Constitution and realize why Patrick Henry...
Oh, necessary and proper, okay.
Yeah, okay. Then you'll understand a little bit what's going on.
Oh. That's why Patrick Henry ran out. He said, "That's it. Give me, you guys are making yourselves dictators. We're not signing to this."
They know what they're doing. They were playing with the words, man. They could go.
So he was invoking the necessary and proper. Oh, this is what we think it's necessary to keep the government going. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll let you know, and we'll do what we wish. And if you're in our way, oh well.
And they use that a lot too.
Yeah, just like the Native American Indians, you'll find out what that means. Treaty? What treaty? Oh, it was necessary.
Right.
This is all just on a play on words, man. It's what helps them go to sleep at night. It was necessary. When I wrote a couple of Magna Chartas way back when, I think there were 5. I don't remember if it was 5 or 7. But that's when the first time that I saw the word jury, trial by your peers. And all it basically meant was that the king had to allow, like, the knights to be judged by, like, other knights, or the lords to be charged by other lords, or the dukes and the earls to be charged by other ones. And what their peers meant to be back then was, it had nothing to do with the crime. What it had to do is, all it was basically a psychological evaluation. That's what it basically was, to be tried by your peers. What would happen is, the king would be like, well, you know what, I don't know what's really going on, like in common law. I really don't know how you people roll in Alaska or Australia. I really don't know how you people roll in Burma. I really don't know how you people roll on the other side of England, because I've never been to the other side of England. But you folks know this guy, right? Yeah, we all know this guy. Is he acting the way he always acts? Is this the way things are supposed to be? Is this guy acting like what you would call normal? Is this guy doing anything out of the ordinary? Is this guy competent? Or is this guy lost it and went off on a deep end, and was this the way you guys really roll out here? And that was the peers. The peers would say, no, this is the way we roll, and no, he's not acting out anything unusual, and this is how we usually conduct our affairs and business out here.
So you would say in the past it had more to do with social status.
It had to do with, is this guy off his rocker?
Does he act the way his neighbors act?
Well, not so much his neighbors act, but is this the way he's always acted? It was more like a psychological evaluation. Is this the way this guy's always been? Because if you tolerated this bullshit for 30 years or 50 years, this guy's been alive, now what makes this different? Now why should we take action against this guy? Is this guy always done this? Is this the way you people see? Because that was the common law. Common law, like I say to people, the common law from the Iroquois to the Algonquins could be completely different than the beliefs of the Cherokees or the Arapaho or the Navajo people. Who knows? Those guys sit around and smoke peyote with their kids. You know, the other tribe, you put a peace pipe near their kid, that's going to break your fingers. You know, like, oh, but wait a second, we're Indians too, and we always smoke the peace pipe with our kids, and we smoke dope, and we smoke peyote, and we smoke... Dude, not near my kid. Well, we're all Indians. No, dude. No. Is this the common way that you people act within your society, within your district? What is common to your people? Is this common? Is this normal? Is this the way this guy always rolls? So all of a sudden, you got this guy from the Peyote Nation coming over to the Cherokee Nation, and he's, you know, trying to hand out peyote to all the kids. He's like, well, whoa. I have the right to get judged by the other peyote members. I said, well, we ain't got no peyote people here. Well, then obviously you're going to find me guilty. But believe me, if there's other peyote people who could come here and testify on my behalf, they'll tell you, no, this is how we always do things. He's not doing anything bizarre or unnatural or unreasonable or illegal or unlawful. This is the way he rolls. This is the way we all roll. I was like, oh, really? Yeah, really. So that's why your customs, your beliefs, your practices, that's why you brought your kind to court and said, no, this is the way we always do this. It might look bizarre to you, King, or it might look bizarre to the new guy that you placed in you know, for this, you know, parish or district or territory or squire, whatever you want to call these little things. But this is the way we've always done it. So that's all my spiel was. That's all that was.
So through jury selection during voir dire, okay, yeah. it would be a common man's attempt to place as close to what he would believe his peer would be on that jury, correct?
Of course. If he was a Wicca, he'd want to put a whole bunch of other Wiccas. Now, I don't know if Wiccas, you know, sacrificed their third-born nephew. I don't freaking know. But obviously, if he's going around sacrificing, obviously he's going to want to put his Wicca buddies on the stand and Wicca buddies in the box to help clarify that, look, this is just the way we've rolled here for the last 5,000 years. It's not bizarre. This isn't unusual. And that's common law. See, in this land, on this continent, it still rings true that the customs of the people are still the supreme law of the land, not statutes. Customs are even above, like what you'd say, common law, because common law is kind of what is it everybody would know. You know, based upon like some sort of a teaching or a writing or somebody wrote it down. It's like, this is what we do. A custom is just like, you know, no matter what a simpleton you are, everybody knows it. Everybody knows the customs. These are what we do. This is what we customarily do. We open the door for a woman. Does anybody have to utter it and say that this is what we do, this is our law, when you see a woman open the door? No. It's just the customs of the people. No matter how stupid you are, even if nobody told you to open a door for a lady, you just knew it was the right thing to do. So nobody actually had to tell you, because that'd be more like a common law. Somebody's like actually got to pass the belief system down, like verbally. Everybody just realized it's like, oh, okay, we all stood up in a courtroom? Yeah, well, gee, I guess I stand up too. Did anybody have to tell me to stand up in church? Like if I walk into some stranger's church, like if I walk into a Baptist or Episcopalian church, and all of a sudden I see these people sitting up and kneeling or standing up, or they all turn around or they all do something, well then obviously I said, oh, I guess it's customary of the people here to stand up, so I don't want to disrespect them. I guess I got to stand up when this guy walks in a room. Now they're all kneeling, so now they're on one knee. I don't get this, but when I'm in Rome, I do what the Romans do. But obviously, if I do it wrong, And if I'm in a mosque, they say, oh, off with his kneecaps. He was supposed to be on left knee, not right knee, and that's sacrilege, and off with your kneecap. It's like, oh, dude, whoa, I'm a guest here, man. Dude, whoa. Did I insult you? Did I do wrong? Yes, and that's an error, that's going to be a death sentence or you lose your knee sentence. It's like, whoa. And then somebody's going to say, can I have a trial now? I have tears because I meant no disrespect. I meant to cause no wrong. I did not know what I did wrong. And that's why they can't hold you guilty. They can't even try you if you're incompetent. It's like, I did no wrong. And as long as you keep saying, I did no wrong, there's nothing they can do to you. So when you say, be guilty, not guilty, no contest, just say, I did no wrong. And they're like, no, that's not what I want to hear. Or like, I did no wrong. Is any man making a claim I did wrong? Yes or no? No, well, guilty, not guilty, no contest. Did I do wrong? Say, the last time anybody say I do wrong, nobody speaks now, forever hold your peace. I will answer to any man who comes forth and claim that I made a wrong. Did I do wrong and that I have not compensated for said wrong? Is any man going to come forward? Yes or no? And obviously, you don't do it like I just did in open court. Obviously, you write the freaking thing down. Because obviously, when you do it in open court, the judge is going to hold you in contempt of court and say this Looney Tune starts fucking babbling off about some crazy compensation for wrong. No, because when you put it in writing, they say, this guy knows the game. He's a player. He knows the words. Oh, he's good. Oh, he's really good. I was at an AutoZone getting parts for my car, my sister's car. And the guy said to me, he says, giving people like legal, advice about like law, is illegal. I said, sir, I guarantee every single thing I'm doing right now is illegal. I guarantee it. I kind of hope that everything I'm doing is illegal. That way I don't have to get nervous or upset or worried whether or not what I'm doing is legal or illegal. I just presume that every single thing that I'm doing, every time I walk off of my property, off of my land, is illegal. That way I put myself completely at ease. Because I couldn't care less. Because I'm not going to sit around and read your new code books that just came out midnight every night because you guys create 803 codes every day. I'm not going to sit around and read 803 codes every day and see if maybe there's something that's going to relate to what I think on what I plan on doing that day if I'm going to be in infraction of some stupid code. I said, so I just presume everything I'm doing is illegal. So like I said, well, I think giving advice about law is illegal. Like the guy, might have been a wannabe lawyer or something. He heard me talking to somebody at the AutoZone. I was like, well, I think what you're doing is illegal. I said, no, I know what I'm doing is illegal. Everything that I'm doing is illegal. But you're going to have to show how the code applies to me, and you're going to have to show me the man or the woman that I've caused harm or wrong to by doing such a thing. You're going to have to show me by either me doing or not doing it. Show me the claim. Show me the harm. Show me the wrong. Show me. And until that time, I can do whatever I wish. I'm sure it's going to be illegal someday for me to think too much or breathe too much. Too much CO2 is coming out of me, so they're going to put a monitor on me and slow me down. And say, well, you used up your CO2 depletion ratio for this month's quota, so we're going to have to restrict your movements until your CO2 levels come into compliance with Al Gore's and the New World Order's code of how much discharge every human could exhale every day. I was like, oh, I'm sure that's freaking lovely. I couldn't care less what your silly code said. So like I said, they're going to get you guys into such a frenzy, such a panic that you guys are going to be afraid to walk out your door because you're going to be afraid that maybe something you're doing is illegal. So just presume everything you're doing is fucking illegal. Make your life simple. Hey, dude, is it illegal? I bet you it is. I'm sure it is. And the fuck do I care? So everybody's like, well, gee, man, you take things like not seriously. Oh, I take it deadly serious. If I break the law, you better believe I care. You better believe to me, the law means cause any harm, any loss, any injury to anybody's person or property. Yes or no? Oh, I take it deadly serious. And if I can't compensate you, I'll come work at your house to pay it off. I'll do whatever I got to do. But illegal? Are you kidding me?
You think I could possibly care less? I'm going to sit around and read these books 10,000 miles high, go to the moon and back 3 times, your silly code books. You think I'm going to read your code books before I walk out my door? You're silly. You need to be serious. I couldn't care less. She said, you're my son. I've known you 20-something years. You know what? I just told you don't ever do it again. You know what? You're going to try to figure out another way how to fuck with these people. She said, you ain't never going to stop. That's just your style. She said, let me tell you what. Before you wind up in jail, because you're going to wind up in jail, because you're never going to listen to your mom, understand this. And then that's when she told me. If you don't believe it, it can't be true. Then if you don't believe it's true, nobody would hold you to it. That's all you need to know. Because like I said, I was working on a car. She was late to go to like some church choir postmaster bullshit, whatever she had going on after work. And she wanted me to fix her car. She told me everything I needed to know about 3 or 4 minutes. On the top of the stairs, man, in between the kitchen and living room. It was magic, man. 2, 3 minutes, boom, I was done. That's all I ever needed to know about the IRS for the rest of my life.
If they had reality TV back then, you and your mom would have been on reality TV, and they would have known better in Alabama when they took your kid.
Well, if you listen to Angela's show on Thursday, Greg was on. If you listen to the last show on Saturday, Greg was on. He said the same story Angela shows you said on mine. He said, Karl went with me down to the feds. He made the feds say in front of my face every single thing that he's ever said on his show. And they had to say, yep, they all said it was true. He said, I guarantee, he said, they didn't want to. But since Karl was right there and they knew, Karl knew the truth, what could they do? They played it straight up and they said, yep, it's all based on a confession. It's all voluntary. And we're all just waiting for you to confess. And he said, as soon as you confess, we'll walk right across the street to the prosecutor's office. He's got the papers all ready to sign. We'll offer you a plea deal, and you can start either getting that thing off your ankle or start serving jail. But we're all just waiting for you to confess. Even though they have like a paperwork, like a mile thick with all kinds of account numbers on it. The big thing I see a lot of these folks making a mistake. It's like these folks who try to give people like legal or lawful advice. They just don't have a mastery of the words that they're using. So when they say something to somebody, I just like squinch. And I'm like, oh, that's not the right way to say that word. And you're going to go to court and they're going to hang you. I'm like, oh, they're just waiting for you to use that word. Oh, they're just waiting for you to make that little mistake. Oh, you're giving them a way out. You're opening up the door and you're giving them jurisdiction, or you're opening up the door and you're letting them find a way to answer you when there was no answer. You don't want them to answer you. It's like, oh, when you just said that word and you tried to, go lawyer up on them, and next thing you know, boom, they got you. So that's what I'm saying. When you hear the people who are doing my past shows, you hear them saying, the judge said, oh, this is good. This is simple. This is tight. Or, we're scared shitless because we can't answer this. I'm not giving them a way to answer. It's unanswerable. But you must answer. And everybody knows that in court, it's 3 seconds. It goes tick 1, 2, 3. And then everybody says in court, if you don't answer in 3 seconds, the judge will say to the jury, if the person's on a witness stand, and somebody will ask the person who's being cross-examined, yes or no. And then the person will stand silent, and the judge will look over to the jury and say, the jury is to take that as a no. And the witness will say, I never said that. It's like, yes, you did. Failing to reply, you did respond. So again, Jerry, you are to take that as a no. Because he's the referee. And he knows the rules, and everybody knows the rules. When you get asked the question, you got like 3 seconds, and the judge is sitting there going like 1, 2, 3. Are you going to answer? He'll ask you. So you're going to answer. Did you not hear the question? Are you going to answer?
They're not used to being on the defensive.
Right, they don't know how to answer a man. A man is now making a question, calling you out as another man.
Right.
Now, do you have to answer that question? You have to drop down your shield.
Well,
You have to now take the. It's like this is supposed to be a duel. Now you have to fucking stand there and take a shot for me. Now you got to take the volley. You got to be willing to take a shot coming at you. Now are you willing to be shot at? And the prosecutor's like, oh hell no, man.
right.
I don't want to be shot at. I just like doing the shooting.
Right, exactly.
Like you guys are sitting ducks. You guys are fun to shoot. You guys are easy to shoot. You guys don't know how to fight back.
Right, right.
So then I finally the guy was faced with somebody who was going to shoot back at him. I said, whoa, are you going to shoot back at me?
Right, that's it.
Yeah. This is a war, man. This is duel. This is court.
Yeah.
You made an accusation. I get the right to cross-examine my accuser. Just going to sit here and let you run your mouth about me, and I'm not going to fight back. I'm not going to accuse back. Oh, I'm going to accuse back. I'm not going to answer. I'm going to accuse back. I'm going to say, where do you get this right? Shit, I don't have a right. There you go. I didn't think you had one either.
Right.
So that's short and sweet, man. It's scary when the other side sees what you're doing.
Yeah.
They know what's going on. They're not stupid.
Yeah. Tell you, I just seen that claim. When he seen that notice, he was like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Because he looked at that, I'm telling you, he looked at that. See, I got one of the head prosecutors here in Greensboro. That's who I'm going up against, Steve Cole. He's one of the head prosecutors here. He's probably one of the number one prosecutors here in Greensboro, and that's who I'm up against. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, like I say to people, like the people in Indiana, they said the guy who's like prosecuting for these PAs is dumb. I said, well, get his boss, get his supervisor, get somebody up here who's smart. I only want to go against the best of the best of the best that they got. Because when they see that I'm beating the best of the best of the best they got, they will back off immediately. They said, hey, I'm the best you got. And this guy just made me look like a monkey. I'm done with this guy. I'm out of here. So when they see the best guy, bailing out, nobody else is going to even think about taking up the fight against me. Like I said, they had 9 judges go up against me with one child. One child. That's all I kept concentrating on was one child, not 2 children, not 3 children, just one child. I was making such hell for them for one child that they had to go through 9 judges. One judge retired. I was making their life holy hell because I was making it very simple. All I wanted was the piece of paper. Where's the original charging instrument? Where is it? Well, we don't have it. Well, then where's the contract? Well, we don't have that either. No. You got to give me one or the other. There's only 2 ways you can move this. I got to be charged, or there's got to be a contract. Produce one or the other. After 7 years, I finally got the other side to say it's based on a contract. There is no charges. I said, oh, so me and my wife went through 17 attorneys because you told us we were charged for doing wrong. Lovely. Now you're finally telling us that it's been all bullshit for all these years. Me and my wife never did it wrong. It's all been based on a contract. Can I see the contract? And then I explained to you guys how I had to go through the appellate process just to get a copy of the contract. And how the judge helped me get a copy of the contract. Because he said in open court, I got the transcript of him saying, I don't see it, Carl. I've never seen a copy of this contract. I have no idea where it is. I said, well, then since you have no idea where it is, and I have no idea what it is, I said, why can't we just overrule this guy and just say, hey, you know what, until you produce the contract, the court doesn't believe you. And he said, it doesn't work like that because you're dealing with an agency. And I said, yeah, I know rules of agency. Preponderance of evidence is 51% on them because the agency is a non-human, non-feeling, non-breathing entity. There'd be no reason for the state to lie. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I read your silly shit. Like there would be no reason for the judge to lie. I know because you guys wrote that damn code. Judges don't lie. Lawyers don't lie. Agencies don't lie. States don't lie. I said, yeah, I know. I said, I read your silly nonsense. I got to get this over to a court of man. I got to get this over to a court of bracket. I got to get this into the common law. I got to get out of this crazy court that you guys got me in. Let's see. They knew there was no way I could make the claim until they gave me the charge for the contract. I couldn't make the claim.
Give me an example.
Okay, well, let's for instance say they want to foreclose on my house.
Who's they?
I guess the bank.
Okay, the bank. How can you go after a bank? It's a two-dimensional entity. It doesn't exist except on a piece of paper. You can't go after a bank.
Okay, you can't go after a bank. I understand that, but what I'm
a man can only go after another man, and a man can only go after another flesh and blood entity.
Okay,
so if you want to play common law, you got to go after the man. If you want to play in the two-dimensional world, what's your name?
My name is Mondo.
Mondo, M-O-N-D-O?
Yes.
Okay. And Mondo can come after the bank in the two-dimensional world.
Okay.
So Mondo's not coming in after him under what we would call common law.
Okay.
Okay, Mondo would be coming after them based upon some contract that he created with them on paper.
Okay.
When you're coming after them as a man, you're coming after the bank, you're going to find somebody who actually owns the bank, runs the bank, speaks for the bank, is the bank.
Mm.
See, this is what I try to say to everybody all the time. You're not, if you go in Bank of America, you believe that something called Bank of America has a voice and vocal cords and could actually talk to you, and you think you could actually talk to it?
No. It's
right.
impossible.
Right, it's impossible. So what you would, right, so like I said, what you would do if you truly want to use common law, if you truly want to use a court of record, somebody has to be able to come forward and testify under oath or affirmation. Not an affirmation or affirmation. There's two separate things. There's an oath or there's an affirmation. Okay. So if you want somebody to come forth and make the claim and point across the room and said, Mondo owes money. I say, okay, great. You say I owe money. Who are you? Well, I'm the lawyer for the bank. Oh, really? So you want to take that witness stand and you want to testify to that? He'll say, oh, no. It's like, why not? He says, because I hope it's true. I just have a piece of paper that says it's true. They say, oh, good. Would you like your piece of paper to grow a set of vocal cords and speak? And the lawyer would be like, well, yeah, that would hopefully help me in my ability to testify. But the way it reads that you owe money. Well, great, it reads that. Does it say that? Well, no, it reads that. And who's reading it?
Right.
And you say, well, I'm reading it. They say, well, did you write it, Mr. Attorney? No. Who wrote it? He's like, I don't know. It came out of a computer.
Okay.
So is the computer going to testify to that accuracy of that paper? No. Is the programmer going to come forth and testify to the accuracy of those numbers on that paper? No.
No.
Who's going to come forth and testify to the accuracy of those numbers on the paper? Okay. Nobody.
Yeah, that's why I like your style, Carl. You cut through all the BS, man. You just cut right through all the stuff. I was listening to the call where you were talking with Joe. Actually, Joe, in a certain respect, has his style is kind of nice as well, but for different reasons. But I like yours very much because we didn't write them laws, all that legalese stuff. I have no clue what all that junk means, and I don't really want to.
Who has a good style?
Well, you have a good style because you cut through all the BS. You just go straight for you just keep it real. That's good. Yeah, I was on the call on Angela's my private audio. You were on that call when Joe came in. I think the second call when Joe was on. He was talking about all the code. That's kind of cool, but it's kind of hard to remember.
The codes are a joke because they're coming. Say they are coming after you with code, correct?
Yeah.
What's code?
Well, code is just.
Yeah, I'll make this. It's the codification of a public law.
Right.
Who wrote the code?
Who knows? I don't know.
Canadian company. Oh, I do.
Okay.
A Canadian company called Thompson's takes the federal law, public law, they unroll it in the Library of Congress, and they codify it, and they make it into smaller, easier to try to understand public law. The public law could be 50, 60,000 pages long. Like the Obamacare Act, it could be 50, 60,000, 100,000 pages long.
they're going to come and they're going to make it in a code that's 1 sentence, 2 sentences long. That is not the law. It's a code.
Right.
So they're coming after you with a code that some Canadian company called Thompson's comes down and they unroll the public law, and they have a whole bunch of lawyers, a whole bunch of school kids, a whole bunch of their pals and buddies. They all write what they believe the public law reads. Now, obviously, they're going to read it, and obviously they're going to interpret it to their favor.
Of course.
It's just a freaking code. It's not the law.
Right.
So when they're coming after you, say, well, you're in violation of code 1, 2, 3, 4, code 18, code 26, code 16, code whatever. Oh, that's just lovely. Now, is that the law that I broke, or is that a code that you believe may be a partial interpretation of the public law?
Yeah, I think you're nailed right on the head. Because
I know I'm hitting nailed right on the head. Oh, I don't think
I know you are too.
There's no thing that I make my stuff idiot proof. She was bragging all week about how wonderful it was that he got a quiet title. I said, Angela, I said he was fighting for the bottom of the totem pole. He was fighting for the bottom of the pyramid. There's just about no lower you could get than being an owner. I said, I don't know what's this preoccupation with owning everything. Owning means that you're going to be the one liable for paying all the taxes, all the bills. You're fully liable for everything. Why do you people want to own? I don't know. And I wish you folks would understand what it means. I've said it a billion times. And thank God this guy Mike was on Angela's call. Said, yes, I found out $50,000 later. Being the owner doesn't mean shit. So thank you. This is what I'm trying to avoid for everybody else on Angela's call. I said, thank you, Mike, for being honest. He says it proves absolutely nothing other than I'm the owner. I said, thank you. I said, Angela, do you kind of understand what I'm saying now? And she said, I'm trying to. I said, yeah, so probably all your other listeners. They're trying to. And thank God this guy Mike came on and said he spent $50,000 proving he was the owner, and it accomplished absolutely nothing. I said, thank you. Because there's a title, right? Yeah, okay. Who's ever got the title can tell you what to do, when to do it, how to do it, at any moment in time. They can come and do whatever they wish at any time. And I give people a very, very simple example. I said you could either go watch King Richard and you can watch King Richard and the Crusaders, or you can watch Elizabeth. You could watch the movie Elizabeth that didn't come out too long ago. And I said you'll watch Sir Walter Raleigh. Was given titles and nobilities and lands and everything else because he was dicking her really good. All kinds of lands, estates, titles, positions in court, everything. And as soon as she found out he was dicking around on or behind her back with somebody else, she stripped him of all his titles, all his rights, all his property, all his land, and they stripped him of his position, his status in court. Okay? So, if somebody titles you, or somebody gives you a title, I don't give a damn if you think you're the owner. I don't give a damn if you think you're the lien holder. I don't give a damn what the hell you think. You got a title? Yeah, it's stripped. At a whim or the will of a moron. Are you going to leave your life in the hands of a freaking moron or a politician or a mayor or a governor? Or are you crazy? So like all these things, all these letters you're writing back and forth, oh, that's lovely. It's entertaining. They really enjoy it. That's special. Look at this poor guy. Like, listen, did you listen to Angela's show on Thursday? Yeah, I did. Yeah. And like I said, all these other people are trying to say what he did was a wonderful thing. And the guy kept saying to himself, no, Carl's listening. Carl's going to bash me. I'm going to be freaking beyond honest. And the guy was beyond honest. And he would tell people, it's like, no,
That doesn't prevent them from foreclosing. No, I'm still paying my full mortgage. No, I'm still paying $2,600 a month full mortgage. Just because I won a quiet title action, you didn't solve anything. I said, thank you. You still owe the debt, and somebody still claims you owe the debt, and you're still paying on the debt. Correct? Correct. So thank you. So go ahead, folks. If you want a quiet title action, that's fine. There's plenty of guys like me, who you guys call gurus, out there selling packages for a couple of $1,000 so you guys can get quiet titles. Yay! But what the hell is that going to prove? Except that you got a lot of money to waste, and you got something that says that you are the owner. Yay. Big deal. So what? That just means you bear full liability for everything. Yay. Like I try to tell people, it just makes you a bond servant. It just kind of makes you like the husband. Anything that your sons do, your children do, your wife does, you're liable. You want to wear the big boy pants? Yay. You bear full liability. I hope you enjoy it. And that's why I'm trying to tell women back in the 80s and the 90s, are you sure you really want to bear full liability? Are you sure you really want to be a man? Are you sure? You realize what that's going to come, what's going to be required of you? Are you really sure? I said, if I were you, I'd stay right where you are. You're in a wonderful position. They can't hold you to anything. They can't contract with you. You're considered incompetent. They can't bind you. And you almost got basically clear sailing no matter what you do wrong. You can just say, oh, gee, you know, I'm a woman. I don't know. Gee, I'm a little kid. Gee, I don't know. Gee, I'm incompetent. I said, are you sure you want to bear full liability? Because I said, they're going to taser you just like they're going to taser a man. I said, are you sure you're willing to do this? Because they won't taser. Like, back then, they wouldn't taser. Like, this other lady, I forgot her name was Janet something. She was like 60, 70 years old, ex-school teacher. Oh, they busted out a window, dragged her out of the car, and tased her down to the ground. A little old school lady. I mean, can you imagine that back in the 50s? Tasing Aunt B, busting out her window, dragging her out of the little, 54 Studebaker, and tasing her on the ground because she gave the cop an attitude. They had no problem. Oh, that's a lady's name, Janet Marie. She's got a show on one of these talk show things. And my friend Tom Murphy tape recorded the whole conversation she had, because as soon as she got pulled over, she called up Tom and some other lady, and they recorded the cops breaking the window and dragging her out of the car and tasing her. So like I said, when you folks, there's a big responsibility to being the owner. And like I said, just because you win a quiet title action, that gets you a bigger bullseye on your back. So when anybody who's coming with a lien on that property or claim for that house, they know the only person they have to go for. They don't have to say the owner, Bob, and anybody else who might claim ownership. They know exactly who's the owner. Bob. Why? Because you just spent $50 grand proving you're the owner. So you just cut out a whole big step for the banks or the mortgage companies or whoever trying to figure out who the owner is, who we hold liable for this. Who can we point the finger at? Who can we go and seize their bank accounts, and who can we garnish their paychecks? Who can we do this to? You made it easy for them. You got a quiet title. You're claiming you're the owner. Why would you want the title? I don't know. I'd want to be the one titling the property. Why would I want a title from somebody else? A state, a government, a queen, a king? Why would I want a title from one of these clowns? I don't understand why you guys are fighting so hard for the title. I don't care if you're the heavyweight champion of the world. Look at Muhammad Ali. He wouldn't go into the army. He was the greatest fighter of all time. He wouldn't go in the army. What did they do? They stripped him of his title. Did that mean that he wasn't a good prize fighter? No, of course, he was the best ever. They stripped him of his title. Why? I don't know, because he wouldn't sign his draft card or something. How the hell I know? What the hell does that have to do? It's like I say, what does that have to do with your house? Because you don't do X, Y, and Z. They're going to come by and they're going to kick you out of the house. Well, they can't do that. Well, how come they can strip Muhammad Ali of his boxing title? What the hell did that have to do with the army? I don't have a freaking clue. But they stripped him. So they're going to strip you out of your house because you didn't do what? They're going to make up something. They don't care. They'll make something up, trust me. They'll figure out some reason to strip you out of your house, take you away out of your house. Why? Because you never said to them, I don't give a damn about your title. This place is mine. Is any other man going to come forward and make a claim that this place ain't mine? Good luck with that. And get your house, clear of everybody. Just say, hey, anybody wants to make a claim in this house? Come on and make it. Or forever hold your peace. Don't go be running into court suing people. That's not the way to go. You try to do it civilized. And that's why it's all, these are all supposed to be civil procedures and civil suits. And you don't go running into court making claims that somebody done you wrong until you give them notice that they did you wrong. And then that they're still trying to do you wrong after the notice. Then you make sure that you tell them by, ignoring the notice, like, did you not notice my notice kind of thing, you're basically saying. And then you call them out by calling them Bob or Bill or Susan and said, did you not notice that I already made that claim, and you realize that you are going to be interfering with my claim if you don't back off? And they understand that, they understand what you're doing. I explained how I did it from beginning to end, how I gave everybody proper notice on the other side, and I gave them fair warning if they didn't heed my notice that they were going to be, sued, and I was going to move a claim, and I was going to do it by trial by jury, and then I was going to occupy the public courthouse, and I was going to require the magistrate and the public building manager, because the public building manager is the chief judge, to inform the staff at the courthouse that I'm coming in. And I'm going to present my case in an open forum, in an open court before a trial by jury. And that's the part that I'm at right now. And like I said, I stopped sending stuff back in around July. I went down to Indiana. I did my stuff in Indiana, and now I'm worried about just taking care of me. I'm not worried about a freaking lawsuit. The lawsuit's a joke. So the only thing I got to do next on my lawsuit is I have to get the court clerk to give me the complete authenticated copy of the case file as it stands at this moment. Then I have to send that over to the building manager and say, this is what we've got going so far to date. We've got the defendant admitting the wrong, and the defendant believes that there's a technicality or a loophole in which it should be not held liable for the wrong with damages. And I'm going to tell the billing manager I'm going to have to require that a trial by jury be commenced, in 14 days, 21 days. And I'm going to need to use a room, whatever room is available, any time of day, because I know the court's open 24/7, 365. And I want to make him fully aware that he knows and I know that the court is open 24 hours, 7 days a week, not 9 to 5. So I know within those 21-day window, a courtroom will be available. If not, I'll hold it out in the hallway. I don't really give a rat's ass where it's going to be held. And then I'm going to, once I do that, then I'm going to, obviously the defendant is going to be summoned to appear. They're not going to appear, and a guy, Mike, on Angela's show, explained how his attorney didn't want a default judgment, but that he read the reason why we were in court that day in open court, so it could be create a record. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a record, because a default judgment doesn't create a record. The only thing it does is says that that file is still on file, but nobody ever came forth in open court and created a record. So a default judgment is a joke. And at least Mike had a decent lawyer. He was worth 50 grand to at least create a record for ownership, which is kind of silly because, like I said, I explained that ownership is kind of ridiculous. And the only thing that quiet title is good for, like I said, if you find a motorcycle or a car on your property, or somebody abandoned an airplane, or somebody abandoned a mobile home on your property,
or you're walking through the woods one day and you find an abandoned house, and you want to make sure there is nobody who has a lien on that house, or lien on that motorcycle, or claims ownership on that car, or has a title on that car. You want to make sure that thing is free and clear, that nobody's going to be making any claim on it. That's the only thing a quiet title does. It just establishes the fact before you start dumping money into it, any sweat equity into it, fixing up the house or fixing up the car, or putting it on a road, that when you get stopped by a cop with that car, that nobody can say you've been stolen, or that nobody can say that house, well, hey, you know, just because I didn't show up for 20, 30 years doesn't mean that I still don't claim I own that house just because it's a rental house or a beach house or a house out here in the forest. Like I said, my neighbor, I'm be amazed if he comes to this house, beautiful house he has. I'd be amazed if he shows up one day a year. I'd be amazed. And his Christmas lights still come on every day. It's pretty funny. So just because it appears to be abandoned and nobody's living in it, if I tried to occupy it, obviously I could occupy it probably 364 days out of the year. Yeah, because he only comes here maybe once a year. There's another house further up the road. I don't think anybody's been up there for years. But like I said, if I wanted to occupy it, sure, I could occupy it. I could squat in it. But if I want to actually say, you know what, I don't have to be afraid of somebody who owns this thing come knocking on his door, come walking in on me. You know what? I'm going to make a title action and see if he just abandoned it. Maybe he didn't leave a will. Maybe nobody knows it's up here in the woods. So yeah, that's all a quiet title is. It doesn't stop them from foreclosing on your property. It doesn't stop the lien holder from making a claim, you know, of the lien. It doesn't stop any of that stuff. But like I said, that's where my case is going. Is like I said, as soon as I get better, that's all I'm going to do. Because like I said, I'm in, you know, I don't want to go around with these folks down there in Alabama until I'm good to travel, and I'm healthy and stuff like that. I'm not fighting these people down there and dealing with this nonsense. Because if I'm hurting down there and if I wind up actually anything bad happens to me down there, you know, they're not going to run my ass to the hospital and take care of me. So I'm going to make sure I'm healthy and strong before I go down there and battle with these people. And that way, if I do get incarcerated for whatever reason, that I'll hopefully be able to make it through without saying, look, man, I really need to get to the doctor, man. I've heard. They just ignore him, let him die. So that's where my case was going. You know, if anybody, like I said, if somebody's saying, well, I'm not sure what call was going next with his case, that's all I got to do now is press a record in an open court, and I'm done. And then once the record has been pressed in open court, and I'll tell the court clerk to file it, she'll put it on file, and then I'll either get the U.S. Marshals or the county sheriff's department down there in Montgomery to execute the order. To go in and seize property, to go levy the property. So, you know, they'll have an opportunity to dispute the order, obviously. Just like anybody else has the ability, if somebody orders you to do something, you still have the right to say, wait a second, you order me? It's like, yeah, we gave you a trial, you didn't show up. It's like, well, you know what, I want a hearing, and I want to contest that order. Obviously, they're going to have the ability to try to contest the order. And that's fine. Contest the order. I don't care. And obviously, like I said, when they're going to try to contest it, who's going to show up? I'd like to still see DHR show up, because I'll just show the letter to the court. This is the letter. DHR believes it has done no wrong. Now, can a doorknob believe it's done no wrong? No, it's ridiculous. So what do you mean the DHR believes it's done no wrong? What's DHR? I don't know. The lawyer said, you know, there's some body or some creature that says it believes it's done no wrong. Oh, good, really? Come forward and say it. If not, I'm going to execute the lien on DHR, and anything that's registered to the DHR or owned by the DHR, obviously I'm going to hold the lien to. And I'm going to have the sheriff's department, just like they'd carry out any levy, go after the DHR. You know, like I said, the DHR, honestly, I already did a
financial like background check on those folks, like you folks do with that. I'm trying to remember the.
Dun and Bradstreet.
Dun and Bradstreet, right? And technically, the only thing they own is paper clips, letterhead paper, and toilet paper and soap. Honestly, the furniture is leased, the office space is leased, all their vehicles are leased. So technically, the DHR is really not worth anything other than toilet paper and paper clips and staples. You know, everything else is basically leased. So, I mean, I could just be funny and just have the sheriff's department go in there and grab all the soap and toilet paper every day and their letterhead and there's paper clips. That's basically all I could really do. But it's just fun to actually get the judgment and get the order against them. And technically, the only thing they're going to do is what they did in 1991 in November when they lost. They changed the name from Alabama some pension fund, something pension fund, to the Department of Human Resources. That's all they're going to do. They're going to change their name. So instead of being called the Department of Human Resources, they're going to call themselves Department of Social Services. And they're going to let DHR just die so I could go collect on a dead entity that has nothing. So that's all they're going to do to me. Like I said, the same thing they did with Vince McMahon with WWF. All the parents sued back in the 80s and 90s for their kids breaking their necks, jumping off of beds, doing Superfly snooker. And next thing you know, he loses $1 billion and court ordered. All the parents are happy. So he takes WWF and he just puts a line under the F and makes it WWE. And the next day, he's back and running a business, and it never cost him a dime. And all those parents that won $1 billion judgment against him, so what? They didn't collect a penny. So if you folks think I'm going to collect a penny because I'm suing DHR, you guys are crazy. It has nothing to do with the money. It just has to do with beating them. That's all it has to do. It has nothing to do with walking out with $1 billion in your pocket. And as I said, the U.S. Marshals, and they even laughed about it. They said, "Oh, that's too funny." I said, "Yeah, I'm just doing it for the principal of the bank." And they're like, "Okay." I think that's the Dubai guy. Yep, he showed you the check. I think it was 145 or 143. But yep, what they did is they went after him because he didn't have a truck with a tag sitting on his property on his driveway, so they impounded the truck. So because it wasn't registered or insured or whatever, so they thought they could just take some man's property. You can't take somebody's property. You know, I don't care what the state says. I don't care what the cop says. I don't care what the county ordinance says. If you know what you're doing when you go to court, you say, "Did you touch my property?" Yes or no. That's how the lady in Canada got her kid back the next day. Well, her 4 kids. They said, she just pointed across the courtroom and said, "That woman touched my property. See Exhibit A, B, C, and D." She didn't give them the names of the children. How dare she say, "What do you mean Exhibit A, B, C, and D?" So what, they give you my kids' names? I'm not giving you anything. I said to her, "Have 4 photographs of your kids. Place it into the claim. See Exhibit A, Exhibit B, C, and D. I want my property returned now." Well, property returned. You don't have to say my property because that's redundant. Mine and property is the same word. It's mine. It's exclusive to me. It's mine. It's like saying me, mine, me, my, mine. Look ridiculous. Just property. And it just say see Exhibit A, B, C, D. Don't give them your children's names. You gave it to them just like you gave them a watch, or just like you gave them a bicycle, or just like you gave them anything. You don't give them away. You think it's valuable, don't give it away to anybody. Because you put her kids' names in there, so take those damn names off that paper. Just write Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit D, and attach the photographs. That's it. That's all you need to do. Well, I'm saying the way they talk my speech has got no cadence, it's got no rhythm, it's got no pattern. It sounds like a 3-year-old is uttering. It sounds ridiculous.
Right.
I get rid of all, there's no way they can answer it. There's no way. They just look at it and say, there is no word in here that we can possibly manipulate, spin like I did with you. You said the pen is red. Red is pen? Really? Like pen equals red, red equals pen? No. Is red. Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. You make it so Bill Clinton did that. What is. What's your definition of is. Say, he was funny. What's your definition of is. So he's doing is like I do.
Right.
What
He used it as a verb and a pronoun in the same sentence. Well, that's what I was kind of curious about because, I think what study I've engaged in. I followed a lot of study on that, and I always really wondered just how important it was because, the claim is that language is modified. That is it true that if we express our volition accurately to the court, how much can they manipulate that in our words? In other words, if we're not using proper syntax, can they, I know they're not going to tell you, but have you found that to be an issue, or can we communicate our volition by the common language?
So, they just throw it in a garbage pail. They'll just laugh at you, smile, throw it in the garbage pail. That's why I say to people, if you make it more than 2 lines long, you're in dangerous water. Because any little utterance is that's not pure, they're just going to bounce it off here. So, woo, he gave us a wiggle room. Oh, thank God, he gave us that loophole. Oh, thank God, he gave us that wiggle out. Thank God, he did it. Woo, did you notice that? Yeah, I saw that. He almost got us.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that simple. They got us. They're like, ooh, thank God. But like I said, that's why, I try to run like hell from those guys and try to get it into in front of a trial by jury. Usually, if I'm the guy who, like I said, that's why it's every case is unique like that because you have to say what is the common belief of the people in that district. Like I always say to people, in O.J. Simpson's case, if he had the case in Brentwood, California, or Beverly Hills, he would have been found guilty. If he had it down in Hollywood or southeast Los Angeles or something like that, or Long Beach, he's going to be found not guilty. Just what's the common beliefs of the people in that area.
Right.
So sometimes you want to go before a guy in a black robe because his is basically, you're going to throw the book at him and say, look, this is the book, just carry out the letter of the law. And he's going to say, okay, I got to carry out the letter of the law. I'm stuck. There's nothing I can do. Is this what the contract says? It's black and white. Is this what the page says? It's black and white. I'm here to maintain status quo. I'm not here to interpret. I'm just here to, maintain the position as it's already been established. Then you could use precedent and citation, case law, and statute and all this other nonsense. But like I said, sometimes you want to use the jury and say, forget about all that nonsense. Look, let's just wing it. Let's just do this on a fly. And that's when you call in the jury. And then you got to pick out the jury carefully and say, they're going to tolerate this kind of crazy belief that I could drive without a driver's license. The jury's going to throw the book at you. The guy in a black robe will say, yeah, you could drive without a driver's license. Nobody said you had. But the jury, they'll say, no. We got to do it. You got to do it too.
Sure.
So you got to be careful, man. When you always say, oh, I love a jury. No, that's what people used to always get me wrong. People used to start on my shows months ago when they would say, well, this is what Karl says. Karl always says go to a court of record, trial by jury. No, that's not what Karl always says. Absolutely not. When we did a court of chancery down in Tennessee, it was great because the mortgage clearly defined in they were involved the breach of contract in section 5, 6, and 9. The bank was in breach of. So why in the world would you want to mangle it up with trying to get a jury to understand the whole entire process when you could get a guy in the court of chancery, the equity, the judge of already proficient in contract or mortgage law? Why would you want to waste your time when you could just clearly show the guy in the black robe, look, inherent breach under 5, 6, 9. Clearly, it's been established that they must do this. They did not do this. And that's it. There's no wiggle room for the people. There's no, is it established? Is that the rule? Is that what you signed to? Yes, then just carry it out. That's what I tell people. When you read your mortgage, you won't believe how many times and breach that the bank is. I said, then just bring that off to the court. Don't worry about a jury. The guy in a black robe is not stupid. He can read what the contract says. And I did that with Dennis when we walked into the building. I said, oh, this is a perfect opportunity. Dennis said, we can't walk in with cell phones. I said, man, you're lucky I don't live here in Fort Wayne. So I said, I'd walk in with a cell phone. I said, this is a public building. I said, watch this. So as soon as we went through, the alarm went off, and the security guard guy said, hey, you got to take the cell phones outside. I said, where's the building manager? He said, oh, she's holding court today. He did not miss a beat, that security guard. I said, where's the building manager? The building manager said, she is holding court today. I said, where is the building manager? Where's the steward of the public court? Oh, I said, where's the building's manager? He knew the building manager. All it is the guy, the head guy in the black robe, which happens to be a woman in Fort Wayne. Right. You say, where's the chief judge? I didn't say, who's the high exalted grand poobah here, because the people are the highest. She is just a manager. She is just a steward for the court. When the sovereign walks in, when the king and queen, or when the people walk into the court, it's the people's court. That head judge is the building's manager. She is just preserving the court in a manner that will function efficiently for when the people, when the crown, when the king, when the sovereign, when the queen appears and needs to hold court. She's there in service of the court. She is not the court. The head judge is not the court. So this is where you guys always get this concept wrong. I did it exactly to Brian Dennis on purpose. I didn't say, oh yeah, where's the chief judge? I'm gonna file something with him. No, I said, where's the building manager? And I said, the two security guards, they didn't miss a beat. Those two big boys sitting down there, they didn't miss a beat. Oh, she's holding court today. They knew. They knew, and you people better than her too. That's a public building. And she's just
they tell you that was the policy of the building, and right there it is on the sign.
They tried to say that's the policy, but wait a second. Do you realize the king has arrived in court? Are you trying to tell the king what he can and cannot do in his realm, in his kingdom, in his castle? This is my building. She's just the building manager. Who do you think she's managing the building for? She's managing it for me. I have now arrived. See, that's what I said to Dennis. I said, boy, you are so lucky. They're so lucky I don't live in Fort Wayne. I would walk in morning, noon, and night, 24, 365 into this courthouse with as many cell phones as I wanted. I said, just to show you folks that this is the rule of the court.
Are these agents now with the rule of common law, like marshals?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. They're not stupid as you think they are, man. Because, like I said, you see those two Humpty Dumpty guys sitting at the Fort Wayne courthouse. You know what I'm talking about, those two big boys, right?
Yep. Yeah.
They don't look particularly bright, do they?
Nope.
I said, where's the building manager? He said, she's holding court all day.
So they knew exactly where you were going.
They didn't miss a beat. They didn't say, what do you mean, building manager? What do you mean? No. He said, she's holding court all day. So thank you. Where's her office? It was like third floor, fourth floor. So thank you. Because I could go to the building manager and say, I have arrived. I have a cell phone. I will now be entering the public building, this building, with my cell phone. Do you have an objection? And if you do, what may it be, Susie? I hear you, the building's manager. What seems to be the problem, Susie? You got a problem with me, Susie? You saying I'm doing wrong? She'd be like, oh, no, you're not doing wrong. Because wrong is the worst word you could use to a man. It's the worst thing you say to a man. Because when he's doing wrong, that means he knows the right thing to do, but he chooses not to do the right thing. He actually deliberately, with intent, chose to do wrong. So, Susie, are you telling me I'm doing wrong? Show me how I'm doing wrong, Susie. Well, you know, no, we just don't like. No, I'm not talking feelings, Susie. Did I do wrong? Yes or no? By bringing the cell phone in, have I done wrong? Because as soon as she says, yeah, you did wrong, good. Where's the injured party? Where's the damage to property? Where is it? Where is it? Not speculation, not conjecture, not whatever. Show me where the actual damage is, the present damage is by me doing what I did. Show me. And she better prove it. She better be able to show it now. Not, well, you know, something could go wrong. No, not conjecture, not speculation. You can't accuse me of wrong due to a speculation or conjecture. It must be an actual event that has occurred, or as is occurring. Don't tell me speculation, that it might occur. that if I walk into this courthouse with or without a cell phone, if I walk in with one shoe instead of two shoes, that something might go wrong. Don't tell me, lady. This is my court. This is the people's building. This isn't your building, lady. You're the manager of this building. You just manage it. You're ready for me to show up and do my thing. So like I said, you know the two clowns instead of that front gate, they're big boys, man. You know, they know. So it was nice to do that right in front of Dennis. I was like, Dennis, you know, if I lived in Fort Wayne, boy, you'd have fun watching me walk in and out of this courthouse at 3 o'clock in the 3:07 a.m. with a cell phone. I'd love to see
that court is to be open 24/7.
Oh yeah, every court is open 24/7, 365. Because the king or the queen, you watch any old movie, I say to people, watch any old movie, Queen Elizabeth movies. You know, that just came out a couple of years ago. She wakes up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. She says, convene court. I'm holding court. Summons everybody to appear in court. Summons them to appear. And she'll hold court at 3 o'clock in the morning because she had a great idea. The court doesn't wait on 9 to 5. That's ridiculous. Court's open 24/7. You got to listen to my old shows because I don't want to bore people to death with that. When I asked the judge that one time, the 9th judge who was hearing the case with me, I said to him, when is the court open? And he came from Bibb County, and he lived over at the bailiff. He says, when's court open? He says, 9 to 5. I said, oh, are you being cute? What do you think, I'm stupid? One more time, Judge, I'm going to ask you this. When's court open? He says, 24/7. I said, 365, correct? He said, yes, 365. I said, I said to him, he didn't play around. Because I said to him, I said, when is this court in session? He said, right now. I said, okay, let me make it simpler. When's the term of this court? He says, 1 year. I said, 1 year from the moment you convene court, that we open court at 8 o'clock? Is the term 1 year? He says, yes, the term will be 1 year from that date. I said, fine. So I said to him, I said, so when I need to hold court at, and when I need to make an emergency immediate motion, I need to summon the court to appear at 3:07 a.m. He said, you're not going to do that to me, are you? I said, can I, sir? He says, sir, you know I live in another county about 100 miles away. I said, sir, do I have that right? He says, he says, come on, let's be reasonable about this, Mr. Lentz. I said, I'm a very reasonable man. I said, okay, sir, what do you believe is reasonable? He says, can you give me at least 14 days? I said, no, I'll give you 30. He said, 30, why? I said, because I live 600 miles from here. I said, 30 days is as fast as I could get down here. And he started laughing. He said, oh, yeah, that's one thing reasonable. I could agree to that. He says, I got my own courthouse to run. I said, I got my own farm to run. I said, I'd love to be able to summon you at 3:07 a.m., but I don't live next door to the courthouse, so that ain't going to happen, so don't worry about it. So he started laughing. So me and him got along great. Because the prosecutor, the Attorney General's office was laughing at me when I first started asking the judge these questions. Well, they stopped laughing when they saw that me and the judge knew exactly what the hell I was talking about, whose court this was, and what time this court will convene, and what time I could summons you to appear. I said, I could get that prosecutor out of bed at 3:07 a.m., right, Judge? He said, well, absolutely, but come on, Carl, let's be reasonable about this. I said, okay, what do you think is fair and reasonable? Like I said, when as long as you don't act like a dickhead, you laugh and pick and joke with the judge, and he'll realize, hey, you know what, this guy's a square ace. I like this guy. You know, he'll mess around and play with you. You know, he'll work with you. But you got to make him laugh, man. They're going to be entertained too, just like I did with Brian. You know, the judge laughed his ass off. He said, oh boy, this is good. This is funny. This is really good. This guy's a player. This is fun. You know, so you make it entertaining. You know, and the judge is like, hey, this is good. You start writing all this 3-page nonsense, man. The judge's like, oh no, I ain't doing this. No, I get paid enough to do this. No, I ain't playing this game. This is bullshit. This is boring me to tears. I'm not doing this. Well, that's what I did. I realized that when I was reading these dictionaries, what I was running across was words that are spelled one way and then slightly spelled a different way, but they try to get you to believe that it means the same thing. And I'm like a simple word like a latch. You know, like they put a latch on you, the statute of limitations, that they latch you. Now, they forget to put the letter T in there. You know, but now when you hear the word latch, you feel that you're bound, you're a man, you're latched, you know, with L-A-T-C-H. So when they do a latch in statute, it's like LACH. So you believe, because you heard the word latch, that you are limited or bound. But that's not latch. But you think it said latch because it looks like latch and it sounds like latch, and so you believe that you're bound. So it's all what you believe. You know, if you believe it, it's true. You know, I don't answer the code because, Judge, did you write the code? No. State prosecutor, did you write that code? No. Who wrote the code? Is that person who wrote the code present today? Is the person who wrote the contract present today? Because he's liable. Who's going to be held liable for this code if the code is an error? Well, I'm not going to be liable. Well, how can I answer to a code that you didn't write, that you're going to try to guess what that code means? No. I need to know exactly what that code means. Who wrote this damn thing? See, because the code is just a shrinking of the public law. The public law is huge. It's thousands of pages long. Somebody came along and codified it, and shrunk it, made it tiny, and said, you know what, this is what the public law reads. You know, instead of 5,000 pages of public law in the court today, okay, breaking and entering, Class B felony, and 5 to 10 years in prison. Okay, how about the law? What's the public law read? Oh, the public law is about 50 pages long. You don't want all that. Well, I thought you said I broke the law. You will bring the law into the court.
So is public law the common law, or is public law the statutory?
The public law could be. The public law is what your codes come from. Your Indiana Code 53535353. That's a public law. It's a public law. It's just like Obamacare. Obamacare is a law, right?
Yeah.
That's all it is. It says it's public law. Okay, it's public law bill number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. It's a bill, you know, and now it's public law. Okay, and the bill now has been signed by Congress. It's now public law. It's been enrolled. It's now sitting in the Library of Congress. It's 50,000 pages long, and guess what? The code's going to read: everybody must pay into Obamacare, or you get $5,000 fine. It's like, that's it? That's what Obamacare? Yeah, that's the code. That's all you need to worry about. Right now, that's the code. Are you in compliance with it? Yes and no. No, pay $5,000. Like, well, wait a second, where's the public law? Where's the read that? Oh, do you really want us to roll out the public law, the 50,000 pages? Do you really want the law read into the court, into the record? Yeah, bring the law into the court. Like, oh, geez, really? Well, I'm not going to answer to the code, because the code is just a joke. It's just like a sentence long. This is ridiculous. I want to know the actual law. Read the law. So, they're going to be like, I'm not going to read the public law into the record. That's ridiculous. Just trust us, man. You did this. You didn't pay your Obamacare last year. It's $5,000 fine. Just pay the damn fine. You know, stop giving us a hard time. You know you broke the law. No, read the law into the court. And did you write this? No. Who signed this? I didn't sign it. You signed the law? No. You're going to have somebody come forward and swear that any of those signatures on that? No. Well, then what the hell? You know, I'm a signatory of that kind of public law. It's ridiculous how simple it is. It just totally messed them up.
Once you go in your court and you traverse as a fiction, let's say you traverse as a defendant, then there's really nothing you can do to reverse that standing. In other words, you're the defendant no matter what.
Right. To me, the easiest way to do it is that you would have to try to put in that there was an error for you answering into the case to begin with, that you made a mistake for answering as the defendant because you did not have the capacity, or you were not the defendant. You just been made aware. Holy cow, I'm not the defendant. Holy cow, I'm sorry, I wasted this court's time, energy, and effort. Okay. That's what I said to the other guy when I wrote that apology letter, that he was apologizing like to the IRS and U.S. Marshals Service. He said, what? You threw me in prison? No, dude, you threw you in prison. Correct. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. They've been dealing with you for like a year and a half, 2 years? Believe me, there's plenty of times, ample opportunity that you could have put before them that you are not who this person is, this fiction is, this character is, that. You had plenty of ample opportunity to clarify it to them, but you never did.
Is that an error, or is that
Is that actually an error, or is it a, what was the other word we were using? I'm trying to remember exactly how I worded it from, but I said then I'm trying to remember how I worded it exactly. Is it an error or a wrong, or does it matter? No, wrong is when you know. Wrong is when you knew the right thing to do, but with you intentionally went out to do what you knew was not right.
Right. So where an error is an honest mistake.
Yeah, it's just it's just right. He was right. I'm trying to remember exactly what I wrote it for him, but I'm trying to remember. Let me see if I can go find it real quick.
Yeah.
I just had to put had made a chicken. I had to put it up so that the cats don't get it. So let me see what. But yeah, like I said, I remember what I said to him is that he just became like he's aware. That let me see if I can find it. I think it was called letter number 1. I think it was letter number 1. Oh man, like I said, he was not happy when I read that letter. Yeah, he was not happy.
The prosecutor, the judge, or who?
The guy that I wrote it. The guy I wrote it for. He was like, "Holy cow, man!" He's like, they put me in jail. They did this to me, and they put this.
Right.
They tortured me.
We all volunteer to go to prison.
Right. He said, "Oh, they did this. They did this." I said, "Dude, your name's the only name without order." So, yeah, right here. This is. I'm trying to remember if this is exactly what it was. I said, on or about, July 3rd, 2013, I, the defendant, made a wish to possess, maintain, and requested the immediate placement of an article known as a home monitor ankle bracelet to be bound to my person in concurrence with the go-between agents of the United States of America, said plaintiff. So what I was basically saying right there was just like, I, defendant, made a wish to maintain and possess an ankle bracelet, and I wished for it to be bound to my person, and we all agreed, the agents of the United States of America agreed, on behalf of the plaintiff, that I be bound so. And then I said upon said date, it was my belief that it would be of a benefit to I and my person if I were to claim a vested interest and or ownership of and or the stewardship of said article. So see, at that date, back on July 3rd, I thought it would have been a great benefit for me to be bound.
And so you're acknowledging yourself as the defendant out of the gate there, right? You didn't know. In other words, you didn't begin the letter with "I, a man."
No,
you said "I, the defendant."
Right.
So you're recalling the past. You're basically just clarifying the past. The past.
Right. At one time, I believed I was a defendant. At one time, I thought it was a great benefit to be the defendant. At one time, I thought it was wonderful. At one time, this was the most lovely thing I could possibly imagine being called. And then I just said, at this present date, I claim to maintain constructive possession of said article. Constructive possession just means that I have possession. It's just like constructive trespass. It means that at one time I allowed you onto my property, but now it's constructive trespass. Yes, I invited you. Yes, you were my guest, but now you refuse to leave, so it's constructive trespass. Is it a trespass? Yeah, it's constructive type. I made a mistake, so it's a constructive possession.
Now, is that something that would you initiate that by sending it directly to those men, or would you just want to go and make a claim in court?
No. You always give them notice, fair warning. You try to let them know that it was your mistake, dude. Make a claim against who? A claim against yourself? What, are you going to make a claim against the defendant? That sounds kind of silly. You got to understand that all the stuff that's going on in court, it's all because of you. Those people just show up 9 to 5 to punch in a clock and go to hell home. They don't give a fuck if they get hired tomorrow by Dunkin' Donut. If they pay them twice the pay, they're going to manage Dunkin' Donuts across the street. They're just there for cash. They have no agenda there. They can pay. Believe me, if they weren't getting paid, they wouldn't show up.
Sure.
They're doing it for paycheck. So like I just said, at this present date, I claim to maintain constructive possession of said article. A constructive possession is just like a constructive trespass. At one time, I allowed you on my property. Now, when I thought at 5 o'clock you want to go to hell home. Not only did you not go home at 4 or 5 o'clock, you're still here. It's a week later. And that's basically what I said there. And at one time, that I believed that it was a constructive possession. At one time, I believed it was in my best interest to possess this thing. Not only do I believe it was stupid of me to possess this thing, now, this thing is like I said, a constructive trespass. Now I wish this thing to be gone, but it won't leave. Not only that, at one time that I thought this was a wonderful thing to possess a home ankle bracelet monitor, but now, hell, this thing won't get the hell off of me. Huh. So that's what I was just saying. Now I claim to maintain a constructive possession of said article, and I, as at this date, August 16th, in hindsight, believe I erred. There you go. That's the word I used. Erred. E-R-R-E-D. And I believe I erred back on July 3rd, 2013, for I believe I was in a state of disequilibrium, incapacitation to have made such a wish, for the go-between is to bind my person with said article. So today, August 19th, I wish for the immediate removal of said article from property and I. So there you go. So see, he made a wish for an immediate removal of said article from property and I. So not only does he want it removed from him as a man, but he wants it removed from his person in a two-dimension. He wants it removed from his property, and he claims that he only has exclusive right to enjoy property, and I. When it's I, it's the man. So that's what he went in from this date after. Whomever he or she saith said article is to remain about thy person will be the causal agent of trespass to property and will be held liable for monetary compensation for damages. So I said from this day forward, August 19th, whoever comes and says that article is to remain on my person, on my property, will be the cause of trespass to remain I and my property and will be held liable for compensation. There you go. So that's how simple I made it. I mean, it's a lot nicer worded than that. And the punctuation and everything was fucking scary as shit. But believe me, man, when the attorney got that down there, man, they were pissed. But then, like, he really effed up by making a second letter that he decided to do on his own. On the second letter, he decided to do on his own. He says, well, I want their names, I want their numbers, I want their badge numbers, I want their employee IDs, I want their addresses. And it's like, holy shit. Dude, the first letter said that you bear full liability for the defendant and all the acts that you did on behalf of the defendant. Now you're saying somebody else did all this. Which one is it, dude? Your first letter is completely backwards than your second letter. I said, why in the world did you put that out there? I said, I know why, because you're a vengeful person. You want to seek revenge on these people, and you want to sue them. Because you believe they've done you wrong, when the whole time it's you that's done wrong. He said, well, I know it's Susie and Bobby that did this to me, and little Timmy did this to me. He said, dude, what happened to this Susie, Timmy, and Bobby been reassigned since July? What happened if they're not working at Dunkin' Donuts because they got paid $1 million a year to manage Dunkin' Donuts? Bobby, Susie, and Billy did not do this to you, dude. Your name is the only one on that GPS unit order. I don't see anybody else's name on that order but yours. I said, read the damn order. It's the same thing with you with that task. Read the task agreement. I don't see anybody else's name on task other than yours saying that you'll appear. And you're the one who did not appear. And you're the man who said that I was going to be held liable for all the acts of the defendant. That's why you held in contempt. Because the defendant is a little incompetent 3-year-old. So somebody, Daddy, is going to have to be held liable for the actions of the 3-year-old throwing a lock through the window. Daddy's the one going to jail for a little 3-year-old throwing locks through the windows. Not the 3-year-old. You ain't going to hold a 3-year-old off the jail. That's ridiculous. You're not going to hold the defendant off the jail. You're going to hold a man off the jail. So that's why I kind of like how some of those people do when they go to court and they try to throw the old birth certificate up there. I said, there you go. There's the fiction there. There's the defendant. That's the best part of the defendant you're going to get. You think I'm going to be held liable? You think I'm going to put my body up? Oh, no. I got this article called the birth certificate. I believe it's got just as whatever value that this court is seeking. I hope the court can get it out of this piece of paper because I'm not putting my body up for this. It's like saying a bondsman. A bondsman's like saying, I'm not going to I'm not putting up my body for to bond this guy to jail, but what I will do, I'll put up a piece of paper. I'll pull up Federal Reserve notes, and I'll put them up for the release of this defendant. But is the bondsman actually going to put his body up? He's like, oh, no. But I'll put up notes. I'll put up IOUs. I'll put up security. I'll put up, security instruments. But is the bondsman, you go to Chico's bail bond, is Chico going to put up his body if the defendant you know, if the defendant doesn't show up, no, he's going to put up some sort of security instruments. So I think it's kind of funny when people go to court and they say, hey, well, this is a security instrument. This is a birth certificate. I hope you get some value out of this thing. I hope it's worth something to you. Is that going to cover, you know, the bond or the you know, for to get this guy out, you know, for the defendant to be released or the charges to be dismissed, to drop? It's pretty funny. If it's called a fish, I don't want you to hand me a turtle. If it's a turtle, I don't want you to hand me a shoe. If it's a shoe, I don't want you to hand me a baseball bat. You know, a shoe is a shoe, a fish is a fish, a bird is a bird. So if you say they try to hand it, say no, that's a citation. I want a claim. You know, it's like, what? I want a claim. I thought I was in here for a claim. I thought somebody was making a claim I did wrong. Is anybody claiming I do wrong or I did wrong? Do I do wrong or did I do wrong? Is anybody making a claim that I did wrong? And if they say yes, then I say, well, where does it say in court? What does it say in your code that it's wrong? See, in their code, they never use the word wrong. See, wrong is a common law term. A man could say another man has done him wrong, but the state government can't say a man has done wrong. That's ridiculous. The man has created the state government. How could the creature say that man? How could you say God did you wrong? Let's put it that way. How could you say God, you did me wrong? The God just laugh at you. It's like, okay, Junior, go play. You know, go eat a lollipop. You know, go play. I'll let you know when I do wrong. You don't tell me I done wrong. I'll let you know. I created you, asshole. It's like you're saying to your mom and dad, hey, Mom, you did wrong. You think your mom's going to care? Like, yeah, so what? You think I give a rat's ass? You think I did wrong? Don't worry about it. I do what the hell I want. I make the rules, not here. So like I said, when they say, who's saying that I did wrong? Only another man can say that you did wrong. Especially if you don't have a driver's license, man. To me, you ain't got a driver's license. How could they hold you bound by the rules of the person? So it's like, look, man, I don't even got a driver's license. How can you hold me to those rules? Yeah, I must have a driver's license, or else what? You gonna take my driver's license away? I don't have one. How could you? What are you gonna do to me? I don't have a driver's license. You know, so what are you gonna do to me? Okay, so I drive without a driver's license, and so you're telling me a man can't go from point A to point B? You're like, watch this, Judge, and you just take a step to the left or the right. And I said, did I need a license to do that? You know, I went from point A to point B. I said, did that hurt anybody, Judge? No. Did me driving that car from point A to point B, did that hurt anybody, Judge? You'd be like, well, that's not the point. No, that is the point. Watch this, Judge, and then you move back to where you were. I just moved from point A to point B to point A. Did I cause any harm there? No. Anybody making a claim I've done anything wrong? Well, no. Who's making a claim that me driving a car from point A to point B caused anybody harm? Well, you could harm somebody. Yeah, well, I could also blow my nose and have a heart attack and die, but, you know, who knows, man? Conjecture ain't a crime. Yeah. See, you can't conjecture, man, that all black guys, man, you know, because only 99% of the bank robberies in this country are from 18 to 25-year-old black men. So, you know what? We can't let any 18 to 25-year-old black men in banks anymore because they commit 99% of the bank robberies. You can't just stop everybody. It's the same thing with having a driver's license. They're like, oh, you can't just, you know, what do you mean? You know, if I don't have a driver's license, I can't get into an accident. So you're saying if I do have a license, I won't get into an accident? That's a circular reason. That's ridiculous logic, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, when you're going in, you're just, I mean, can I speak to the judge on pretrial regarding these things, asking him about the...
You put it on paper and hand it to him. You mail it to him 3-4 days so he knows that you're the smart ass that's going to be in front of him. Oh, you gotta give him fair warning, man. You gotta let him know. You gotta put it in paper. You gotta put it in writing.
Yeah.
And you gotta put it into your case so he sees it. You believe me, that stuff that you write will be right on the top. So when he sees you, he says, "Oh yeah, I saw this funny shit. Yeah, you're a pretty funny kid." You know, so he'll appreciate it. Believe me, man. He'll appreciate it. And then don't say a damn thing. No, don't open your mouth, man. It's his court, man. It's their case against you. You don't say a damn thing. You let the paper do all the. He said, Judge, I don't know. I said, can you answer the paperwork that I put before the court? Who's going to answer what I put before the court? You see, because what you did is you presented your answer to the court. You say, okay, I believe, somebody wants me to answer to this, wrong. Believe me, I don't think what I did was wrong. Stuff like that. Just little simple things. Say, well, who's making a claim I did wrong? What did I do wrong? Say, are you saying, Hawaii Code 1234 that I did wrong? Well, no, that wouldn't be wrong. Would that be what I did was illegal? But like I said, I say to people, if you listen to my shows, man, I'm telling you, sometimes it was illegal for people under 18 to drink, then it was illegal for people under 21 to drink, and then it might go back to 18 to drink. Just because it's illegal to do something, that means today we feel like it. Oh, our feelings. Oh, we have feelings. We feel it's a bad thing to do. Well, I don't give a damn about your feelings. I don't give a damn what you think is illegal. You just let me know when I've done wrong. Because at one time we didn't need driver's licenses. Now we do. One day we might not need them again. Don't tell me what I did was illegal, because illegal is like saying feelings. Oh, I got my tender feelings hurt. Oh, fuck your feelings. Don't give a shit about what you fucking feel. Did I hurt anybody? Yes or no? Well, you hurt my feelings. It's like, look, it's like your mom would tell you, look, I don't care if you hurt your feelings. You got any broken bones? No. You bleeding? No. Go back outside and play. Oh, well, she called me a name. Look, you got any broken bones? No. Any blood? No. Go out and play. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're young enough to remember that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear. Like your mom would say, I don't want to hear it. I don't care what the fuck she did to you. Any broken bones? No. Any blood? No. I don't give a fuck what she did to you. Deal with it. You're a big boy. Go fucking deal with it. Oh, well, she bullied me. Oh, too fucking bad. Any broken bones? No. Any blood? No. Deal with it. It's like the same thing with the judge. You're basically saying to the judge, any broken bones? No. Any blood? No. Then deal with it. I'm going from point A to point B. Deal with it. But like I said, you can't go in there with a total asshole attitude. You put it in writing. You put it before the judge. The judge gets a big laugh. Believe me. I've had judges say that shit to me. He said, man, I've been doing this since 1968. I ain't never seen nothing like this. This is funny as hell. The judges get a kick out of it. So just try to entertain them, man. Try to make them laugh. Try to give them something that they use the same old bullshit every day. They do this for 20, 30 years. How would you like to sit in that stupid room for 20, 30 years hearing the same bullshit all the time? Oh, well, I forgot to get my driver's license. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I forgot. I don't know. Give them something funny. Give them something to remember you by and say, oh, yeah, you fucking funny. I like you. You make me laugh.
So it's too late for me to submit something, right? Because it's on Wednesday morning?
No, you got plenty of time, man. Just like I said, make sure, you got a Sunday, Monday. Make sure you get in there Monday, man. Tuesday at the latest. Because like I said, the judge like that one guy did, he was going to go to jail for not paying child support for 5 years. And I wrote him 3 little silly fucking sentences, and the judge laughed his ass off, and he's not sitting in jail. Actually, they don't mind that he's only paying $30 or $1 a day now instead of paying 10,000 or someone, whatever, how much money he owes or whatever, who knows. How would you let it go? Like I said, what you could do, like I said, if you believe that somebody's got a lien and they filed a lien on error on you, they just require that you have a hearing. You say, hey, make your resentment known to the court. And like I said, if anybody, especially if it's just another man or another woman like that, oh, that's sweet. Because like I said, all you got to do is you can say to them, look, at this time, the best I could do is pay, like I said, I did that with a guy in Indiana. If you listen to the show back in August, like the first week of August, the letter was very simple. It basically just said to the state of Indiana that all he had at this time was $30. I said to him, how much money do you have? Can you afford $1 a day? And he said, yes, I have $1 a day that I can afford. So then I just said to him, I said, great, we're going to write a letter to the state of Indiana, and we're just going to say to them, and this is exactly what the letter said, at this time, I, a man, Brian Bonner, do not have access to more than $30 per month. Is there anything else of value in which you will accept as payment to the debt?
in which, one, you claim is true, and two, you believe that I owe to you, and that now that you are claiming is past due. So there you go. So right there, he says, the best I could do is $30 a month. And he owed tens of thousands, whatever it was, in back child support. And he was looking at 4.5 years in jail. He was going to be sentenced. So by throwing that letter into the court, he just says, look, I do not have access to more than $30 per month. That's all. That's all I got. Is there anything else of value in which you will accept as payment to a debt? So, see, he was acting honorably. So they had to accept it. You better believe the state of Indiana wants him to pay every damn dime and pay it now. They don't want to accept this silly $30 nonsense. And then, like I said, the lady who had a child and their bills was in the tens of thousands of dollars with the hospital. They said she was saying how the hospital treated her like dirt every time they went to court. But when they presented a letter just like this, saying that most that she had at her disposal at the end of every month was $5. That's all she had was $5. She said when she put this note in before the court, and the hospital attorneys, when they got to court, she put this note in with the $5 thing, and she said the attorneys for the hospital treated her nice, the judge treated her nice. She said prior to that note, they said they always treated me like dirt. So, and that's what I'm trying to say. If anybody's making a claim that you owe them a debt, you tell them, honestly, this is all I can afford to pay you every month. All I can pay you is 30 cents. That's all I can pay you. You know what? Do you guys just want the problem to go away? There you go. They say, look, the most I can do is $1 a month. The best I can do is $5 a month. The best I can do is $30 a month. If you just want the problem to go to hell away, and you just want to get on and do something else with your life instead of reading all this stuff, filing appeals, doing surrey juris nonsense, reading all these stupid websites, just say, you know what? I don't care who comes to me. If I could say, I don't care who comes to me. Say Betty Crocker comes to me and I say, or $10,000 for a cookbook. I was like, you know what, lady, Betty Crocker Corporation or whatever, you know what, I'm not going to go around with the argument in court. I'm going to send her this letter and say, look, the best I have is 10 cents a month to set off this debt. Is there anything else that you believe of value that you will accept and which you claim is true and which you believe I now owe you and then you declare is post-due? Is there anything else I can do for you, ma'am? And that's it. And I'm done. You know what? I'm going to take the 50-cent stamp, put a 10-cent check in the mail, and be done. And I'm going on with my life. So I don't care who's making a claim I owe a debt. You know, I don't care how ridiculous. I don't care if they even got the wrong guy. I don't care. I'm just going to give him 10 cents and give him $1 and get him the hell off my back. You know, because like I said, man, especially like I said, you go to surgery, you deal like one of the animals I got to deal with. I could die at any moment, man. So why am I going to waste my time going to court, arguing with people, writing papers, doing all this nonsense, when I can just write 2-3 sentences and be done? Just like I'm sure that lady who's got that sickly daughter of hers, and she said, "Oh, I could pay to the hospital is $5." They're gonna garnish her paycheck. They're gonna lien her her home. They're gonna take all her possessions. They're gonna execute a warrant of debt on her. It was ridiculous. I said, "Lady, how about you just do a 2-3 sentence letter and we'd be done? Give $5 a month and back them off. Would you be happy? No worry about garnishment. Nothing to worry about. Possessions in your home being taken out." Like I try to say to folks, doesn't that make you folks happy? Just say, look, I don't give a damn. Just give them a couple of dollars a month. I'd just make them go away. That's all I give a damn about. I don't have to win anything. It's like, to me, being left alone is a win. So it's like, you know what? I don't want to spend my whole life arguing with these people. Obviously, a kid got some, good medical care, and obviously this guy actually owes child support. And obviously the state of Indiana, paid money to his ex-wife and his kids, or 1 kid, 2 kids, I don't know how many kids he's got. But they paid him. Obviously they paid money out to people of Indiana to help support his child and help support his ex-wife. I'm sure they were collecting some sort of state benefit, so now he's paying back $30 a month. Well, damn, man, most dads probably pay $30 a day to feed their kids or house their kids. So he's paying the state back $30 a month for the next 10,000 months. So what? So like I said, that's why, if you want to argue with it in the long term, I couldn't care less. I was like, you know what? Like I said, you do the Gordon holding, you conditionally accept their offer upon proof of claim, You can do that too.
You know, but like I said, if you just want to make it go away really super quick, just say, okay, you know what, fine. You know what? It's like saying like a husband and wife arguing. You just say, you know what, honey, you're right. You're absolutely right. You know what? Everything you say, honey, you are right. You know what? Fine. Everything you say is right. You're absolutely right. You know what? Fine. Yeah, here's $1 a month for the next 10 million months. Have a nice life. I'm gone. But you know what? You're right. I'm out of here. I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to fight. You know what? You're right. Just make you happy. There's nothing they can do. You're done. So the attorney's going to have to say he has to come up with this belief system all of a sudden that the attorneys don't have a belief system. Attorneys use precedent and case law. They say, the attorneys have to say, well, I don't believe this, but if you go back to the Scalia Court of 2006, the Scalia Court, or the Roberts, well, it's called the Roberts Court. The Roberts Court, you know, ruled in this manner, and Scalia wrote the opinion for the court. You know, so like I said, at least, so attorneys have to use what, like, somebody superior to them believes, or what somebody above them in their society established as the position of the Supreme Court. So when we establish our positions, we're supposed to be the representative of God. So when we utter something, it's supposed to be like God uttered something. So our belief outranks the lawyers, because they have to base it upon an opinion of a court. So they can maintain their position. We have a belief. They maintain positions because they're governed, and that's what govern means. To govern something means to maintain a position. To govern something, like a governor on a carburetor or a governor on a boat, it steers it. So they have to maintain a position, and the Supreme Court and the Roberts Court, you know, maintains this position that, you know, you can't do this or you can't do that. It's like, well, that's just lovely that that's the position that the Supreme Court of the United States ruled, but that's also saying the Supreme Court of Mexico, or the Supreme Court of Paraguay, or the Supreme Court of Canada. Who cares? It's not the Supreme. It's the Supreme Court of the United States government. It's the Supreme Court that makes a ruling between the president and the Congress. The Supreme Court is not supposed to make a ruling between me and Bob, because that's not within their jurisdiction. I'm not under the Supreme Court's control. I'm not under the rule of the Supreme Court. I'm a man. Bob's a man. If Bob's got a problem with me, we take it to a trial by jury. We go before 12 other, you know, men and 12 other, you know, other members of our society, We don't go to the Supreme Court. And like I say to folks all the time, even if you do go to the Supreme Court and you take all that stuff and you win, yay, you always see what the Supreme Court says. Now that we ruled in this guy's behalf, it goes back to the court of the original jurisdiction, like a federal district court. And then the issue gets brought up in federal district court, and now the federal district court has got a good opinion on how he should rule this time. So when it goes back, the ruling comes back from the Supreme Court of Alabama. That's why John Wilkinson told me that. He said, you know what, you can get a ruling from the Supreme Court of Alabama. It could take you up to 12 years to get a ruling. And what's going to happen is going to go back to the court of original jurisdiction, family court. And the family court judge could tell you, oh, that's a lovely opinion that you got from the Alabama Supreme Court. But you know what? You could tell the Supreme Court to go F off, because this is my case. You're in my courthouse. You're in my jurisdiction. You're in my realm. And I'm telling you, F off. So you just wasted all your time winning an appeal. And that's exactly what the man who is the head clerk of the appeals court for Alabama said to me. And he's been doing it since 1975. He's a deacon of a church. He's the president of the Court Clerks of America Association, and he teaches this at a university down there, at a law university down in Alabama. So if he's telling me it's a sham, it's a joke, it's a total waste of your time and a waste of your money, I'm not going to argue with this man. This man's an expert. When somebody like a doctor tells me, hey, buddy, you got a ruptured diaphragm, and we got to go in there and web you up and put all your pieces back together again, I say, okay. And like I said, it was funny, the anesthesiologist knocked me out because I watched like a whole bunch of YouTube videos of what they want to do to me, and I was giving them advice on how they should patch me up, and they're probably like, that's enough of this guy. Knock him out. Man, they knocked me out with a shot. They didn't even wait to gas me, man. They knocked me out with a liquid tranquilizer. It was pretty funny. But it was like, that's enough of this guy's opinion on how we should do our job. We got this covered, buddy. And that's basically, like I said, what a district court judge will do, too. It's like, that's great. That's a great opinion from the Supreme Court of the state, the Supreme Court of the United States government. That's just lovely. That's a lovely freaking opinion. But you know what? I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. It's just like a trial by jury. The jury could say, well, that's a lovely code, and that's a lovely law that we have here in Alabama or Virginia. But you know what? We're going to do jury nullification. We're going to go off the board with this one, and we're going to do what we want to do. And nobody can stop us. And that's basically what the lower court judge could tell the Supreme Court. They say, well, that's a lovely opinion that you have, but you know what? I'm here for life. I got tenure. I'm not going nowhere. You can't strip me from this bench. I'm stuck. I'm in this position for the rest of my life. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. And I'm going to sit here, and I don't give a damn what somebody's ruling was. You know, if he's going to do, like I said, the old Ori tennis rule, he's going to be like, I'm witnessing the behavior of this man in this court, in open court. The Supreme Court is not here witnessing this man's behavior in open court. I see how this man is acting in open court, and I don't give a damn how good he sounds on paper. This guy's an asshole. There's no way in the world I'm going to let this guy do what he's doing. And he's like, well, somebody's got to stand up to the feds. It's not like this. A man doesn't have to stand up to anybody or anything. A man makes his freaking claim, and somebody's got to counter his claim. And I'm telling you, the IRS is not going to appear. That's right. I said, dude, you're going at this all wrong. You're going to jail. Stop with this crazy Marco's telling you. He starts like, well, the Constitution says this and that. Really? You wrote the Constitution? You were there? You're going to bring somebody in open court on the oath of affirmation who signed that document, created that document, to swear that that's what that document means? You're crazy. You know, so they were like, they were trying to mock me and make fun of me. He was like, oh, dude, what? I'm telling you, man, if you listen to this guy, you are going to jail. I said, how many years are you looking at? 3 years. I said, you're going to get all 3. I said, you can't go into court and do what they're doing. I'm telling you, they're going to make an example out of you, doctor. That's right. You better know how to operate properly. Or that's right, they will swallow you up, and especially if you don't know what you're doing, you're trying to play around. Oh boy, will they ever make an example of you? But you start doing it as a man. You're trying to whip in all this Constitution. Like I said to people on Angela's show the other day, I said, look, I'm the dad. Could you imagine some little prick bastard of mine? You know, I don't know how many freaking kids I got, but say one of the kids I got come up to me and say, hey, Daddy, the Constitution says I can stay up past 9 o'clock. The Constitution says I can. God. To my civics class, and then my teacher says I have freedom of speech, so fuck you, old man. Yeah, good luck. I said, how far do you think that's going to go under my jurisdiction, under my authority, my control? I said, this is safe. I said, why do you all think once a judge gets elected, like I said, I run for being a judge, or Brian runs to be a judge, or you run to be a judge, and everybody in your community loves you, so they elect you as Mayor McCheese or Judge McCheese, whatever, of your little town. The judges only go to judging school for 3 freaking days. Yeah. They just say, do you know how to be a mom? Do you know how to be a dad? Yeah. Well, those people in front of you, they're your children. If they mouth off to you, you know, put them in timeout. Exactly. They try to whip the Constitution out of you. What would you do if your child said the Constitution to you? You'd laugh at them. You'd say, yeah, okay, Junior. Yeah, okay, Junior. Well, what's the Constitution now? Really? You got to have anybody come forth and testify in the oath of affirmation? That's a true document? Yeah, well done. Is anybody the signatories of any of that document? Are they going to appear? No. So that's very nice that you believe that that's what it reads, but you know what? You didn't create that damn thing, so who the hell are you to interpret it? That's right. And that's why I tell all these guys who are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old, who talk on my show, call me up. As soon as they start whipping out citations, rulings, and precedent, I just start laughing at them. All constitutions, I laugh at them. Lawyers have to use this because lawyers aren't allowed to voice their opinions. They have to voice opinions of superior beings that came before them. The only superior being that came before me was God. Right. And that's all I got to do is convince another man or another woman, another God, that what I'm saying is true. I just got to convince the gods, the other man, the other woman that's in that building. Not the judge, not the prosecutor. Only a man I have to prove I am true to. I don't have to prove I'm true to a fiction. That's right. I'm like I said, it's like go ahead and argue with God and see how far that's going to get you.
unless it's the pink polka dot God, right? All those adjectives.
That's what I did on one of my that's what I did on one of those videos that I did in videos, and I did in Indiana. I drew almost a pyramid. I cut the top off. Okay, I said, look, man's here, the judge is in the middle, plaintiff and defendants at the bottom. Man is superior to the judge because a man can act as a judge. A man can be a judge, but a judge can't be a man. You see what I'm saying? It's not the same thing. Like, can all men be a judge? Can be judges? Yes. Can all judges be a man? Well, no. A cat could judge something. A dog could judge whether or not they should cross the road. But a man is above the judge, and the judge is above the defendant and the plaintiff. So the judge has control and status over a plaintiff and the defendant. I said that the space missing on the top is like you see in the dollar bill, you all-seeing eye. That's God. You know, that space is reserved for God. He has precedent over all of us. I said, but it's man, judge, defendant, plaintiff. So if you go into court and you respond to either the plaintiff or the defendant's role, the judge has jurisdiction over you. He's got control. Jurisdiction means control. What is control over you? Yep. Just like I'm a man, I got control over the judge. And I say to the judge, are you going to testify against me, judge? You want to put your 2 cents in, Bob? No, I don't know you from a fucking can of paint. That's right. You know, like what's inside a can of paint? It's just a silver thing. I don't know what the hell's inside of it until you tell me what's inside of it. It could be any freaking thing. It could be anything inside that can of paint. It might be paint. It might be even BBs. Who knows? It's just, you know, I don't know you. You know, so you want to give your opinion now, Judge? No, hell no. And that's what I say to people all the time, man. Just put your paperwork in and let the paperwork talk for itself. Well, that's what's kind of funny is you guys start learning what the word property means. Yeah, it's property to your person. It does right. It doesn't mean the ground that you walk upon. It doesn't mean the real estate. It doesn't mean the tangible asset. It doesn't mean something corporeal. You guys got to learn what property means. Yeah. It's only exclusive to you. It's all no others. But I explained to another man earlier today, some man named Alan. I said to them, I said, all you have to do, I said, instead of arguing back and forth like crazy, and like say like using somebody like me to explain to you what property tax is, if you believe that Indiana or where you live is saying that you owe property taxes, why don't you just ask them to define what's property and what's a tax and what is property taxes and how am I expressly written into that, you know, code? Show me. That's the simple question. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, because what you're doing is you're putting on a big boy hat, and you're putting on I'm the genius hat, and there's something that says I have to pay property taxes. Like, to me, that sounds ridiculous. When I say to people taxes, it's like, you're saying I don't own something, and you believe that you're letting me borrow it, like you're letting me lease it or rent it. Is that what you believe a tax is? Okay. And then property. My definition of property means it's exclusive to me, and nobody else within a society could make a claim for it. So, my belief in what property and what taxes means, obviously it's not what you believe property and taxes means. Can you please define the word property and taxes? So that's what I do to them. I started off with a nice little simple letter. Yeah. Hi, Bob. Greetings. I hear you, the tax assessor. Can you tell me what the word property and what the word taxes is? And then you can tell me what the word property tax means, or the phrase property tax. And can you show me where I'm expressly some sort of code between you and I that I owe you a debt to some sort of this thing called property or tax? Yeah. Well, it's really you mess with their head. That's all I'm doing. I'm just being an asshole. That's all I'm being. Because they're like, why can't you just make it easy on us? See, this is what I used to do to school teachers since I was a little kid. So all the teachers loved to hate me because I always challenged them. I always made their day interesting. Everybody else was just a little melon head, and they just want to get the A+, and they want to get the gold star, and they want to get the smiley face. They want the lollipop, and I'd be like, hey, shove your lollipop, but sun don't shine. I don't want to know what's up. Yeah, exactly. I just want you to leave me alone. Look, I'm being forced on that bus, and I'm being forced to sit here, and I'm being forced to take your crap. You're going to pay it.
Now, when I'm paid, then maybe I'll listen to you. But right now, you're forcing this on me, and I don't want to be here. So you know what? I'm not going to make your life easy. You're not making my life easy. You want to make my life easy? Let me go to hell home.
Yeah. Has anybody else seen a Karl Lentz cartoon with him at like 10 years old going to school? God, I'd love to see that. Yeah.
I live in New York, and I had emailed you about it, and it's like find out the price of the land by itself without the sweat equity, and I was like, okay, so I got to go Monday to the Bureau of Land and all of that because the county clerk don't have it on record. Like they have a picture of it, but I can't print it for myself, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, what I say to people is try to find a relatively close vacant lot and ask them what's the value of that lot. Why do you believe that if I put a mansion on this thing or a TT on there, why do you believe that you could, for the equity that I put into this on top of this land, why do you believe that you could make a claim from what I sweated to produce? What makes you believe that you could get something from me? Well, like Barack Obama will say, well, you didn't earn it on your own. You didn't build it on your own. You didn't produce it on your own. It's like, oh, yes, I did. Because before, obviously, it was a vacant lot. Or maybe there's a teepee on it. But other than that, I did it. It's like, oh, no, we all helped you. It's like, okay, dude, you need to back off. Yes, okay, technically, somebody built the roads. Technically, somebody discovered America. Technically, somebody knocked down these trees. Technically, you're right. But you know what? Everything else has been on. If I wasn't here, that wouldn't be here. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So he's trying to make 1 + 1 + 1. No, it's not A + B + C. It isn't all equal. A = B = no, it's not. Yes, thank you that somebody came. It's like, so you're saying, so since Columbus came over here, the Indians came over here, you're saying that without them, I wouldn't exist. Okay, that might be true. You know what? But you know what? How does the county believe that they could claim the sweat equity in that building? And they'll say, well, we gave you an education, we built roads for you, we put gas stations up for you. It's like, look, we didn't do anything. Another man did it, and he was compensated.
Or they'll say that it's crown land or something like that, Karl.
Well, what I'm saying is, it's like, they say they built the roads. It's like, look, let me tell you what. The guy who was the architect and created that road, he's already got compensated, and he's dead. He's fine. Anybody who built that road wasn't a slave. Anybody who built that road got compensated, got paid for his time and his effort and his energy, and there is no more debt that he could claim that I owe to him.
That's right, basically.
So this is what the government tries to say. Well, without people who came before you, you couldn't build that house on that land because there was no roads, no electric supply, no water supply, no sewage. It's like, look, dude, like I said, an Obama kind of guy. Look, everybody who did their part to make this part happen, they've already all been compensated. They can no longer lay a claim to it. It's just like if I build a fancy car and I sell it to you for 10, 20 grand, I can't lay any more claim in that. Yes, it's true. Without me doing that, you wouldn't have had such a beautiful car, but I can no longer claim it because you paid me off. You gave me compensation. Incompetent just means that you don't understand exactly what is going on at this time, and that you don't believe that you're going to be held liable or that you're bound to the rules of court at this time because you're not competent to provide a proper answer at this time. And they can't make an incompetent person answer when you admit it that you're incompetent. Being incompetent is not a bad thing. Being incompetent is a wonderful thing. Yeah. That's why, like, women and children for thousands of years were never held liable for their acts. The husband had to. The husband meant a bond servant. So being a husband meant that you were putting up the bond for all the crazy shit, like if you ever watched I Love Lucy, Ricky Ricardo was a bond servant. So every kind of escapade, crazy bullshit nonsense Lucy was getting into, he was being held liable. I don't know if you ever watched I Love Lucy over there in England. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, it's a comedy show. And it has this screwball crazy redhead, and Ricky Ricardo was the bongo player, poor husband. And every time Lucy wanted to do something, she wanted to start her own business, she wanted to get a freaking job, she wanted to learn how to drive a car, she wanted to dabble in real estate, whatever the hell she was getting into, whatever
crazy scheme that she had to get money and get rich quick, or be an independent, strong woman, or free from a Cuban bongo player husband. Every time, every show only lasted 30 minutes, every time she fucked up somehow, poor Ricky was held liable for paying for all her debts and all the problems that she got into. And at the end of almost every episode, Ricky would take Lucy, put her over his fucking lap, and he'd spank the shit out of her. And she'd be kicking and squealing at the end of the show, and everybody get a good laugh. I mean, you can't do that anymore. In this country, you can't say, hey, lady, you screwed up my life. Maybe, you just wrecked, you maybe pay $500 in damages, get over here so I, put you on my knee and pop your ass. So you learn your lesson so you don't do it again. Because this is the way it's been for thousands of years. They've been incompetent. Children and women were deemed incompetent. So it was so funny back in the 70s when I went to school. Like I said, I got kicked out of a sociology class in less than 3 days because with the very first thing that poor sociology, like professor guy opened up the class with, he was like 60, 70 years old, pure communist guy. He says men and women are equal. And I just started going, and then and all the girls like booed and hissed me. I said, what? Are you kidding? Do you believe in this guy's nonsense? And they were like, well, yes, we're equal. I said, do you realize you could get away with murder and you could just say it was that time of the month? Do you realize you could do whatever you could embezzle funds and just say, well, I wanted a new hat? Do you realize you could get away with just about any wrong and walk away from it scot-free, blaming it on your dad, blaming it on your husband? I said, you have no idea that you're not being held liable for anything you do wrong because you're incompetent, that you don't know law. The only thing you women can be held liable for is that you're supposed to cook dinner, iron clothes, and raise babies because technically the society believes that that's all that you're competent in. So, but if you want to be held liable for every other act, like if you want to be held liable for all the acts that a man does, oh, well, God bless you, you're crazy. Because all that's going to happen is the courts are going to get jurisdiction and control the authority over you women, and they're going to make your life holy hell, just like they make men's lives holy hell. Because husband means bondservant. Do you want to be a bondservant? Do you want to put up whatever you got for doing wrong or acts of wrongs for others? Oh, you're out of your mind. So it's so funny, man. By the third day, almost all the kids in the class had their desk. I sat in the last seat, last row, so I could look out the window. They all turned their desk and they were taking notes from me. And that poor little I remember his last name was Scalia. I'm sure he's dead by now. I remember on the first day he tried to block the door so I couldn't leave the class and he wanted to talk to me. The second day he actually touched me and I was able to shoo me around him and leave. The third day, this little Irish guy stepped on my shoes so I couldn't. He knew I wouldn't hit an old man. So he stepped on my shoes and said, hey, look, I got an agenda. I got a curriculum I got to instill and indoctrinate these kids with. He says, you're really screwing up my program here. He says, look, I'll give you an A, but don't ever come back to my class. He says, you're totally effing up my ability to teach these people what I got to teach them. So I took the A and I never went back. But I'm telling you, I knew this baloney since 1979, 1980 when that guy pulled that stunt on me. It's common sense. What I do is common sense because, like I said, thank God my dad didn't read or write English, and you're saying your dad doesn't read or write English as well. So he has to deal on what he knows is common sense. So what I have to tell people, if they're good, if they have common sense, this stuff hits them like lightning. They're like, oh yeah, this all makes sense. But
how do I get rights of audience on behalf of my father? Because I tried lots of different avenues, but didn't quite work.
That's where you're going to move into Queen's Bench. That's where you're going to move into Queen's Bench, and you're going to act as his next friend.
And as a what friend?
Next. And his next friend.
Next. N-E-X-T. Friend.
You could Google that if you want to, because that's what you do to help the incompetent, the disabled, or the idiots. And idiots is a wonderful thing to be called too, believe me. And when the state came to me and tried to hand me a contract, I said, look at me, man, I am an idiot. Any state policy, codes, regulations, or policies that you're trying to enforce upon me, I am an utter idiot. Because idiot means that I can't be held liable, I can't be bound, and I'm not entering into this contract. I'm not under your jurisdiction, control, authority. When you're an idiot, you can't contract with an idiot. It can't be done.
Yeah.
It's illegal, and it's illegal, unlawful, and unethical. You can't do it.
That's quite interesting.
You can't do it. It's like say somebody's on their deathbed, or somebody is on just got into a car accident, or somebody just waking up from a coma, or somebody whatever, and you just put a contract in front of them and tell them to sign it.
Not mentally sane.
You can't do that. You can't take advantage of the incompetent. You can't take advantage of a woman or a child. You can't take advantage of an idiot. You can't do it. You can't capitalize on them. You can't. That's what capitalize means, to take advantage over somebody less fortunate. You can't capitalize. Yes, this is a capitalist country. Yes, but you still have to have certain rules of ethics that you're going to live by. You can't take candy out of a baby's mouth. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Just because the baby can't fight back, it isn't the rule of the fittest. There isn't a jungle out here. I'd love to go back up to Canada and have like a U.S. passport, but if they say passport, I go, passport what? It's like, do you have a passport? It's like, what? What do you mean, do I have a passport? And then just say to them, do you require of me, a man, to cross from over here to over there, and I require a piece of paper? So I'd hold the Border Patrol guy liable as a man to deny access to crossing over a piece of land, going from one piece to another piece.
Actually, you just mentioned an important point there. As a man, so you ask his name, for instance, and he says, my name's Officer 38, and you say, no, I'm not asking for your office badge number. I'm asking for your name, and then they only give you Mr. Smith, and they refuse to give the beginning part.
Right. I just say, okay,
Bob. Are you happy with that?
Well, that's what I say. I say, okay, Bob, and I just call him Bob.
Oh, Bob.
Say, hey, Bob, say, are you telling me I can't go from this part of the road to that part of the road without a piece of paper? Are you saying I can't go past this gate? Are you telling me that you're going to interfere with my right to go as a man, to go from this part on planet Earth to this point on planet Earth? So like I said to my sister, I said I was going to do that. I was going to go up to Canada when I was up in Indiana because I wasn't that far away from Canada. And I said to her, but I had a rental car. I said what I would have had to do was like take a taxi over the border or walk across the border and then try to walk back across the United States border. I didn't want to lose the rental car on the Canadian side and just say, well, this guy gave us a hard time, so we locked him up and da-da-da-da-da. And then just have a nice big lawsuit going on. It's like, okay, you telling me as a man that I'm limited to my right to travel on planet Earth because I don't have a piece of paper? Who's saying I need a piece of paper? Well, the Department of Homeland Security. Oh, is that Mr. or Mrs. Department of Homeland Security? Is that a man or a woman? It's like, well, it's an agency. Oh, so you're telling me in a common law of land that DHS is going to appear in court, put its hand on the Bible, and swear that I, as a man, cannot go from point A to point B? Oh, I'm going to love to see the DHS appear in court. That's going to be lovely. I'll pay to see that. It's like, well, no, an attorney can't make a claim that I can't go. Only the plaintiff must appear and say that I can't go from point A to point B because I'm going to cause it harm or her harm or him harm. I'm not causing DHS harm. Who in DHS am I causing harm? Well, nobody. Who's incurring those financial loss? Well, nobody. Oh, you're telling me like an insurance company created this Homeland Security policy to protect any kind of bombings to some major building in which they're sure from falling down. So you're saying another insurance company policy is restricting my travel. Well, yes, the insurance companies wrote Obamacare for your benefit, for insurance companies' benefit, and they're going to do it for their benefit so that more buildings get blown up. We're going to make it harder and harder to get an insurance company to have to pay out.
Yeah.
So we're going to require all you people to have paperwork and go through metal detectors and go through body scans and cavity searches. So the insurance companies don't have to pay out anymore. It's like, oh, isn't that lovely? Well, I'm going to have to say opt out. I'm going to say I'm a man, and I'm going to have to opt out. It's that simple.
they can't force a man to comply. You can just opt out and say, well, I wish to opt out. They do that at airports over here. They go, I wish to opt out. And then when you opt out, they say, then they try to make your life holy hell by touching you and stuff like that. Say, if you touch me, you trespass upon my property, I'm going to hold you liable. But see, nobody just says something simple like that. Now, do you wish to trespass upon my property? Go ahead and touch me and find out what happens. They'll say, is that a threat? No, I just gave you fair warning. I'm going to hold you liable for damage. So go ahead and trespass. You wish to trespass? I'm telling you, you're trespassing. Go ahead and do it. You want to do it?
Actually, that brings up another point. Basically, this enforcement officer that came to our land, I wrote a letter to him and said, don't come to our land again. And I said, you know, I'm going to hold you liable for any trespass. And he kept coming a few times after that with his colleagues and this, that, and the other.
Oh, that's because you didn't hand him a bill. You didn't say, hey, look, if you trespass on my land.
What I did was I wrote a bill to his home address, and then the council, he spoke to the council, and the council applied an injunction on me because he felt threatened.
Yeah, because you should invite him onto your land. You should invite everybody to that they're having a Rolling Stone concert on your land, and there's going to be an admission fee.
An admin fee. Oh, okay.
You should have invited them. Please appear.
Oh, so please appear and discuss why you think that
if you wish to appear, you know, there's going to be an admission fee. That way he could say, well, no, there's no admission fee. Say, hey, you know, the Rolling Stones are going to appear here. You know, you want to be here the same time they're here? It's going to be an admission fee. He's like, you want to be here the same time I'm here? It's going to be an admission fee.
I did take him a ridiculous fee, like $100,000, £100,000.
Yeah, I'd make it reasonable. I did say to Mark in the invoice that if he'd make an early payment, that I'd accept $10,000. Yeah, you could do that. You could say make a payment plan and get a coupon book.
But then the thing was is that they applied an injunction against us because they felt threatened. So do you think that was just later?
If you appear before tea time, man, you'll get 10% discount. I mean, you like I said, they love when you're funny. They actually enjoy it, man. Because they realize what you're doing, and they realize it's messing with them. They realize what you're doing, and they realize that you see the absurdity in it.
Neighbor across the street, dog comes over, takes a crap on my lawn. I go next door and say, hey, stop doing that. You know, I put him on notice. Okay? All right? And he keeps doing it. So then I send him a letter. How do you do? All right? Say, hey, if it happens again, you owe me $5,000. All right? He throws it in the garbage. Okay? I do it through certified mail. Okay? And I sign it. All right? Does it again. I said, look, put him on notice. So you got 3 pieces of paper in, 60 days, right? Okay.
That's a swell guy to pick up 60 days worth of poop.
Well, okay. Well, we could accelerate that, but I'm just trying to make a point. All right. But I give them a brief.
The first time you tell somebody they did wrong, they will compensate you immediately.
They will not. Come on.
Okay. Well, then if they don't, you hand them the bill, and then you immediately.
How do you collect your bill, Carl?
Then you take.
I'm asking you, how do you do it?
When you take them to court.
Tell me how you do it.
Then you take them to court and you sue them.
Yeah, that's my point. My point is, you got to say first.
If somebody did me wrong, you think like I said, somebody stole my car, and I got a kid in the backseat. You think I'm going to send them 3 notices? I'm going to say, give me my car back now, or I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to give him about 10 seconds.
Okay, well, you know, guess what? Without any paperwork, before you go into court, you got controversy, man.
Of course you got a controversy. That's why you go to court, because you couldn't settle it between
adversarial. There's a
controversy. That's why you move in court, because there's a controversy.
Look, I can go into court. It's adversarial. That gives the judge jurisdiction. Okay?
No, it doesn't give the judge jurisdiction if you want a trial by jury. That's going to be the judges then. You could say, look,
when you're a plaintiff, when you're the moving party, when you're the prosecutor, and you submit your claim before a tribunal, and you place it into a public courthouse, you surrender jurisdiction and control of your paperwork, and now it's up to the judges to decide the merits of your case. Right. It's that simple. Right, because you're not a big boy and you can't handle this shit on your own, so you had to go round up a posse and help you collect from the person that done you wrong. So those people are going to judge whether or not that your case has merit, whether or not that you've truly been done wrong. And if you have been done wrong, they will send a posse over there and they will have a warrant of death on the fucking man, and they will go in, the deputies in the sheriff's department will go in there and they'll strip that man of his property until they put it up in auction and until your debt is paid back, that the jury came down and the verdict of the jury has been satisfied. It's that simple.
Here's the thing, man. I'm trying to enhance your process. You think I'm just going after...
I'm done in 93 seconds.
I know. You think I'm going after the equity court, okay? When
I don't care where are you going with this. I just did it so simple. It's scary. Somebody did you wrong. You say, stop doing this wrong.
I am the man, and you're going in there because I am the man, okay? And you're going into wrong. You're walking into an admiralty maritime court.
No, I'm not. What admiralty maritime court?
You are walking into an admiralty maritime court with gold fringe around the flag, man. You are walking. What?
You got to watch what happened with the Freemen of Montana. See, this is the Freemen of Montana.
I know all about it, man.
This is the Freemen of Montana nonsense that you're going down, man. I love this federal district court. I love this federal district court judge that went after the Freemen of Montana. What happened when the Freemen of Montana, the Schweitzer guy, when they went before the judge, all of a sudden they started whipping out the Bible. All of a sudden they started whipping out English common law. All of a sudden they started whipping out Magna Carta. All of a sudden they started doing about this gold fringe conspiracy theory wacko nonsense. So I love this district court. This district court judge did is he got out from behind the bench. He took off his robe. He put a wooden chair in front of the Mr. Schweitzer and the Montana Freemen. On the way out off of the pedestal, the altar, the Temple of Doom, the judge kicked the American flag with the gold fringe to the floor. And he said, okay, the gold flag's gone. I'm not wearing no robe. I'm not part of no clergy or Illuminati. Now, you are going to answer this question. Guilty or not guilty, how do you plead? If anything comes out of your mouth other than that, I am going to hold your ass off. Now, how do you plead? And that was as simple as the man did it. He didn't give a rat's ass about no gold fringe. He didn't give a rat's ass about 10,000 pages that you guys put into these courts, because all it is paper terrorism. He's just trying to interfere with the proper function of a government agency, which is a court. It's a total waste of time. You're going to accomplish absolutely nothing. All Mr. Schweitzer had to do was say, may I have pen and paper so I may answer the court in a proper manner. Now, who is making the claim that I have done him wrong? What is the nature of the charges? Or have you suspended habeas corpus? Because I know the plaintiff has appeared, and the plaintiff must appear because he will appear in all courts throughout all mankind's history. I don't care if you were in a cave. The guy who said that did you wrong, he's going to have to have, because dead men tell no tales, so there must be a live party to point across that courtroom and say that you've done him wrong. If you refuse to appear, the plaintiff does not appear, you have no case. That's all Mr. Schweitzer had to say in his paperwork. He didn't have to go off on English common law. He didn't have to go off on Magna Carta. He didn't have to use the Bible. He didn't have to use any constitution. He didn't have to use any federal rule of civil procedure, but he did. And you know what? He died in a maximum security prison where? Up in Massachusetts or Arizona. So his process does not effing work, okay? Mine works very simple. When it's the United States of America versus some guy named Greg, I said, oh, good. The United States of America is going to take the witness stand in tax court and point across the courtroom and say that Mr. Greg has caused him, the United States of America, an injury or damage or financial loss or injury or harm to a man known as the United States of America. And they said, well, of course the plaintiff isn't going to appear. Well, then you have no case. Without the confession coming from this man, you have no case. And the Fed said right into this man's face, right when I was sitting in their office, they said, you're absolutely right. All we have is a paper case, and all we can do is wait and pray and hope that this man finally someday will confess. And there you go. So why don't I teach people the Freeman of Montana way? Why don't I teach them the notary process way? Because it does not work.
Okay, let me just ask you a simple question about this common law lien. Where do you file? Where's your common lien? Where do you hold it? Where do you process it? Where do you do? Where does it exist?
Common law lien, it's all done through affidavit. Okay.
And where does this affidavit get stored?
Penalty of perjury.
Where do they get stored? Where do they get stored? Where they get housed? Where they get filed? Where they get submitted? Where do they do that?
Well, you can put it wherever you want. I mean, I personally myself, I use public record, and I actually use the county reporting office in the county.
Okay, let me just show you the massive difference between what you believe is a common law lien and what I believe is a common law lien. Okay,
sure.
When Augusta County Sheriff's Department came into my sister's house to execute a warrant of debt, the man said to me, "We got a judgment and a lien that we are going to place upon your sister, and we are going to strip that building of all possessions in that building to satisfy this debt." Okay, because we got a lien. I said, "Oh, lovely. What kind of lien do you have there?" It's like, "Oh, good, you got a judgment, you got a lien." Oh, that's lovely. The only problem is, I have a common law lien against my sister. And they said,
first off, that's not a lien. That's a left.
Okay, one more time. See, this is my show. That's what's great. I get to cut you off. One more time. I said to the deputy, "I have a lien against my sister." And he says, "Oh, really?" "Yes, it's a common law lien." Now, you said you take your common law liens and you put it with the county recorder, you put it with the newspapers, you put it with the state, you put it with the feds. You know what he said to me, "Where's your lien recorded?" You know what I said? I put my finger right to my head. I said, "The common law lien is right here in my brain. I store it right here." He says, "Oh, yeah, how do I know it's true?" I said, "Watch my lips. I'm going to utter it. And I will press that on any record in open court and any place I am summoned to appear. I will press upon the record my lien that I have upon my sister. That is the most superior lien, the most superior claim that you will ever see exist upon this land. No lawyer could come to court and testify that a lien exists. No piece of paper could be brought before the court that says it exists. It has to be uttered from a man. And I say I have a lien on my sister's property and everything that she owns. That lien will stand true for all time, and nobody can ever challenge it, and it'll always have standing in any court you wish me to appear. And I tell those people, everybody who's heard my stuff a million times, when I was done talking to the deputy, he grabbed me by the shoulder and says, "God bless you, I love people who know the law." I didn't say I had a UCC1 on her, and then I had a supplemental UCC3, and I put all these scheduling fees on her, and I spent tens of thousands of hours studying UCC code. I didn't do any of this nonsense with that poor deputy. I didn't whip out this huge portfolio of everything that he could find that was recorded with the county recorder. I put my finger to my head, and he said, "Oh, where do I store the lien?" "Right here." He said, "Oh, yeah, come on now. And you want to know where it's going to be recorded?" "In any open court in which I'm summoned to appear and utter it and place it and press it upon a record. That's where that fucking lien will be noticed as true. And nobody will come forth and rebut my fucking claim, because no attorney can say, 'Oh, well, that's ridiculous,' because he has no standing in court." And that lien that the deputy was trying to execute on was from Macy's, a credit card company, and a law firm from Richmond. So I knew my lien would stand up against anything Macy's wanted to place an affidavit in, because nobody from Mr. or Mrs. Susie Macy was ever going to appear in court to testify that affidavits were true. That's like, you know what Precipe is, I know what Precipe is. Do you think this clerk, who's like 18-year-old clerk girl, do you think she knows what a Precipe is? I said, look, she's got like a box for motions, she's got a box for orders, she got a box for proposed orders. She's like, "Sir, I don't know what to do with this Precipe." She was telling you the truth. She has no freaking clue. I said, "So if you want to operate in their world, you got to speak their language. You can't outthink them, because Precipe, like say, is an older word. It's just a fancier word." I said, "But why don't you just say you want to propose an order, or you want to place an order before the court? Why do you have to go and talk all fancy? You know, keep it simple."
That's what Precipe means? Awesome.
It's like an order, right? But like I said to them, I said, "Why do you have to talk all updates like you think you know something? Why can't you just tone it down so everybody knows what it's. Even a 16-year-old, 18-year-old clerk there, she'll know what you're saying. Everybody understand. Really simple. 1 syllable, 2 syllable words. You take a 3 syllable word, back down. Get it back down to 2 syllables. You're overthinking it. You're outguessing it. Just dumb it down. You know, just relax a little bit. I said, when you try to use this old English, fancy English stuff that you read from, like, whatever, 1502, you know what, you're overdoing it. You know, you're not impressing anybody. You know, obviously, and honestly, you're probably really pissing them off.
And we were guilty of that for a while, weren't we, Carl?
Oh, no, don't include me in we. There's no me in we, because I guess, see, because recipe, I'm trying to think of another way. It's like a demur, like recipe. It's just like saying, you're basically just saying that you want the guy who did you wrong to appear and show why an actor thinks should not be done against him, like why he should not go to jail, or why should he not have to pay this, or why he should never do it. And it just tells the clerk of the court to issue an order, and you know, specifically tell him to appear and answer why something should or should not be done to him. I said, why don't you just give him a notice? Just say, look, dude, you stepped on my toes. This is the bill, see Exhibit A, the hospital bill. Here's the automated statement of the bill, see Exhibit B. And I want compensation of this much money, see Exhibit C. Why can't you just do that? Say A, B, C. I'm done. Give him a notice.
Right.
Why you got to do a recipe? You know, that's just a way. It's a fancy way, like summoning a defendant to tell him why you should or should not do something to him, or why he should have to compensate. I said, dude, I said, you know and I know what it means, but can you just back off a little bit on these people? So it's so funny. The guy Brad, who was in jail, he's seen how I explained it to the guy, and I know the video, so I started laughing. I said, yeah, that was a classic. Well, see, but you guys didn't get the joke. If you guys listened to the show last week, he says, oh, I love the way you said, well, when a clerk has a recipe box, you know, then you let me know. But until then, can you just say, I'd like to place a notice with the court, you know, and I'd like you to summons the defendant to appear and explain why he should or should not have to appear, you know, let him demur, let him answer, let him do what he wishes to do. Why do you got to outguess this stuff?
Yeah,
I said, because judges don't have to be lawyers.
Carl, don't clerks have recipe boxes in Virginia?
Oh, yeah, they got recipe day here. Yeah, that's what
I thought.
Yeah, we meet up about a week or two before the actual trial, and it's a preliminary hearing, and it's called the recipe day. All we do is we sit in the judge's chambers. He wanted me to give him some sort of answer that he's used to hearing one of these other gurus giving him.
Yeah, exactly.
I said, look, I'm not going for you because no judge would be crazy enough. No judge would be crazy enough to stand there and argue because I put everything in writing. I said, where did I learn that from? I said, I learned it from, if you, I don't remember off the top of my head, but there was about 80, maybe 90 people that signed the order, the writ to execute the king, you know, in England. So the only one who actually put up an answer before the court was an attorney. You know, all the other ministers, like you'd say prime ministers over there in England, all the other ministers just started answering willy-nilly why they decided to kill the king. So I said, I learned that from the trial of the regicides. The only one who put a proper answer before the court was an attorney. Out of all the ministers, there just happened to be, one of the ministers also just happened to be an attorney. Like now, all our congressmen and senators, they're all attorneys. But back then, one of the ministers actually was an attorney. So obviously, the king's son, when he came back into power after Cromwell died, obviously he was going to get revenge on all these guys who signed a writ to kill his daddy, to chop his daddy's head off. So obviously he didn't want to hear shit from nobody. Everybody was going to freaking die. But at least the only one who actually gave a proper answer to the court said, when they were still on the tribunal, started the question, and he said, may I have leave of court? And they said, what for? I said, because I require the use of pen and paper so I can properly answer the court. And I was like, that's it. That's what I try to tell people all the time. That's what we got to do in arraignment.
Now, would you say legal court or lawful court, Carl?
Everybody was going to be drawn in court. Everybody was going to trial the regicide. Everybody was going to be killed. Nobody's going to get away. You killed the king's daddy. Believe me, everybody's going to die. But at least that guy tried to put up a legitimate defense.
Okay.
By saying, because anybody else who tried to, obviously the king was behind like the tribunal saying, Shut that guy up and kill him. Shut that guy up and quote him. Shut that guy up. The only one that was able to actually put up a legitimate defense just happened to be a minister who was an attorney at the time. He said, I require, see, he knew what the magic word was, I require leave of court. And he required leave of court, thank you. He required leave of, oh, my sister handed me something. I require leave of court, and they said, what do you require leave of? Like to go to the bathroom, go potty, what do you require leave of? He says, I require leave of court. Why? He says, because I haven't been able to properly answer the court because I haven't been afforded pen and paper.
Okay.
I
meant sorry about that, Carl.
I don't have pen and paper. And this poor guy, Dallas in California, he was going on like a broken freaking record. He says, no, the judge is only going to say this, the judge is only going to say this. I said, dude, the only thing I'm going to say is this. I require leave of court. And when I require leave of court, I'm letting the court know I require. And only a man can make a requirement because the government can't require us to do anything. Only a man can make a requirement. A requirement means by authority, I'm doing this, and by right.
Exactly.
Now, the government has the authority that you grant them, but they have no rights because you can't grant rights. You can grant authority, but you can't grant rights. Rights are inherent. They're within that thing. So you can't grant rights. So when you say, I require leave of court, they realize, okay, this is a man, this is God talking now. And God is saying he requires to get the fuck out of here for a little while. And honestly, I'm going to explain it to you. I require leave of court. But they'll usually ask how long he requires the leave to be. And like they did with that that guy Brian, the other guy said, I need 30 days. I need a 30-day stay, or I need a 30-day, the lawyers will say, I request a 30-day stay. See, they'll request a 30-day stay. I'll require leave of court. See, they'll request a stay, I'll require a leave. You said you were charged with failing the crime, right? It's because you people want to put on a big boy freaking fucking hat. And you want to believe that you know what the word file means. What the word file means. Why didn't you just ask the IRS? Because this is, like I said, this is how a judge taught me years ago how to get out of every single code problem, every single statutory problem. Just say that that word that they're trying to charge you that you've done it's not concise. It can be interpreted in more than one way. It is ambiguous. So, what does the word file mean? You failed to file. So what does that mean? Oh, you guys think it means picking up a piece of paper and putting a pen to it. How is putting a pen to a piece of paper filing something? I don't know. I thought it was writing something. I failed to write? Wait a second. When I mail it off to the IRS, I thought somebody at that end filed it. I thought all I did was write it, put a stamp on it, and send it off to you. You mean I failed to send a document off to you? No, you failed to file. Wait a second. I thought you had clerks at that building after I sent the paperwork to. I thought they would file it. You wanted me to come down to the building and file it? I said, because you guys aren't willing to be assholes like me, because a guy like me would be called an asshole. He's like, well, you don't got to be an asshole about it. You know what we meant. Well, look, dude, if I know what you mean, you're going to put me in a cage for 15 to 20 years, right? Well, yes. I'm going to make your job easy. You tell me what fail to file means. Fail to file. Is that even a complete sentence? You fail to file. Fail to file what? My nails? Fail to file the nail heads off my deck on my boat? What did I fail to file? Well, a tax return. Okay, wait a second. Are you telling me I was supposed to physically go to the IRS building, open up a cabinet, and file something? So if it could be considered ambiguous, and everybody knows this show, man, see, because people listen to this show aren't people who are watching Dancing with the Stars or something like that, because these people are sharp who listen to shows like this, because it's almost impossible to find this show on the radio, on the internet.
Oh, man, you can't find this. They wouldn't put this mainstream. Geez, you shut down the industry.
That's what I'm saying. So like the people who listen to this, they know where I'm going with this. If a law or a statute to be ambiguous, if there's more than one way to interpret the law, that statute does not stand as true.
Right.
It's ambiguous. It has to be in plain, simple language that every common man would know. Now, when you tell me you failed to file what? And I'm not going to make it easy on you.
Yeah.
Because I don't, like I said to this guy in Indiana, I said, I don't remember one person ever in my life ever coming up to me and said, you know what, an IRS agent knocked on my door one day and they told me to file. Really? Who told you to file? Maybe your mom did, or your daddy did, or your brother or your sister did, but I don't remember anybody ever from the government, any government, coming to my house, knocking on the door and say, hey, remember to file. Remember to file fucking what?
That's right.
Remember to file. So why did you think you're going to put on a big boy pants? Oh, because your mommy or your daddy or your friends or somebody at work told you to file. File what? You want me to file something? You want me to open up a drawer and you want me to stick a piece of paper in a folder somewhere? Is that what you want me to do? It was like, no, I want you to take a piece of paper and pen and write something. Oh, so you want me to write a confession out for you? You want me to turn state's witness on myself? You want me to write a confession? Is that what you wish of me? I don't want to confess anything. I don't want to turn state's witness on myself. Is there some reason why I have to turn state's witness on myself? Are you telling me, Bob, I have to do this? Bob will say, oh, fuck no, I'm not telling you to do anything. Go ahead, Bob. Just order me, Bob. Just order me, Bob, so I can send you a bill for compensation. Order me to pay $10,000 to the IRS, Bob, and I'm going to hand you a bill for $20,000. I'll give you $10,000 to hand over to your boss, the IRS, Bob, and now I'm going to hand you a bill, Bob, for $20,000 for making me file. Because I think my time was worth $20,000. Believe me, if I was Bill Gates or Donald Trump and you wasted an hour of his time, he's going to give you a bill for $20 grand. If they ever. They're billionaires. You ain't gonna get an hour of their life cheap. What makes you think my life is worth any less than Donald Trump's hour of his life?
That's the only commodity in the world, isn't it? It's time.
Yeah, time. Something that can't be restored, reshelved, restocked once it's been spent. It can't be fucking restored. You can't restore it. So like I said, I did a whole show on why you don't say something is what was the type of damage that you guys always say that's ridiculous that you can't say? Not irrefutable. It's something like irreplaceable. I'm trying to think of the word. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the word for damages. It's
harm, loss,
it's an adjective that everybody puts before the word damages, man. Like irrefutable.
Irreparable. Yeah, there you go.
That means it can't be repaired, and I actually did that in the seminar thing. I drew the picture of the United States. I said, here we are in Indiana, right? I said, a volcano fucking pops up in the middle of a cornfield and wipes out the whole state. This is irreparable damages. It cannot be repaired no matter how much money you throw at it. It can't be fixed. Yeah. So throwing money at something that's irreparable would be a waste of time. It'd be futile. So obviously you don't want to say it's irreparable because it can't be compensated with money then. So obviously when you're making a claim for damages, obviously you just want to say, damages. You don't want to say irreparable damages.
Wow, could that ever nail you right there? Just using that one simple word.
Yeah, you're taking the money out of the court saying, oh, that's lovely.
Yeah,
exactly. I don't want any money.
Wow.
Because it can't be repaired.
And we're not taught to use that word correctly at all, are we?
Nope, because irreparable means something that cannot be repaired.
That's right.
So
another golden nugget.
Yeah, so that's what I tell people. I said, stop with all these fancy irreparable, four syllables, stop it. Mm-hmm. You know, I say, I've been done wrong, I want compensation, but, it sounds like gibberish. I've been wrong. I want compensation. Pay me. That's it. They understand it. They're like, oh,
and stick to your claim. Never settle.
Yeah. That's it. It's simple, short and sweet. Yeah. I want compensation. I've been wrong. I've been damaged. I'm wrong. I want compensation. I'm done. That's all you got to do. I said, this stuff ain't rocket science. What I do, it's too simple. You got 3 days every time somebody gives you presents you an offer. So somebody gave you a ticket, so they presented you an offer to show up in court, or don't show up in court, or we're going to break your leg, so we're not going to break your leg. So somebody gave you an offer. So you got 3 days. You got 3 days, same thing with the IRS. Where do you believe that you have the right to administrate me? Where do you believe you have the right to administrate my property? Now, you have the right to travel. You have the right, and I'm not going to get into silly nonsense with the right to travel, right to drive, right to move from point A to point B. Yeah, don't go down that road. That's good. Right, because this is my belief. This is my words. This is the language I use. I don't care what's in your books. I don't care what your codes say. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I am telling you, I have the right to drive. Do not have the right to travel? Yes, I have the right to drive. Why? Because I say so. I believe so. Not only is that my belief, but like I said, this is what I say to people, not only my belief, but you could start using all those ridiculous citations that everybody knows about the right to travel back from the 1930s or the 1940s. That just like a simple one was like West Virginia Board of Education versus Barnett, 1943, where it just simply said that no government entity. Well, it starts out kind of funny. If you're trying to find the actual quote, it said constellation. So you just Google the word constellation within that ruling. And it basically says no matter no matter where you go in the universe, it's universally that no public official has any rights to interpret man's beliefs. So if I believe that I have the right to travel, no government official has the right to interpret my beliefs. So that's all you basically say. It's like, who is trying to interfere with my right to travel? And you make that's the thing you send back to you off 3 days. Like I said, when you bring it to the county prosecutor, they're just going to laugh. They're going to, like they do to me. Then I always beat them, though, when I go to court. But the first 3 days, they laugh. And I just say, they said, if you want an attorney, you go, I'm a hell of a lot, better than an attorney. I said, I'm a man, and I got standing. I said, I'm going to give you a clock. I said, you better just accept this, or you're going to lose. And then when you lose, I'm going to get you for battery and filing false claims against the man. And I'm like, well, we'll see in courts. It's your wish. Have a nice day. So like I said, all you basically do is the prosecutor, I always ask the cop who gives me the ticket, I said, are you going to prosecute this claim, or you have somebody locally that's going to do it for you, like a county prosecutor, state prosecutor, who's going to do this for you? Say, oh, the county or the town. I said, okay, thank you. I said, do you know where they're at? He was like, oh, he'll give me the address. Okay, thank you. And then I write my little thing. I go home, I write my little thing. I don't argue with the cop on the side of the road. And then I just tender him back his offer, and I'm saying, I believe this officer wrote this in arrogant belief. He thinks that I'm privileged, that it's a privilege for me to drive, when I believe I have a right to travel, I have a right to drive. So before he gets himself in trouble and files this false claim and continues with the false claim, I'm going to have to return this to, stop him from hurting himself. Give him fair warning that if he pursues this, I am going to file a claim that he's interfering with my rights to travel. So, like I said, the prosecutor's going to laugh at you. So I said, hey, that's fine. See, everybody waits, like you guys always do this to me. And it makes me laugh my ass off all the time. You guys say this, well, you're going to show up in court. I said, wait a second. The cops gave you a ticket on March 1st. Are you going to wait until April 1st before you start getting your ass in motion? Yes. People have called me going into the courthouse. I'm paying the parking lot attendant. He said, where are you now? She said, what should I do? I'm going to court. I said, when did you get the ticket? It was like a month ago. And I'm here, I'm paying the parking attendant. I said, you getting advice from me and you're walking into the court. Why didn't you ask me this a month ago when you got the ticket? It's like, oh, I was busy. So like I said to you folks, you got to hand it back to the person within 3 days, and then on the 4th or 5th day, file a claim against the prosecutor's office for failing to file a claim, which there's an injured party, or which there's a breach of a contract.
Whose office?
The prosecutor, who's ever prosecuting the claim. You're not going to sue the cop for writing you the ticket. You're saying, okay, who's going to prosecute this? I'm going to go after the man who's going to prosecute this, because he's he's moving a false claim through the court. The cop's not moving the claim. The prosecutor's moving the claim. So that's why you ask the cop, are you going to prosecute this? Or are you going to have a county prosecutor, or a town prosecutor, a state prosecutor? Is there going to be an attorney who's going to prosecute this? Who's going to prosecute this claim ticket? He's like, well, the county has an attorney. I said, okay. And that's what I'm saying. Then you go after the prosecutor. It's just like when I don't put my name as a plaintiff versus defendant. I always say that I am the prosecutor, and I'm going against either a wrongdoer or a respondent. So either they're going to respond to me, or they are the wrongdoers. They did me wrong. They caused me an injury. So when I say that, to me, I want them to respond. When I have a traffic ticket, on day 4, I'm going to file a claim against them that they're interfering with my rights to travel. I got stopped on the side of the road. For some reason, this man believed that I did something that caused somebody harm or an injury, or he believed that I was operating under my driver's license at that time, which I was not. And I ordered from him, ordered and demand from the prosecutor to cease and desist from this frivolous claim against me, and he refused to, and he's going to now pursue this in 30 days, and I'm going to want to be compensated for wasting my time to answer a frivolous claim, because the prosecutor has no standing. Neither does comp. He's not the injured party. So like I said, you could do it on the ticket slayers guy's way. He sounds like a good guy. It sounds like an awful lot of steps to me. You know, like I said.
4 steps, I see.
Yeah, but like I said, I make it very simple, because then when the prosecutor gets a lawsuit in his lap on day 5 or 6, he's going to have to answer that. He's going to say, I've never seen anybody do this. Most people just go to traffic court and argue back and forth. Well, I got rights, I got this, I've never seen anybody turn around and throw a lawsuit at me. Well, bingo, there you go, buddy. Here's a lawsuit coming back at you. You know, because you better prove that I interfere with somebody's rights. Because this is common law land. If you believe I was operating under a license at that point in time, well, you're badly mistaken. No, I was not. You know, if they say, well, what?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Finish. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, if they try to say, well, you gave me your driver's license, that's not my driver's license. What are you talking about? It clearly says on the back that it's the property of the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they can remove it and take it from me at any time. That's not mine. I didn't produce that document.
No, it's not yours.
I'm not the
You're right.
He said, well, my driver's license. It's like, I gave him something so he wouldn't tase me and put a bullet in my head on the road. What do you think I'm going to do? I was under coercion, extortion, threat. You know, he's going to break my head. What do you think I'm going to do? He wants something from me. He's got a gun. He's got a taser. What am I do? Give him a hard time. Say, oh, that's not my license. It's a motor vehicle license. Of course, I'm going to hand him whatever the hell it is to get me the hell down the road. You know, this isn't it's just a strange man coming up to me and said, hey, I saw you going fast. Give me a driver's license. I said, you got a gun? No. You got a taser? You going to hit me or beat me? No. Then don't have fun. And I'm going to drive away. But since this guy's got a gun, well, I handed him, if he wanted my wallet and all the money in it, I'd hand him my wallet and all the money in it. You know, because he's got a gun. You know, what was I supposed to do? Argue with this man?
I just wanted to ask, can I consult with you on this? Because I got the second ticket in a row, and I got the first one waived, you know, because I didn't have my car registered and so forth. And so I'd like to use this. I can use ticket slayer's approach. But what I would like to do is to make a point with the prosecutor, that individual, and to make it clear that they don't have the right to tell me whether or not I can drive without one of their registrations. That makes sense?
Yeah, well, like I said, the whole trick is pretty simple. All you basically have to tell them is, oh, did you believe I was operating your vehicle that's registered and titled into your state at that time? No. I was operating mine. Now, does somebody want to come forth and make a claim that I was operating their motor vehicle because it's titled? You see, it's hysterical when you move in common law, because you just say, oh, I was led to believe that the state has ownership of my car because they have equitable title and I have legal title and blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? I don't believe any of that nonsense is true. You know what? Some man named California is going to have to come forward and claim that that he owns a portion of this vehicle, and he can tell me what to do. You know, like, oh, well, the title says that, and the title says that. Well, you know what? I've never seen a title, a two-dimensional piece of paper, ever stand up in court and testify to all information. The title could be modified, the title could be altered, the title could be forged. I want a man to come forward who says that he's the state of California, says, I have legal title in that car, and he's going to register it, and he's going to inspect it the way I'm going to do it. Let him come forward. If not, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want until a man comes forward and makes a claim. Is a man going to come forward and make a claim? Yes or no? If we lived in France, everything I said is drivel. Everything it's all nonsense. But in America, it stands true. Thank God. Like I said, if we were in any other country, like operates under a civil code, all my stuff is brittle. We're one of the last countries on the planet that operates under the common law. So while we got it, we might as well use it. Because I guarantee they're going to try to flip it as fast as they can once people start understanding the rights of man.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I'm going to flip it as fast as they can. And they're going to say, no, 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 we're over into a code world. Let me give you a little bit of advice. Anytime anybody comes up to you, and like you said, they said they asked you what was that thing on your property, or what was, the first thing you say to them is you say, like, obviously you say to them, hello, like, what's your name? And you make sure you get their name. And then two, say to them, wait a second, did you just ask me what was on my property?
Yeah, I suppose that's an obvious question.
That's a great question. You're right. So right there, he just admitted that it was yours and exclusive to all others within a society's control or enjoyment. So right there, he already admitted that it was on your property. So you're saying it's on my property? Yes. Say, well then, honestly, it's none of your damn business. If you just admitted it's my property, you can't make any claim for it. You harm a man by breaking his bones or drawing his blood. You injure a man's property by, like, running over his mailbox. And then he can incur a financial loss because of breach of contract, because you lied to him.
Okay.
So there you go. That's the three ways that you can move a common law court. Those are three things that are recognized throughout the galaxy, let's put it that way, as wrong. Breaking somebody's bones, drawing blood, that's harm. Injuries, the man said that, hey, that's my mailbox, you just ran it up with, that's injury to property. And then incurred financial loss because you lied to me. So no matter who you are in the galaxy, believe me, those three things will hold true, no matter where you go. So I don't have to say in common law, no matter where you go, it's going to be true.
Originally, when I said, is this not a common law court? And they said, but the statutes have a precedent. And I said, well, how can statutes have a precedent? They sit on top of some sort of
license there, some franchise, there's something that you guys agreed to abide by, a certain set of rules. You're like, it's saying, are we playing cricket, or are we playing rugby? It's like, we're playing cricket. Well, then you're playing under the rules of cricket. And then you say, wait a second, how did I get here? I'm a rugby player. How did I get here? It's like, well, you can ask them, how do you believe you have jurisdiction or control of me? How do you believe I got here? Was it through a license? Was it through permits? Was it through a franchise? How do you believe you have the right to, bring me forth before your tribunal? How do you believe? Where do you believe you acquired that power or that authority? And they're going to have to provide it to you. So good thing you have an interpreter that's really not any good right now, because that's a great way to delay until you guys figure out what the hell's going on.
Should I send that in writing, or should I wait for the next?
Oh, everything's in writing. Nothing's open. No, I would never utter, unless it's my court. If it's my court, then I want to speak. But if it's their court, I would never open my mouth in their court, because if you open your mouth in their court, that gives them jurisdiction over you, because you're competent. Say they dragged you into a Chinese court. Say they dragged you into the Chinese embassy over there, and they started having all this crap. You'd be like, I don't have a freaking clue. You dragged me into the Chinese embassy here in the city of London. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I got no idea why I'm here. You got the wrong guy. We all look the same. You people, you know what? Let me go. Let me go home. And they'd be coming at you with all this crazy Chinese dialogue, and be like, dude, I have no clue what you're saying. But as soon as you start speaking Chinese to them, then they say, oh, you know exactly what we're doing to you.
Okay.
So you never show any sign of competency in their court. In your court, you're totally competent, because it's your rules, your game. You wrote the damn thing. You created it. You can tell me exactly what that painting means. You drew all that crap on a canvas. It's like, well, you could tell me that that's man's manifestation over planet Earth, and how he's so insignificant in the intergalactical scope of fucking the Earth. Whatever. It's like, look, man, it's 3 drops of blue paint, yellow paint, red paint. Well, that's what I interpreted. It's mine. I created it. I'm telling you what it was. You want to know what it is? That's what it is. But now when somebody else throws those 3 ball paints on a canvas, and then you're trying to tell him what it means, and you're talking back and forth to him, but then he'd say, oh, you know what that means? Yes, that's a green, blue, and that's what it is. He's like, oh, good. So you're competent. You know what's going on. Yes, I do. I see what you see. Oh, good. trespass on your properties, which property is your rights. Your rights are part of your property, so I never diminish anything in my rights. It's my property, and rights just happen to be what is part of my overall property. Yeah. You know, my heartbeat, my dreams, my aspirations, my goals, my hopes, my rights, they're all part of my property. It's a subset of my property. So, like I said, I don't diminish it, you know. And like I said, governments only exist to protect private property. That's what they do. Not to protect rights, to protect property. And like I said, rights are just a subset of property. So I don't want to micromanage it. I just say the huge word property, which basically covers everything, which I claim. Yeah. So it makes it simple. You know, I just try to make it as simple as fast as I can.
That's fantastic. You know, I mean,
yeah. I think it's just a learning process now for folks to understand the basic concept of what I'm saying. I mean, I don't think it's really. Like I said, when Angela asked me to do a show like a year ago, I said I don't know if I got enough stuff to talk about for 2-3 hours. I said the stuff what I do is so simple. I just say to them when they come to me, "Who are you?" And they say who they are, and I say, "Well, are you here in a government capacity?" "Yes." "Then by what right do you have to address me?" You know, and they say, "Well," I said, "Well, you do know you're talking to a man, correct?" "Yes." "Well, when I need your help, I'll come to you." You know, "Are you talking to me as a man?" "No." "You're talking to me as a public servant?" "Yes." "Then I don't require any of your services at this time. Please let me alone." And that's it. Now, what did that take me? I bet if somebody backloads the show, it'll take me 37 seconds to say that. Now, how I can make 80 episodes on that is God only knows. But I've done 80 episodes now on that little simple line. And I'm done. But they know when you know what you're talking about, because they try to take you down any kind of path. You just block them. Then you block them here. Then you block them here. Then you block them. You say, "Sir, are you going to trespass?" "Well, the law says," "Oh, no, the law reads." The law doesn't say anything. The law reads. That little book you have, well, that's how you're interpreting it. That's what you believe it reads. Now, we go to court, and we'll let the jury determine what it reads. Now, the jury will tell us what it says. But until then, you're just telling me what you believe it reads. That's your belief. That's not my belief. Like I said, it's so much fun dealing with any kind of government agent. I have so much fun dealing with any kind of attorney or judge. I have such a good time. And you guys are just terrified. And I'm just trying to get you guys to the point where you're happy to deal with these people too. And these people actually enjoy dealing with people like me. They actually say, "Oh boy, that was fun." It's like, well, because I got away with it, there's 10 billion more that's not going to get away with it. So they don't care that 1 or 2 slides through every time. They don't care. It's entertaining.
Yeah, according to Halesbury's administrative law, we can't even legislate those courts lawful. We can't even statute them lawful under statute, because the Queen is she's bonded. She's under oath to govern the people according to their customs. Right. Now, as we know, customs is common law, so they're not even courts, and the people inside them aren't even judges, and it says it in our own law.
Yeah, they're hearing officers. They're hearing. A lot of them are not even wearing the costumes anymore. A lot of them are just wearing street clothes. Yeah. They're not even pretending anymore to be, considered like a common law judge. Where they actually believe they have power, over a man. They're not even playing their role anymore. They're like, look, we're civil administrating hearing officers. You could actually Google that. You could actually Google civil administrating hearing officers, and you'll find most of the results. You'll find New South Wales, Australia, New Zealand. That's where you're going to find it. You can just Google, do quote-unquote civil administrating hearing officers. They're not even calling them judges anymore. Because there's people like me out there saying, look, I get invited to be seated as a hearing officer, a civil administrative hearing officer. And I'm not wearing a black robe. I got no bond. I'm just there for a contract dispute. Do you got a driver's license? Yes. I'm just there for a contract dispute. You got a contract with the state that you're going to operate a certain thing? Well, this officer right here, the policy officer for this
that says that you're in breach of a contract. Are you or are you not? Did you do 70 and a 55? Yes, then you're in breach of a contract. So I'm an administrative hearing officer, and this is the final penalty. If you want to keep operating under this piece of plastic, you're going to pay the $50 fine. That's all I am. Now, if you're telling me you're a man and you're traveling, from point A to point B, well, then I have no jurisdiction over you. It's that simple.
They're still doing what they're going to do anyway, whether they even though they know.
You've got to tell them you're a man. You want this piece of plastic. The judge, a guy like me, could ask you a simple question: do you want to keep your driver's license? Yes or no? He says yes. Well, then this is the fine for doing this. I'm just reading it out of the book. I'm not penalizing you anything other than what you already agreed to. You agreed that if you go 15 miles over speed limit or 20 kilometers over speed limit, this is what you're going to pay. You already agreed to this. Do or do you not want to continue under this license? Yes, I want to continue under the license. Well, this is what you must pay then. If you don't want to pay, look, there's no law that says you must operate under this license. If you want to be a man and go from point A to point B, God bless you, do it. But if you want to be part of our little group, of our little membership club, if you want to have a card-carrying member, this is what you have to do when you break the rule. Just like if you're playing football, this is the rule. If you break the rule, you're going to get a yellow card. You do it again, you get a red card. I don't tell you. You want to play? Well, then no. Then go play fucking cricket. Go play something else. But if this is what you want, you've got to understand. If you do that, you trip that guy, here's a yellow card. You want to play by these rules or don't you want to play by the rules? If you don't want to play, go someplace else. Go someplace where you can trip people. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, but the thing is, we need to get back to the analogy of the scuba suit, because there's some benefits that you want and there's some benefits that you don't.
Right.
So when you're taking the scuba suit off, they're picking it up off the road and still bringing it in with you or whatever the case may be.
Like I said to folks, when I couldn't pay them their 20 quid or their 50, I couldn't pay the amount they wanted at that time, I'd make payment plans with the court clerk because I still wanted to operate under, I have a commercial driver's license. I still made money doing what I did. As a taxi driver, I drove a tractor trailer, I drove all kinds of vehicles, so you actually had to have a commercial license, which I wanted to have, because if somebody thought that they were just going to start driving a taxi in my town, my city, and they weren't licensed, I'd be pissed. Say, hey, whoa, this is a restricted trade. I'm not going to make any money if you're going to let these guys ride for $1 when, for me to break even is 10. So no, so I understood the concept of commercial and business and protect your your turf and stuff like that, and everybody should have a certain a background check. To be a taxi driver, you shouldn't just let some baby raper or some psycho killer drive a taxi. All the void judgment is you're just saying that it never existed, that nobody had the jurisdiction or the capacity to make such a judgment against you, and that you can't be held liable. So that's void judgment. Well, that took all of 12 seconds. I gotta start extending these explanations. These 12 seconds explanations gives a lot of dead air here. Well, it has me making a lot of stories. So yeah, I should make the void judgments last a little bit longer. Where do you file a void judgment? In the same court in which they made the judgment in the first place. You basically tell them they had no jurisdiction or authority to make such a judgment against you. And then that way the other side will have the ability to challenge your belief that the judgment they had rendered against you was a legitimate judgment and it should stand as true. And that's basically where you're taking the void judgment. And I know it kind of sounds crazy because you're basically asking the same judge that he had no jurisdiction over it. But that's what you would do with a void judgment. That's why I tell folks, well, if you want to play this void judgment stuff, you got to understand, and you're going to have to go to like courts of appeals. And I explained to folks 1 billion times how the man who ran the court of appeals up in Alabama told me it was a rigged game. Because even if you win in a court of appeals, you take the ruling from the Court of Appeals, you take the ruling from the Supreme Court of the state, you take the ruling from the Supreme Court of the United States, and you bring it back to the original court of original jurisdiction before the original judge. And now all you're really doing is pissing off that judge because you went above his head and you got this ruling now in your favor that he should void the judgment. and he's still going to tell you to piss off, and he's going to say this judgment still stands as true. So you're basically wasting your time playing this legalese nonsense with these void judgments. And just if you really believe something is not true, or you shouldn't be held liable for it, take them to in front of the highest court of the land, which is a court of record, which is a trial by jury, and let the people, the common folks within your community, don't run over to federal court. Take them right to your local district court, local county court, the smallest little mom and pop courthouse that you got in your little district or territory or province or whatever you want to call it, and just get wherever seats a trial by jury. I don't care if it's 6 people. I don't care if it's 3 people. I don't care if it's 12 people. I don't care if it's everybody in the community. Who's the jury? I don't care. I don't care about the numbers. As long as it's a trial by jury, then no court of the United States government can retry the matter. And that's that 7th Amendment thing I do with you guys all the time. Okay, federal court. What does federal mean throughout the world? What does federal mean?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, it's simple. All it is like some man from Thunder Bay up in Canada said, he called up during one of these shows. I said, oh, you had a case going on today. How did it work out? She said, well, when I came out of federal court today, it worked out pretty good. So if you think federal is exclusive to the United States government's jurisdiction or authority and control, see, you'd be in error. See, if you knew what the word federal meant, there's federal courts in China, there's federal courts in Canada, there's federal courts in Mexico. Federal isn't exclusive to the corporation known as the United States of America's. You know, that's not like a Coca-Cola, like a trademark. It's not like if you wouldn't be infringing on somebody's corporate structure by using the word federal. Federal is the Hebrew word. It just means to pledge. That's all it is. So that's a Hebrew word. It means to pledge. Like you pledge to meet, like at a certain location. Not in a certain location, but at a certain location. So when I'm in federal court, I'm in a mindset that I pledge to meet you in a court in a civil manner, and I'm going to meet at the district court, which is located on 1 Church Street, Montgomery, Alabama.
Great.
Okay. So there's a lot of little nuances of what all these words mean, and that was great about the folks from Canada when I wrote this for them at Queen's Bench. The court clerk lady was incredibly intelligent, and she went and she fixed all those words. So instead of her meeting at federal court, she met at her last name. Just say her last name was Smith. So the Smith court met at Queen's Bench. So what happened was the court clerk says, no, it's not the Smith court, it's family court, and you're going to meet in Queen's Bench. So the court clerk actually circled and crossed out all the things that this lady, well, what I wrote. She crossed out all the stuff and wrote the proper words that they recognized that get jurisdiction and control over that lady's paperwork. And I told that lady, no, don't accept any of these modifications to your paperwork. But thank God, some court clerk lady was trying to be nice, but she didn't realize that she just gave us proof, beyond a shadow of a doubt proof, that these words mean something to these people. If they wouldn't, she wouldn't have spent the whole day taking a red marker, crossing out these words and writing the proper words.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so thank God that they actually sent me a copy of the revised version of my paperwork through the court clerk of Queen's Bench Highs. But I told them they actually accepted the paperwork for a minute, and then I told them to go back and leave it the way I wrote it. And then they left it the way I wrote it. That was on a Thursday. Monday they went to court, they kicked their ass, and they worked out a deal again back to the kids on Tuesday. But if she changed all the paperwork, then they would have had total control over them and the kids, and it would have been a holy disaster for that family. But yeah, I hope that helped with federal,
Yeah, it did. So if this paperwork that I'm looking at, is it still being supported by your moving forward?
Oh, absolutely. The only thing I got to do now, the only thing I want to do now is I want to actually see what the actual case file looks like. I want to ask them for the authenticated, certified complete copy of the case file to date. So if they try to send me any stuff that is stylized as the United States District Court, I'm just going to send it back to them and say, hey, how did this get into my case file? This court, I'm not addressing this court. I did not move my claim into this court. Why is this court trespassing into my case? Why are they doing it? So, can you please, that's basically that simple. Then I'm going to wait for an answer from them. Saying what gives the United States District Court the right to enter into a district court. I'd like to know how you believe that you have, why you're submitting any paperwork into my case, my case.
Yeah.
If you want to make a case against me, make your own case against me. Get your own case number. Get your own case file.
Yeah.
But all he's basically saying is like, look, is this or is this not a public courthouse? Yes. Is this where people from 2 different states can meet? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so is there a reason why you won't allow me to seat a jury and let the jury hear my claim? Is there a reason why you deny me access to this public building? They better have a damn good reason. And that's how simple it's going to be from here on. But like I said, folks,
did someone also write a letter to a magistrate or something with that intent?
No, I was just going to write. His name is William Capel. And it's so funny, even the U.S. Marshals asked me that back in January. She said, why do you keep calling him William or Mr. Capel? He says, he's a magistrate or he's a judge. I said, he's not my magistrate, he's not my judge. He said, he was assigned as a magistrate by the United States District Court. I didn't assign him as my magistrate.
Yeah.
If he wants, I asked him would he like to be the magistrate of the Lentz Court, and he never responded. So I presume he does not want to be the magistrate of the Lentz Court. He wants to be the magistrate of the United States District Court. Now, I have no affiliation with the United States District Court. I did not submit my paperwork to them, so I'm not under the control and authority of the United States District Court.
Right.
So, see, the federal marshals were able to keep up with me. They said, oh my God, this is so simple, it's scary. I said, yeah, I know. I said, I'm in no hurry. I said, because look at this, let us make it this simple. If they, like I said, they offered me a settlement like 3 years ago now. If I took the $1 million, you guys would have never heard me. I would have never continued, I would have never done nothing. I would have taken my money and been with my kids, and you guys would have never heard of me.
Yeah, that's a lot of cats.
Yes, exactly. A lot of cash, a lot of cats, a lot of, you would never heard of me. But for some reason, I just said, no, man, there's got to be more to this. There's got to be a reason why I'm going through all this. The money's not that important. If you look at my first 2 lawsuits, I didn't even have a dollar amount in there. Like Malik did. He says, Malik is so funny. I was going around with that poor guy. I said, dude, you're moving Cook County into the court. You're moving the state of Illinois. They're the defendant. He says, no, I'm the defendant in this DUI thing. I said, you're the fucking petitioner. You're the fucking moving party. The state of Illinois is defending itself from you. And it's like, that's fucking crazy, Carl. I said, dude, you think I'm fucking crazy? Hey, let's write a letter to the Secretary of State and let's see, get his motherfucking opinion. So we wrote a letter to the Secretary of State, and he's like, my God, Carl. He said exactly what you said. I'm fucking the petitioner, and they're the defendant, and I'm the one who's got to convince the court, not the fucking state of Illinois. He says, shit, Carl, I've been looking at this thing backwards. I said, yeah, you guys all look at this shit backwards, man. I said, once you guys realize you're looking at it backwards, then maybe it'll start making a little bit of sense to you. Yeah. But until you realize this is the way they're looking at it, and you think they're fucking crazy, they're looking at you and saying, you're just fucking stupid. They're not looking at you crazy. They're just like, oh, there goes Junior again, throwing a temper tantrum, yeah, hang all the judges, yeah, oh, attorneys are crooks, yeah. Everybody sucks. Yeah, sure. It's like this, they just look at you like you're freaking clueless. It's like, dude, you're the one who's moving this court. We're not moving it. It's like you're convicting yourself. This is a confession process. It's like the Catholic Church. You think the Catholic Church burned people? You think the Catholic Church killed people back during the Inquisition? No, they all confessed, and they all begged the priest to kill them. That's how the priests were able to go to sleep at night. It's like, well, aren't we like killing these people, like burning them at the stake and shit? No. They're all confessing that this is the punishment that they should get because their souls would be released now. They could go to heaven and they can only be quenched and cleansed with fire. So, like, oh, these people really believe that? Oh, yeah, we got that confession right here. Then we have to break all their knuckles to get it? No, we were just trying to exercise the devil out of them, you know, and the devil was keeping them from confessing. Once we broke the body, we let their spirit free to see they confess. So it's just insane, man, how they justify their crazy shit throughout the centuries. It's the same thing the courts are doing to you guys now.
Misdemeanor on their record. They can't get rid of it, right? Even if they.
Well, what would it matter? What would it matter, man? What anybody? If you could. Well, one, yes, you could get anything expunged from a record if you want to. All you have to do is say by that being placed upon my name or that name which I claim, it's causing me harm. And if you don't fucking remove that, I'm going to have to make a claim against the person who's in control of that.
Okay.
You'd always make it that if somebody's doing something or somebody's not doing something, and by doing what they're doing, their policy, procedures, or practices is causing you a man harm, and that yes, that maybe that policies, practice, and rules was put there for a benefit for society, for the general good, it still doesn't negate the fact that it's causing you a man harm, and that you need them to cease and desist immediately.
And you will file out with the court, right? Like.
No, you find out with the fucking person that's doing it to you. You find like a vital statistics or who's ever in control of the paperwork. You go to them first.
Okay.
And if they say, well, you need a court order, it's like, okay, so I guess at this point, Bobby, you're telling me no, right, Susie? Oh, man, and you know that by what you are doing and failing to do is causing another man harm and financial loss. You are now making yourself liable for causing of my injury or my financial loss. So is that how you want to, is that how you're going to stand in court? Like, I'm giving you a warning here. Is this your story? Is this what you're going to stick to? That you're doing it, you're a good little Nazi, and you're going to put a bullet in my head because Hitler gave you a piece of paper that said kill me. So is this how you're going to roll? Well, look, I'm just carrying out my orders. Good. Now, that's what they said at Nuremberg trials, and they killed all those fucking German officers that put bullets in little kids' heads. So just because you're carrying out orders, don't carry them out, man. If somebody's telling you, hey, man, you're going to hurt me if you do that. You can't hurt somebody just because somebody else orders you to do it.
Yeah.
Like I said, now, if you're killing a soldier, that's one thing, because that guy's coming at you with a gun, he's going to kill you. But you just can't just shoot little women and children in the head. They didn't pose any imminent means of any kind of death or destruction to you. What was the purpose of you doing that to these people? Well, we didn't look at them as people.
Yeah.
You can't just do that. I don't give a damn what a piece of paper told you could do. Well, if I didn't do that, they would have, busted me out of the army. Oh well. So at least you would have died with a clear conscience that you didn't fucking just blow up a little baby's brain. Isn't it better that you could have died with a clear conscience? Well, they would have shot me if I didn't carry out the order. Well, good. Well, if I didn't do that, they would have killed me. Really? How many German soldiers did you see shot and killed because they wouldn't have killed Jewish kids? Well, I didn't see anybody. Well, they told us that they might have. Yeah, well, you know what? Until they do it, you're only conjecturing that that's what they might have done to you. It's just funny, man. Like I said, it's just amazing, man. And thank God we got, like I said, all this past history in which we can rely upon. Like I said, like something just as simple as the Nuremberg trials or the O.J. Simpson trial or this latest one, the Zimmerman trial. Same thing. The Zimmerman trial. He got away because dead men tell no tales. The black kid was dead. The Chilean or Argentinian kid, whoever it was, the Zimmerman guy, he got away with it. Why? Because dead men tell no tales. Who knows who threw the first punch? Who knows? There was no eyewitness. And Zimmerman didn't say a fucking thing. The other side had to prove their case. They couldn't prove their case. Maybe the guy got away with murder. Who the hell knows? Because dead men tell no tales. And you can't convict the guy unless somebody gets to testify that they've seen who or who did not throw the first punch. No way of knowing.
That's right.
But that's the rule of law. Sometimes a guy like an O.J. Simpson gets away with it. Everybody knows he's guilty as dirt. And Zimmerman thing, honestly, man, that's a tough one. It's a 50-50 coin toss. Because both guys could have started. Who knows? You know, I wasn't there. It's just a guess. And do you want the price of somebody's life on your hand by making a wrong guess? And the jury has to say, well, no. That's why we have a rule of law. Does there have to be an eyewitness guess? Just like Judge Judy said. Judge Judy said to the busload of Catholic nuns, when a black guy hit their bumper off their front bumper in New York, and the guy said, the Judge Judy said to the nuns, what makes you think this man did it? Well, we got a busload of orphans that's seen him do it, and he gave us a bogus phone number, and he told us that there's a junkyard will give you a free bumper. Look for Bubba, he's my brother, he'll give you a free bumper. We went to the junkyard. They said, we don't know nobody named Leroy, and there ain't nobody down here named Bubba. And they were like, and the nuns were like, well, you know, now we just want the $500. And then she said to the nuns, well, let's see what Leroy's got to say. Leroy, what do you have to say? He says, those bitches are fucking cracking nonsense motherfuckers. They ain't never seen in my life. They just pinned the first black guy they fucking seen coming down a fucking road. I don't know who these fuckers are. I never fucking went down. I don't have a driver's license. I just came out of prison. I'm not allowed to drive. I'm on parole. So, Judge,
you know, I've been trying to find that episode ever since you said it the last show. Can I find it on YouTube?
When you watch the Judge Judy shows, you can skip the first 25 minutes and just watch the last 5 minutes. So, however many, if they sell them in a series pack or something like that, you just get to every last episode of Judge Judy show in the last 5 minutes. That guy was brilliant. By just saying, I don't recall, I don't have a fucking clue, these fuckers are setting me up, they're just picking the first motherfucker that walked. It was Catholic fucking nuns with a bus full of fucking orphans, man. It's hysterical, man. And the judge was like, look, I know this guy's lying through his teeth. I know it. I know he did it. I said, there's no way in the world you fucking nuns would possibly move a fucking court and to make a claim against anybody. You must be desperate for the money at this orphanage, or you would have never brought anybody into court. So obviously, you know, I know this guy did it. You got 50 freaking kids here. They're all swearing up and down he's the guy. But honestly, you need a third-party impartial witness. Did you ask, like, some little old lady walking down the street, can you put this in your mind? Can I take your name down as a witness to this accident? No, you never thought that you'd be stiffed for a bumper. The guy learned all his law from being in prison all his life. This guy's got a record of my whole fucking law. He's got jailhouse fucking attorney skills. You're never going to beat this guy. So the people who get in trouble their whole life, they know how to get out of it. Because they've been getting in it their whole life, and they know how to work the system. She was like, he just knows how to work the system. You're never going to beat this guy. I know he's guilty of sin. He's laughing. He's mocking us. He thinks this is a total joke. But like Judge Judy said, look, but you good, godly Christian white women got to realize that when you good, godly Christian white woman messed around with a black guy down in Alabama 50, 60 years ago, and all of a sudden you got busted with this black guy, all of a sudden you screamed rape, and the next thing you know, this guy was swinging from a tree. So it comes around, goes around. Now in this country, you need a third-party impartial witness. No matter who you are, no matter what color you are, no matter who you think you are, you need a third-party impartial witness, and you ain't got it. So I got to set this man free. And that's the whole rule of law in this country, third-party impartial witness. You need a man to testify under oath who has nothing to gain by either side winning what happened, what he saw, what he witnessed. Until then, it's 50-50.
This man from Colorado sent me all this stuff, and I said, oh boy, this is terrible. I said, who wrote this? He said, well, I did. I copied it off of you. I said, no, let's just go the first couple of sentences, word for word. I said, what makes you think that, what does the word take mean to you? He says, that's what it means. I said, well, that sounds like you're kind of demanding something from somebody, doesn't it? I said, if somebody says take you, you know, take notice. I said, I present a notice. So I'm giving him as a present. I'm giving him a notice as a present. You're saying take notice. You're like, take this, you bad man. Take this, you foreman. Take this. I said, take sounds like like a negative word. It's a fighting word, confrontational. So when you say you present them a notice, because it's a present, you present them a notice. You're giving them a gift. You know, if they've done wrong, they certainly want to be noticed of it, and they certainly want to, you know, be able to correct the wrong. They certainly don't want to go have their wrongs. If they've been doing somebody wrong, of course they want to be
notice that they've been doing wrong so they could stop doing wrong. You got to take it with the attitude that if somebody knows that they're doing something wrong, that they're glad when you're telling them, hey, you know what you're doing is wrong. You know what? This would be the right way, or this would be the correct way to do it. It's like, oh, really? Thanks. I didn't know I was doing it wrong. Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, you were doing me wrong, and now that I told you, I say, oh, yes, I certainly don't want to do anything wrong to anybody.
Clarify, when you said, okay, you get to a certain point in the case, and you're saying that you give the order, and I was kind of thrown off by that because wouldn't the order come from the judge, the magistrate, or could you clarify that?
No, because all orders come from the parties. It comes from either the defendant or comes from the plaintiff, or you could call the guy the wrongdoer and the prosecutor. I don't care how you want to stylize it, or the claimant and the defendant. I don't care how you word the two people, but if it comes from the legalese point of view, if it comes from an attorney, he can propose orders. That's all you can do, is he can make a proposal of an order. He can't place an order before the court because he doesn't want to be held liable. Because whoever makes an order is going to be the one ultimately liable for the order. So he doesn't want to make an order. The attorney doesn't want to make an order. So the attorney is going to propose an order. And then that's when the judge or the jury comes back with the rendering of the verdict, whether that order should be recognized as a legitimate order. Then it'll be the order of the court, which means that if you are the defendant and you pled into that court, then you bound yourself to that order as well. So you can't body. You can't say, well, you ordered me, so I'm going to, no. Did you accept the role of defendant? Yes. Well, then you accept any ruling from the court. You can't come after the court and say, well, you gave me an order, so now you're going to pay for it. No. That's not the way it works. So when then, and people get confused about this minute orders or these minute orders, they get confused a lot. And all that means is, say you created an order and somebody did you wrong standing next to you, and they said, hell, I didn't screw you out of your money for 2 years. I screwed you out of your money for 3 years. And then you say to the judge, oh, I'd like to amend my order to include this additional year worth of damages. And the judge will say, okay. And then that's a minute order, a minute order. It's an order that pops up in the middle of the trial or the hearing because you've just been made aware of it. So now you're going to make a new claim for it. So the judge is going to attach it to your order that you sent into the court, with your claim. When you make a claim in a lawsuit, then you're obviously placing the order in there at the same time, too. So the other side knows what you're demanding or what it requires. Or what you require.
That you still have to.
That's always the magistrate. Yeah, go ahead, man. You'd ask me.
The magistrate, but if you put the order in, the magistrate still has to sign off on your order in order to make it binding.
Well, first he has to make sure both parties are aware that, it's like if you want to actually go by like Rule 17, there's got to be real parties of interest. You can't just sue Santa Claus because you didn't get a toy for Christmas. He's got to make sure, wait a second, is there a real party standing on the other side? Is there another party to this? Who are you suing now? Oh, I'm suing God. Oh, really? Well, you know what? Honestly, I don't have jurisdiction over God, so if you want to try to place this order upon him, you can't do it through me. So he's got to make sure he's got jurisdiction over both parties before he could say, okay, now, you guys, the guy in the black robe is just basically a guy who's watching two people go out to a pistol duel. And so he's just the guy standing between the two guys saying, okay, take 20 paces, turn in 5. Or take 10 paces, turn in 5, whatever the rules are of the engagement. So all he's saying is, okay, did you answer this man? It's like, yes. Well, then as soon as you answered that man, then he's got jurisdiction over both of you. He's like, okay, like you turned and shot at one guy, if he shot at you, did you turn and shoot back? Yes. Okay, great. We got a case. We got, I got something I could make a ruling on. Then he's going to say, okay, you made the claim, okay, and you gave an answer. You fired back an answer. So now now it's on.
So let me see where, you know, yours went. Let me see where yours went. Okay, you're closer, you went.
So why are we not allowed to ask what the definition of certain words are that come on court paperwork?
The best way to explain this, like, I can't enter into, you know, under your control, your jurisdiction, until I'm competent to stand. I mean, I'm not competent to stand, so somebody's going to have to define your terms to me in a manner that I can understand. Everybody that has the right know what they're being charged with. That's habeas corpus. And me do the habeas corpus act of 1679 on his ass. Just study that. I think there's only 5 sections of the habeas corpus act. It's really simple. And don't look, and you guys are right over there. You go get the original document. Don't get some easy English version that was written in 1999. That's a new and improved version of the act. No, you go get the original paperwork, the original document, and read it.
I didn't know Colin was also mentioning about a quo warranto.
You don't got to worry about any of that nonsense. You don't got to overturn nobody because they're never going to get jurisdiction over you.
Well, we've certainly not given it directly anyway. We do. They ask my father's name and his date of birth, so in that side they have. But then we always ask them, say, have you got any jurisdiction? Is there X, Y, and Z? Have you got?
And that's all you have to do is talk plain, simple language. You don't have to say quo warranto. You don't got to do any of that nonsense.
Yeah,
if you want to do it in your paperwork, if you guys saw my paperwork, how I do it is like, not only do I believe that you have no jurisdiction, but if you look at the 1679 Act, the Habeas Corpus Act, you'll see in Section 2, it clearly stipulates that the moving party must appear in open court and testify against the one who's done him wrong. So, is the plaintiff going to appear in court, point across the room, and say that I've done him wrong, yes or no? Because I have to write the cross-examination.
If the enforcement officer appears on behalf of habeas corpus, the plaintiff must appear, are you saying he's liable for everything?
Oh, yeah. You better believe it, because he's the one who's got to remove the case. The plaintiff is the one who's got to move the case, prove the case, bring the body into the court. It's just like I said, say the United States of America wanted to sue me. I'd say, okay, that's fine. I'll gladly accept your summons to appear. Now they gave me a summons to appear. So there you go. That's saying bring the body forward. So they're saying, okay, the body will probably bring himself. You know, I got a car. I'll deliver myself to the court. That's fine. I'll bring myself to the court. I'll make your life easy. But now when I get there, I better see the plaintiff sitting there waiting to say in open court what I've done wrong. So now when I see the paperwork, I see the paperwork. Right, I see the paperwork. It says United States of America. I've never met the man. He said I've done wrong. I'll be more than glad to square it with the man or the woman. I don't know. Is it Mr. America or Mrs. America? You know, Mrs. Great Britain, Mrs. I don't fucking know. I said I never. But if he's making a claim and summons me to appear that I've done wrong, I'd be more than glad to compensate him. It's like, well, his attorneys are sitting right over there, and the attorneys will tell you what they want, what the United States of America wants, or what UK. No, I want to hear it directly out of the man I've done wrong. I want to hear it directly out of the United States of America. I don't want to hear it out of the attorney.
A hearing or just on the trial, or is it any different?
No, a hearing's basically a waste of time. A hearing's just a way to trick you guys into saying something that you shouldn't say. Say, no, just take me right to freaking trial. I want to have a trial. I want it now. Like the guy did in...
How do you go to trial?
What I'm saying is, if somebody said that I'd done wrong, it's like, oh, great, you said I did wrong? Good. You summons me to appear here for a trial? Well, no, it's just arraignment, it's just a hearing. No. I'm here for a trial. I want to know who I did wrong, and I want that person to sit across the, I want that man or woman to point across the courtroom, point me out and say, I'm the one that done him wrong. I'm the one who owes him a debt, and make him say it in open court that it's true. Everything that he's got on that paper is true.
I think there's a problem with jurisdiction or something, because we just don't seem to really get past jurisdiction.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What I always say to anybody with any kind of arraignment, I always give you guys the trial of the regicides. I always say that's the lawyer, that the only thing right is I want that person to come across the courtroom and point out and says that I did him wrong. So that's all it is. I will settle any debt I will settle anything wrong. If I've done wrong to a man, I will settle the matter with him now. I just wish he would have came off and told me before the policeman dragged me into this room. I just wish I got to meet the plaintiff and settle it with the man. So is the plaintiff going to come forward now and hand me his demand of compensation? Or no, I want to compensate whoever I've done wrong. Just tell me who I've done wrong, and I'll pay whatever the debt that is due. And that's it. That's how you're going to get control over me. Anything else, I don't want to hear it. You got any like any guy from the black robe, anything else comes out of your mouth, I don't want to hear it. The only want to hear is that's the man that claims, or that's the woman over there that claims you did him wrong. You owe him X amount of dollars for doing him wrong. That's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear, well, you parked on the wrong side of the road. What? Who's making the claim? The city is. Okay, well, have the city come in open court and say that I've done it wrong and how much.
What do you mean by open court? Define that again, because I missed it on one of your other calls before.
Because nothing is true until it's uttered in open court, until it's been pressed upon the record. See, when it's on file, it's like a closed court. You can say that's closed court. The court isn't open yet. When the court is open, let's look at the old Athens and Greece, the forums that they had over there, when the whole side would be summoned to appear because they're going to have a trial for, like, say, Socrates or something like that. So they all would cast their vote in an open forum, in an open court. So the whole world witnessed it. It wasn't like a Star Chamber thing that you guys had for a while. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Was divided. The whole world voted on it. No government ever created a baby, so they can't possibly say they have a vested interest in it. That's ridiculous. They weren't in bed with you, you know. They can't make a claim.
Wow. Yeah, I've never been violated before, so violated ever before in my life. Do you teach the UCC process, or no? I know you're making it very simple, and I'm like astounded, but do you suggest the UCC process when you claim your property, or?
That's ridiculous, because that's somebody else's beliefs you're using, not yours. You believe that's your property. You have no idea what the UCC says because you did not create it. See, I could definitely tell you never listen to my show because, like I say to folks, you can't interpret somebody else's words. You have to make your words your own. So when a judge sees your words, he knows those are your words and your words alone. If you use UCC or anything, he's going to say, oh, you're using somebody else's beliefs. That's not what you believe. That's what somebody else believes. Somebody else believes this. No, the judge wants to hear what you believe. Not what Mr. UCC, who wrote UCC 50 years ago, has to say. He doesn't give a, well, honestly, he'd actually rather have you speak UCC. That way he can interpret it, because he's got a license to interpret it. You don't have a license to interpret it. You don't even have a license to write it down. Just write UCC. It's like theft of intellectual property. It's like using Microsoft software to create your own documents. You can't use UCC. You have no permission to use their stuff. So who do you think you are to use UCC stuff? Are you licensed UCC decipher coded specialist? No. So that's ridiculous to use somebody else's beliefs.
Okay. So
you gotta tell me what you believe. You just I believe in holding my property. I believe the only reason why government exists is to secure and protect property. Thank you for holding my property. Now I require you to release my property back into my car. Have a nice day.
And it doesn't matter what kind of hearing it's going to be. It doesn't matter what kind of hearing I'm going for. Because you know how they try to block you with all the California rules of this and rules of court and that?
No, because you have nothing to do with Cal. You didn't write the rules. They didn't write the rules. They're just interpreting the rules. They can't swear to any of this. Was it true? If they say, well, according to the California, let's just make this for shits and giggles. Let's say some attorney wise guy on the other side says, well, according to the California rules, just like you said, 1, 2, 3, Section 5, comes and says, well, according to the California rules, civil rules or family rules, 1, 2, 3, Section 5, it's like, oh yeah,
you want to take the witness stand and swear to that that's what that code means? He'll be like, well, no. Well, then that's just your opinion what you think that code means. Did you write that code? No. Do you have the man here who wrote the code? No. Do you have the public law? Because the code was written out of a public law. Do you have the public law before the court? He's like, well, no, it's rolled up in Sacramento somewhere. It's like, okay, so you don't have the public law where the code came from. You don't have the guy who wrote the code, and you won't swear that this is exactly what the code means. You're just giving your opinion of what the code means. So isn't it just lovely? You have an opinion. Isn't that lovely?
I demand his. I think I might get his oath. He's not a real judge.
No, you don't. None of them are real judges in family court. They're hearing administrating officers. It's a contract. Did you sign some sort of a contract with the state that called a safety plan?
Yeah, but then I rescinded it. I wrote on it. I do not agree because they were using threat, duress, and coercion, right? So I wrote down that I do not agree, and then I rescinded the contract, and then I filed that the rescission.
Yeah, you made a notice of rescission, right?
Yeah.
That's great. Now, where is that thing? Where did you file it?
Oh, I filed it a long time ago. I haven't.
So since you filed it a long time ago, did you move on it?
Did I move with it?
On it. Did you say, okay, here's my notice, and did you follow it up with a second notice just in case they didn't get the first one?
No.
That's what you're supposed to do, just in case the mailman exploded somewhere and you got no proof that it was delivered to anybody. You always have to, if nobody answered you yet, you're saying.
Okay.
Nobody answered it. So like I said, if you want to send me that rescission thing, that's lovely. You can send me one because I just wrote one for somebody about 2-3 weeks ago. So if you want to send me a notice of rescission, that's just lovely. And I'll take a look at it and I'll probably just laugh and say, look, ma'am, all you got to do is this. You're writing way too much.
Oh my God. This is crazy. I give thanks. I really had no idea that it was this easy.
Yeah, it's beyond simple, man.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Yeah, it's the problem.
Yeah,
they don't make any money if it's simple, man. They try to make you guys think it's complicated so they can charge you all kinds of money. Believe me, and my wife went through 17 attorneys. She bought 8, I bought 9.
Oh my God.
It cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's why I said, you know what, I'm getting nowhere spending money till it's coming out, and this is ridiculous, and I'm going to learn my own. I'm going to figure this out. And I figured it out. And nobody else has to spend any of that kind of ridiculous money anymore. Just make your claim for your property, be restored, and you're done.
Yeah, it's ridiculous to sit here and have to write for your flesh and blood. That's just ridiculous. This is, slave slavery.
It's your property.
To have to write for your flesh and blood. This is ridiculous.
Right, but that's what happens is a lot of times these folks, it's called the Communist Manifesto, and it says that the state owns all the property. So that's what they're trying to do in this country. They're trying to say the state owns all the property. So and you do it by getting into contracts, which you did because you signed a safety plan which bound you to the state. But like I said, you said to the state that you will let the state come in your house and inspect the kids and do also the nonsense.
Well, they really had me thinking that it was because I was looking into a housing program. And that's why they had me thinking it was really for housing. And it really was more they were just investigating me. I couldn't believe that they were really investigating me because I was seeing myself as a great mother. I don't have a drug problem. I don't have, any other problems abusing my child. I just raised my son unconventionally, and I don't inoculate him, and I don't give him
but that happened back in 1997 with Bill Clinton actually did that in Congress. What they did is anybody who was on welfare, they let them live on welfare for 23 months, and on the 24th month, they took their kids instantly, whether you're the world's greatest mom or not, because you only had 23 months. You had 2 years to get back on your feet. And if you couldn't get back on your feet, they automatically took the kid on the 23rd month. So stuff like that was happening like crazy. So a lot of women who were just welfare moms are living in Section 8 housing. They thought they were great. Like, hey, I'm taking care of the kid. I got welfare. I got food. I got everything for this freaking kid. Everything's nice and, quiet here. Boom, 23 months after collecting the first check, they come knocking on the door. And they say, hey, you have a job? No. Why not? Well, your benefit's going to run out in 30 days, so we're going to take the kids, and you can come and make a claim for the kids once you show us that you have a job. And boom. And then the kids are gone. I've seen hundreds of women, they do that too, on welfare. Any kind of Section 8 housing women, they do that too. They give you guys a couple of months to get on your feet, boom, and then they come and take the kid.
Wow.
It's not like it used to be. It used to be you could stay on welfare until the kid hit 18. Not anymore. You got 2 years. Or you got 23 months to collect the check. And then after that, boom, they scoop up your kid. I don't care if you're the world's greatest mom. They did that in 1997. It was the HIPAA law. They did that back in 1997. They passed it with the HIPAA law. Yeah, everybody thought it was a wonderful thing, protecting women and children. Yeah, right. And then all the women realized what happened on the 23rd month. The government was coming in and swooping, taking all the kids.
Yeah, and so many children are getting molested in foster homes.
Oh, yeah, all of that stuff. That's just part of it. That's right. But like I said, the big thing is that you sign the contract, you ask the state for benefits or help, and the next thing you know, they bite you in the ass. I know. I heard it all, man. I've seen it all. I've heard it all. I'm 50 years old. I might not sound 50, I hope, but I've seen it all. I've seen all the women in Birmingham, Alabama, all crying, who are on welfare, thinking that they were going to stay on welfare until the kid was 18. And little did they know, the law changed in 1997. They could only get 2 years of benefits, and then the state takes their kids.
Whoa, that is deep. And so, this is in Alabama.
Well, no, that's federal. It's a federal law.
It's a federal law?
You got 2 years. Anytime you women have a baby, you got 23 months to get a house, to get a husband, to get something going on, because at the 23rd month, they're going to come knock on your Section 8 housing door, and they're going to take your kid. And then you got to jump through all the hoops to try to get your kid back. You got to have a good job. You have to have a car. You have to have a 2-bedroom apartment, one for you, one for the kid. Oh, it's ridiculous. And then once you get all that stuff, then you can reapply for welfare. And then you got another 23 months. That notice and the 3-time stuff will never work. You're wasting your time. Don't ever do that. It's a waste of time. The lawyer was telling you the truth. No, it's not going to help your case. It means absolutely nothing. He's telling you the truth. It's a waste of time. You're not operating under the UTC here. You're not operating under any universal postal code. You're wasting your time. You made a claim for your property, you're done. You want the restoration of property, it's over. 2 sentences, I'm done. No notices. Don't try to convince anybody to do a notice because they're wasting their effing time. They want the list and they want them now. I mean now. I mean 2 days. I mean now. Yeah, no, I'm not writing 3 notices. I'm not doing shit. When it comes to my property, you're going to restore it now. Yeah, right. What else?
Well, that was the intent of the notice, is to let them know that.
Yeah, well, my child no, give me my child, you're going to give me now. I'm not going to write a notice for my child. I'm going to tell you, give me my property and give it now. It's not giving me my heartbeat. How long can you live without your heartbeat? What I'm trying to say, when it comes to children, you don't wait a day. You don't wait 2 days.
Right.
It's my heartbeat. I'm reporting a crime. My property was robbed from me. I want the restoration of my property now. I'm reporting a crime. Those judges will snap up so fast that they will restore your property now. That's all the police department does. That's all any agency in this government is supposed to do, is secure and protect property, private property. That's all the reason why government exists, is to protect and secure private property. There is no other reason for them to exist on this planet. You tell them, my private property has been robbed or stolen from me. Their only function is to fucking make the restoration of the property to that private person. That's it.
You don't have to wait big notices and wait a week or two. You're wasting your time. I'm trying to get people back their kids immediately.
Well, there was a process of time, but the thing was when I had asked you about, how do we do this? Do we say it in court? And you said, no, you first
have to write it.
You should write it.
You have to write it. You have to write it because you own the court. You don't wait for their court to convene. You create your court now on writing in paper, and you put it before the clerk, and there you go. Your court is created.
Well, as far as I was
as soon as you get the stare from the court clerk, that's the whole world has noticed now that your court exists.
Yeah, but we didn't even have. We had the claim written up, ready to put in the court of record, but we didn't even need to do that because they the whole thing over.
Nope. Like I said, look at what I did for Jesse and Jonathan. It was a 2-sentence claim. I didn't say anything about a court of record. I didn't say anything about common law. I didn't even notice. I mean, a 2-sentence claim. I'm just telling you what we did. I'm just telling you what we did and how it worked out to our favor. Oh yeah, I'm glad it worked out.
But we didn't even know what we were doing.
Yeah, nobody does.
Yeah, but we believed that something had to work, and we were that desperate, so we tried it. And
well, see, look what happened. Look what happened with Jesse and Jonathan when they went on trial before the Crown. Jonathan spoke a whole bunch of stuff when it was his turn to take the witness stand.
Well, you don't have to be so polite, Carl. I spoke a bunch of garbage.
Well, what I'm saying is, Jesse just pointed across the room and said I was robbed of my property by that woman over there, and I want the restoration of my property immediately. There you go. She was done.
Yep.
And so instead of going on this big diatribe and rhetoric about living, breathing souls and all this other stuff in Yahweh, who cares? Just say, point across the room like your great-great-grandpappy would have said in an old western town and said, I've been robbed of my property by that woman over there. And there you go, and I'm done. And now the posse's going to round up that guy, and he's going to restore your property.
Well, yeah, when they brought that letter up, and the prosecutor was there studying and wanted to answer it, had the affidavit, the judge said, looked at Norma and said, were you really going to do this? She said, yeah, I'm going to do that.
There you go.
Because they stole my property, and they said, you really think that property up because it is from me. That's my property, and you're married and you have your property, your wife is your property, and my property, it came from me.
Right, because when you first started telling the story, I was a little disappointed that she didn't have the balls big enough to just say, you know what, F your lawyer, F them, F all this shit, I just want my property, I want it now. Yeah. But, I mean,
that's all she had to say. That's all she had to say when she said it, that's when everything turned around.
Right, that she was going to stand up. She was going to hold her court. She was going to have standing. That she was willing to stand and say, "I will carry this out."
Yep. Well, I'm glad that worked out for you guys. I was really wondering what happened to you guys, and I'm glad that worked out. So there you go, Carl. Yeah, you affected another beautiful life out there, and got them back to their family.
So you want to expunge the record. What you have to do is you have to jump through all these hoops, and then you have to go back to the original judge and say, look, I jumped through all these hoops, please expunge the record, clear up my good name. And the judge will say, no, I don't care that you are in compliance with every single code requirement to meet this expungement. You know what, I was the one who presided over a case, now you're still guilty. Even though the state says you got to do all this, and yes, you've got all these conditions, you know what? Once you're the judge over somebody, you got jurisdiction control. Once you're somebody's daddy, you're always their daddy. That's why I laughed at people when I said, oh, yeah, I'm going to take my case in the United States Supreme Court, and I'm going to get a ruling. No, you're going to get an opinion, and then you're going to go back to the court of original jurisdiction, and you're going to say, look, Daddy, I even pulled something up in the United States Supreme Court, and they said, Daddy, you're wrong. And the court of original jurisdiction, the district court judge is just going to laugh at you. It's like, yeah, I don't give a rat's ass what they said up there in Washington. You're back here in my district, boys. You're in my jurisdiction, silly. And this is how we play it here. I don't care how they play it up in Washington. So that's what I say to folks. So read a lot of the United States Supreme Court opinions. Just like the case is referred back to the court of original jurisdiction. So you start all over again. So I hope you enjoyed your 10 years of protesting your judge.
judge making your ruling against you because I got a tremendous victory by the United States Supreme Court. Yeah, great. What they tell you to do. Take it back to the court of regional jurisdiction. So what does that mean? The judge made a ruling in September 9th, 2001. Well, this is September 10th, 2001. Well, it's 12 years later. That's right. All it did, as far as the judge is concerned, only one day went by. See, so that's what I'm saying now. Like I say, Google John Wilkinson Jr. He's in charge of the Alabama Supreme Court for the civil division down there. And he told me, he said, you're wasting your time getting appeals heard, getting Supreme Courts to hear your rulings. He said, it's ridiculous. He said, they're just going to shut it back down. The original judge. And the original judge will tell you go F off. And then you got to start the process all over again and say, you know, Supreme Court of Alabama, wait for years to go through that nonsense and say, hey, can you force the judge to do the right thing? And then, yeah, maybe then they'd do it. He said, but how many years do you want to do this? He said, you want to do it 10, 12, 14, 16 years? How many years do you want to do this? Because of one judge, I forgot what his name was, Myron Thompson. It's funny, you could go to, that's a good question to ask me, because you go to Judgeopedia or Judgepedia.org or Judgepedia.com, and you could actually find the judge that runs your case, and you could find other people's opinions of that judge. And it's so funny, when I Judgeopedia Myron Thompson, you can Judgeopedia Myron Thompson, and you'll see where it says that he, yeah, he took such a long time. He took such a long time to just make a simple ruling on can this evidence be admitted into the trial. It took him over 10 years to come up with an opinion. Can one little tiny piece of evidence be accepted at trial? 10 years. So the whole hearing, the whole trial was put on hold until Myron decided to come up with a ruling. That guy has been overturned so many times. I think he's the #1 judge. I think that's why they say he's some gun shy about making a ruling. It's because he's been overturned so many times by the Court of Appeals in Atlanta, it used to be the 5th Circuit, now it's the 11th, that he's gun shy. He's afraid to make a ruling because he knows somebody's going to challenge him, overturn him. So he refuses to basically do anything. So he figures it's better to do nothing than to get overturned again and make himself look stupid. So, yeah, but like I said, can you imagine waiting 10 years for a judge to make a ruling on evidence, whether or not, and so the lawyer, I forgot what case it was, but you'll find it in Judgeopedia, the lawyer said, if you're waiting for this guy to come up with a decision for you, you're crazy, because the code had changed so much. In 10 years, we had to start the whole case from scratch. Wow. Yeah, so because, like I said, the code is supposed to change every 7 years. So he said all the rules, everything changed. He said we had to take all our filing and start it all over. So like I said to folks, man, that's why, and the way a true court of record works, they have 21 days to answer. They refuse to answer on day 22. You can tell the court clerk, well, I'm going to need a room, and it won't take too long because we're going to need the sheriff or we need the marshals to drag the wrongdoer into the court so he could speak now, forever hold his peace. For some reason, he didn't feel like speaking for the last 21 days. Maybe him being hauled in that court will loosen his vocal cords. But if not, at least he can't get a void judgment on me in 10, 20, 30 years from now, come up with some lame excuse why he couldn't answer in 21 days that his mama got sick or he was in a coma or he's in a shipwreck. Nope. Sheriff went out, dragged him before the court, said, now, are you going to answer this man? Yes or no? This is your last chance because there's going to be a final judgment. Because once that's done, then they can't say, well, because summary judgment could be overturned immediately. The other side just has to come up with a damn excuse why I wasn't in court that day. It's like, oh, well, my mama was sick. I got a bump on my head. Oh, the mailman forgot to mail it. Oh, I wasn't properly served. Oh, the dog ate it. Like a million reasons why you couldn't show up that day. And they got to forgive and forget, and they got to let you take another crack at it. So who wants to deal with these? Let them take one more crack at you. Or let them get out of not paying you one more time. So they go, no, I'm done with this. You want to pay me, you won't pay me now. You got 22 days. 21 days to answer, then the 22nd day, we are going to hold your ass before the court, and you will answer. Or you will shut the hell up, and you'll just take the ruling of the court. But it's done. I'm not waiting 10 years for the judge is doing examine one piece of evidence. It's like, that's ridiculous, and then start it all over again. And then you can't force the judge to do anything. You can't. You're stuck. You gave him control. Once you enter your paperwork document in somebody else's control go into somebody else's court, isn't he bound by his decisions, his rules, and his lengthy delays? But as far as he's concerned, he couldn't care less. He's going to say, well, we got to make this fair and justice. And so, you know, you don't want me to go make a rash decision, do you?